New seasons, new gear. Show the world what it means to be a fan in 100% authentic gear. Fanatics, officially licensed everything.
Get ready to dive into a new world of online shopping with the Fins Tailgate. Whether you're a die-hard sports fan or just looking for the latest fashion trends, we've got you covered. With a wide variety of products from your favorite sports teams to stylish accessories and home decor, we're your one-stop shop for all things tailgate. Our easy-to-use website and hassle-free checkout process make shopping with us a breeze. Plus, with frequent sales and discounts, you won't want to shop anywhere else. So come on in and join the party at the Fins Tailgate, your new go-to destination for all things tailgate.
Good flipping afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the Fins Tailgate. This is another installment of the Crypto Show with everybody's favorite digitized version of a Dolphin fan, Crypto Dolphin fan. And we have him in back, but I just wanted to remind you all to like and share. Make sure you're hitting the subscribe button. Hit the notification bell. Make sure you're getting notified when we go live. And as the promo said, use the link in the description below for Fanatics, for all your officially licensed gear. Make sure they know we sent you. And as well as go to tftgnetwork.com. Find all of our great content. You can find all of our profiles there, all of our show content, including El Capitan, our fearless leader, myself, Color, commentary with Ali in the mornings, Shake Money doing the drive time and the smoke lounge, Lewis the rabid dolphin KP with fantasy, and of course, like today, Crypto with his insightful thoughts, and the OG Tonk on TMI Tuesdays coming at you every Tuesday at 9:30. We had a great game yesterday. Put up the numbers. We put up a big one. Crypto is going to be talking about that and about the mystique of the Miami Dolphins. Do we have a mystique? Are we just destined to win going forward and be successful? Well, it's Crypto's going to talk about that. If you want to support the channel, make sure you're hitting us up at Cash App with $ the Fins Tailgate or Venmo the Fins Tailgate. Use Super Chat, Super Stickers, as well as YouTube memberships. Hit the join button below today. Choose from one of the 3 different membership levels, and we do appreciate all those who have supported the channel and continue to support the channel, even just by liking and sharing. We love every one of you and appreciate every one of you. And of course, besides Fanatics, you can also find links in the description below for W energy drinks, all smash, no crash, reviewed by Shake Money himself. Check out the reviews. Good stuff, good energy drinks. Get the dub with W. And of course, you can use TFTG at checkout for 10% off your first purchase. And of course, Backroom Collections, husband and wife team. Once you get your gear from Fanatics, you can take it over to Backroom Collections and they can customize it for you. Great stuff for the mini helmets, visors, all kinds of art, memorabilia, custom memorabilia, and great stuff. Make sure you're also using hashtag TFTG for 10% off at checkout. And of course, I believe that covers everything other than saying hi to everybody in chat. Love you all. 70 freaking points, man. Unbelievable game yesterday. Your Dolphins defeating the Denver Broncos at home in their homecoming home opener, 70-20. So without further ado, I'm going to bring up today's show host. You all know him. You all love him. You all plug your ears when he comes around. It's Crypto. How's it going, Crypto?
Hey, what's going on? What's going on, everybody in the chat? What's going on, Color?
No,
Can you
pretty
hear
good,
me?
pretty good. Yep, we can hear you great. Sounds great. Awesome, ready to go. And let's tell us
Welcome,
what you
every.
got for us today. And
I want
I'll
to.
hang him back. I'll push the
That's
buttons
fine.
for you and just let me know what you need, buddy.
All right, I want to welcome everybody in the chat. Those who came in behind Mr. Polk, Crazy Dolphin, Ali the Persian hanging out, Clemente. We got Adam. He's a regular. We got Larry L. Welcome aboard, Larry L. I know you was on there last week with me with my drive time from Foxborough, from Massachusetts. So you was there for a good section of my drive. So I appreciate that. You know, I think I was in Connecticut area when you chimed in. I was going through New York and New Jersey when you was on. But yeah, we appreciate you coming by for that nice little drive. This game, I'm telling you, fellas, this made me motivated to go make another 7-hour drive to Buffalo to go up there and watch my fans put up another 70. But that happens once every 60 years or 50 years. What we did yesterday was something to be amazed by. And Color alluded to it, and that's what I wanted to say. This team has a mystique about it. We have that mystique. When I was in Foxborough, when I was in Gillette Stadium, I said, you know what? You guys had that for a long time. We have it now. He said, you know what? He looked at me in my face, the Patriot fan. He looked at me and said, you're right. Y'all actually do have mystique. He said, we passed the baton to you guys. It looks like it. And it's been 20 years. He said that to me. He said, yeah, we do. We got that mystique. And listen, and basically what I'm saying is, basically the mystique is a fascinating aura of mystery, awe, and power surrounding someone or something. That mystery of awe and power could be surrounding your beloved Miami Dolphins, our Miami Dolphins. Granted, it's only week 3. And this is what I mean by the mystery and awe and power. What we did yesterday, putting up 70 points. At one point of the game, it was a 11-point game at the point. We scored 2 touchdowns out of the gate. They scored 7 to bring it within 7. Then we put up another touchdown, right? Then they put up a field goal. They made it 11 points. Y'all remember what Mike McDaniel did on that next drive when it was 10-21? He went for it on 4th down in his own, deep into his own territory, in our own territory. Normally, teams without mystique, when they do that, the tide turns and it'd be a complete capitulation and they give the game away. It's just by momentum. That didn't happen. What happened? We turned the ball over on downs, right? It's still an 11-point game because remember, they could have took the ball and scored a touchdown and brought it within 3. Mike McDaniel's knowing this team and the confidence and way we were scoring and how fast we were scoring and how efficient we were scoring at. So he took the gamble. It paid off. On the very next play, the Broncos penalty sets them back 5 yards. So now they're out of field goal range, just like that, almost immediately. So now they behind the sticks, behind the chains. So they turn the ball over on downs. They punt it away for us deep in our own territory. We take that punt that we forced them to do, right, and immediately scored a touchdown. So now we're back ahead. 18 points now, because now it's 28-10, just like that. So instead of it being a 3-point game after the decision that people question Mike McDaniel on, we immediately turned a 3-point game, what could have been a 3-point game, into an 18-point margin. And then that's when the bottom just fell out. The route was really on at that point. Early in this game, after that first touchdown, based on our ease of points and our mystique and how we got that first touchdown, I was on live stream. I called the game. I instantly called it right after that. You can ask El Capitan. I said it. It was over. After like, damn, Crypto, what do you mean it's over after the first score? We went through that defense like a hot knife and butter. It was so easy and it came so easy. It was like no resistance. It wasn't like we got a lucky bouncer here or there. It was like their defense had no answer. That's how I was able to call the game after one score. It was the first 2 plays of the game. I was like, well, that was it. I don't think Sean Payton or the Vance Joseph have an answer on how we scored and the manner and how we scored. And then, 70 points later or 63 points later after that, and 50-point margin, that was the story. I called that game after the first 2 plays of the game. That's right, Pamela. That's a hot take. I called the game quickly. I said, this one's a wrap. It's over. Because no team goes through a defense in that fashion, with that much precision, that where a defensive coordinator, at least to my guess at that time, didn't have an answer. Just didn't have an answer. So I confidently said the game was over. And my favorite phrase is, this one was in the refrigerator and the Jell-O is jiggling. That's what I said. This one's in the refrigerator and the Jell-O is jiggling. And it was only 7-0. And lo and behold, 63 points later, we put up a 70 burger. So that early call paid off for me. How you doing, Dolphinaire? Appreciate you coming by, man. And Josh Allen popped in. He's the next Brett Favre. I thought he was the next Elway. Now he's the next Brett Favre. I say, is he gonna be the next Jameis Winston? No, I'm just poking at you. Josh Allen's the next Jameis Winston. Hey, we got that mystique, fellas, and it was confirmed by a Patriot player whose team had the mystique for 20 years. He confirmed it to me when I was in Gillette Stadium. He said, yeah, you guys got it. Even though it's been 20 years, but I think you guys got it. You know? But hey, look at these numbers, man. These numbers we had versus what the Patriots had in the first 3 games of that 2007 season when they went undefeated in the regular season, right? We're putting up similar numbers in the first 3 games, right? The same thing that went on with that team, right? So yeah, granted, it was only 16 games in the season at the time. I said we wasn't going undefeated, right? You know, it's only the Dolphins franchise went undefeated for the whole season. They went undefeated only in the regular season. Now, given this mystique, this newfound mystique that I know that this team have, if we can keep it up, we're on that same trajectory, fellas. You know, where it'll be too late for defensive coordinators to figure us out in time. By that time, the game will be over and already decided, right? So we're looking at through the first 3 games, we got 82 first downs. Our opponents have 69, right? We got third down conversion rate, 13 for 28. I guess that was the previous collective, right? The opponents 19 for 32. Now, granted, last game, our numbers were so great that we didn't really have to face that many first downs to begin with. So our third down conversion numbers will be low as far as attempted third down. So keep that in mind too about the numbers. Fourth down conversion with 50%, 2 out of 4. Total offensive yards, 1,651 to our opponents, 1,084. So we have a plus almost 600-yard margin in offensive yards. See, these numbers are getting large, right? So we're creating a big enough margin where we can take 2 to 3 weeks off and just be at our average and still maintain a guaranteed cushion, right? We had 197 plays, 8.4 yards per play on average over the first 3 games. Our opponents, 206 to 5.3. Good cushion there. So we're getting an extra 3 yards per play on average than our opponents. These are similar numbers to the 2007 Patriots. Now, I'll grant you that. Once again, I'm not saying we're going undefeated, but don't be surprised if we do run the table. Total rushing yards. Now we're at a plus. We're ahead of our opponents now because last game we wasn't. We're at 565. Our opponents are at 390, right? And the rushing attempts, 93 to 85, 6.1 yards per carry to 4.6. We got to tighten that up on the defensive line. If there's any critiquing to do at this point, I think 4.6 is a little bit too much for the opponent. But our total passing yards, we got 1091 to 694. Right? So that's pretty good. That's a pretty good cushion. The completions, we got 74 to 77. Attempts, 103 to 113. Fascinating numbers, over 70%. Now, granted, 99% of that is Tua. Mike White did get some time. Mike White is at 100% clip. So our total quarterback room is efficient. Tua is about 99% of it, but even Mike White came in and got in on the action and throws a 70-yard bomb yesterday. So, yeah. So our total quarterback room is killing the league now. So we can confidently say that now. We got sacks. We just got one. You know, we still got room for improvement there to 8 sacks. I mean, not defensive sacks. We got one given up. So we're the top of the league. We're only giving up 1 sack in 3 games. And the opponent's gotten 8. We got 8 on the opponent. Jason Sanders, 4 for 6. And the opponents have been perfect against us. We've doubled our opponents in touchdowns, right? 17 touchdowns to 8. Take a look at that, fellas. 17 to 8. You guys know how many touchdowns we scored yesterday, right? So we went from 7 touchdowns to 17 in 1 weekend of football. That's crazy. That's astronomical what that's going to do for your overall numbers, the totals, the averages, and the margins. So you're looking at doubling up your opponent. It only took 1 weekend to double your opponents in the total touchdowns. 17 to 8. We got 8 rushing touchdowns against the opponent's 4, 9 passing touchdowns to the opponent's 3, and the opponents have gotten that 1 kickoff return, and that was just last weekend. The return touchdowns. Phenomenal performance. Tua right now is cooking at a 70% clip. 101 receptions, 1,024 yards, 71.3 on the number. And like I said, Mike White got in on the fun. He's 2 for 2 on the year, 67 yards, 100% completions. So there you go. The quarterback room is outstanding. Tua is 99% of that work in the quarterback room. The rushing attack, Raheem Mostert, 41 attempts. 5.8. His long was 43. A-Chain, 19 attempts, 208. Brooks got in on the action, 9 carries for 66 yards, 7.3 average. A long of 7. Sorry, Christopher Brooks had a long of 52. It says 52 on that one. So he's getting a little fun as well, having a little fun. 7.3 on his average. So right now, Brooks has got the highest average. Ahmed didn't play as a comma. He's got 4.4 on his average, 5 for 12 for the year for the totals. So that's pretty good. These numbers on the receiver, we know that Tyreek's got 412, 16.5 yard average, long of 54, 25 receptions. Mostert 7.9 per catch, 79 yards. More. He didn't play yesterday. 21 and a half. 35 is his long on 8 catches. Braxton Berrios, 7 for 103. 14.7, long of 22. Mr. Durham Smythe, Durham Smythe, Lewis's favorite player. We got 11.7. Yeah, I think he upped his average too. His long is 18, 7 receptions. And then none other than Colors on River Craycraft, he's coming in at 14.5. And his long is 24 with 87 total yards. Not bad, fellas. Not bad. That's not bad. So this performance is right here. Give us the same aura and mystique about us than those 2007 Patriots. Remember, they ran the table in the regular season. If we run the table in the regular season, we don't want to end up like that same 2007 Patriots. We got to finish the deal in the playoffs and close the deal in those 3 games in the playoffs that we're going to have to play. So, yeah. We got interceptions. We got Emmanuel Ogbah and Xavier Howard has our 2 interceptions for the year. So those are our 2 interceptions on the year. We got some fumble recoveries as well. Javon Holland, 23 solo tackles, 33 for his total. Sean Elliott, 22 total. 14 solo. David Long, 17 total. 11. He's kind of picked it up a little bit. Still got a little bit more improvement to do. Kata Kohu, he's got 10 solo tackles and 16 total. Jerome Baker, 16 and 8 on the solo and totals. And solo and totals for Xavier Howard is 15 and 14. So, yeah. Welcome aboard, Jermaine, and the rest of the people came in. Big Nick, I think, they came in, and Bryson. Appreciate you coming by and joining us in on the discussion about a possibility of keeping up the same mystique that the Patriots had in 2007 and replicating that performance and perhaps running the table. Not saying that we will or it's a guarantee, but the momentum is there. This year's 3-0 is different from last year's 3-0 only because we didn't have to wait 12 weeks to get this kind of performance. It took us 12 weeks last season to get this kind of performance, and that was in that Cleveland game where we just dominated them from start to finish. We got this early, and we doubled the performance of that Cleveland game. So that's the difference between this year's 3-0 and last year's 3-0. So that's the aura and the power that we've displayed in the handful of games. You know, it's impressive. And that's our mystique, fellas. Color, what you say? That's our momentum. That's what we got. Oh, Lewis is joining. Lewis is in the building. Shout out to the homie Lewis. You know. And who's that? Adam? Yeah, Adam's been in. We appreciate it. Let me see if we had any super chats. We got any super chats? I think I may have missed one. I know Benjamin normally comes in and drop a couple of dimes. Let me see if I missed any. Hold on. No.
Nope, I don't see
one here. You don't see any? Okay. I know I sometimes I'll miss them because Benjamin's been dropping some lately. So and
so far.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you at all, man. I mean, you know, it takes a certain amount of, you know, like, yeah. I mean, when you're all about winning, you know, it tends to.
You have that aura. It's an aura, right? It's like, you know how when the I'm not trying to get religious here because I know your faith, right? When they say Jesus has an aura, he has that aura around him. You see that halo like around his head. The Dolphins basically may have perhaps put on that same halo or that aura about them, where when they come into a room, you sense the presence. You know their presence is there, right? So you're like, oh man, there's something mysterious about this man. Who is that man? You know what I'm saying? The Dolphins has put on this mystique and this aura, like, who is that team? You know what I'm saying? So it's like when we come into a room, the NFL is like, oh shit, there's that halo around them, surrounding their head. It's like, I must give attention to that man. You see what I'm saying? The Dolphins got that aura about them. And that's what we're building, that aura about us. Well, when we come into a room, we step on the field, we draw attention. We got to have that attention. You know what I'm saying? It's that halo, you know, that you just can't ignore. Put it like that. You can't ignore it. You have to notice that it's sitting
there's
there.
a whole lot of teams out there that just put an L next to their name on the schedule this year when they're facing us.
Right. They're like, they're looking at the schedule.
There'll be some that want to come after us, but
who is this? Who is this team?
Yeah. Well, there'll be some that want. Right, there'll be some that want to come after us, that want to knock us down, but for the most part, people are going to be like, "Oh no, here we go, Dolphins this week."
Right. Well, yeah, you might say that, Big Nick, but in the letter of the the way the story is written and the way the story is told, people in that part of the world, when he was on Earth, they had that it was attention drawn to him. That's what I mean. Whether you believe he's real or not, as the story goes, that was a thing that you had to pay attention to when he stepped into the room. You know what I'm saying? And the Dolphins have that. When we step into the room, there's teams that believe that we're not real, just like people didn't believe Christ was real.
Right.
But they still had to focus on him and pay attention to what he was doing. Right? there were doubters back then. Hell, they're doubters now. But
what's up, King Mill?
We got the same. What's going on, King Mill? Welcome aboard, man. We're talking about the mystique of our beloved Miami Dolphins and how we can use that same mystique to run the table, just like the Patriots did in 2007. That's the most recent team that did it in the regular season.
So Carla ain't buying it, Crypto.
What did Carla say?
Is not buying it at all, bro.
She's not buying our mystique?
Nope, she's not buying it. We got problems, and it very well could have easily went the other way yesterday.
Wow. Yeah, I thought she was gonna say the Patriots or the Chargers game, but not yesterday's game. We were guaranteed. Let's say the first two games goes against it. We're guaranteed at least one win. Yesterday's game was that guarantee, Carla. Yeah.
Yep.
I would say at least we get that one. But yeah, that where we discussed it earlier, right? Well, our percentages of scoring was above 90 because the amount of times we touched the ball, the potential was pretty much 100%.
Right.
Mike McDaniel kneeled on the ball. Now, granted, the only time we didn't score legitimately was the turnover on downs. That was it.
Right.
That was the only time we didn't score legitimately. All the other opportunities was there to put the ball in the end zone. Right? So I'm like, what? we did it. We completed the task of the most efficient offense, the most efficient scoring offense, the most efficient at all phases of the game. So we have, there are people who blame victims for being well, whatever he's talking about. Well, the judge agreed with me on that one. If you want to bring that case, if you want to derail the conversation about that, yeah, I was the one that said it at the beginning, and the judges agreed with me. So take that for what it's worth and go read the judge's brief. She waited 2 years to call them that. I didn't. I called them that from day one, Big Nick. So take that for what it's worth. Why did it take 2 county judges in the state of Texas to agree with me on something I said from the very beginning? But it is what it is. Because that's what they were. But anyways, Color, what was you saying? Because Big Nick was just trying to sidetrack the conversation about gold diggers, because I called every single one of them gold diggers because they had 235 million reasons to go dig for gold. It's that simple.
Right.
And I'm not moving off of it because it was confirmed by 2 Texas county judges.
Right. I don't really understand what it has to do with mystique of the Dolphins, but you can make that judgment regardless of whether that issue, you know what I mean? But
you're right, EM. I was up here talking about the mystique of the Dolphins and us running the table, and he wanted to talk about something that a judge agreed with me on in the state of Texas about gold diggers.
Right.
You're right, EM. I don't need to entertain that because the judge already entertained. It's a closed case. There's nothing criminal about the situation. He called them out. I called them out 2 years prior. That's it. End of discussion. Well, actually, it was another female judge. Matter of fact, it wasn't even just a man judge being the chauvinist said that. Those were female judges that did it. But that's neither here nor there. What was it, Color?
What's that?
What's up, Brian's Brains? We appreciate it.
Brian's brain says victory tastes good. It does. It does.
It does.
And
So
it's
tell
gonna
me,
taste that way until we lose. That's why I ain't worried about losing.
it was none in that case because according to the Texas statute, it was complete innocence and not guilty. According to the Texas statute and their laws on the Texas books, what the Texas legislatures passed and signed by. Matter of fact, those laws were signed by George W. Bush when he was the governor, and it's signed and also signed by and reaffirmed by Greg Abbott, which was another governor down there. Those same laws that's been on the books for God knows how long, and the judge upheld those laws, plain and simple. So take that for what it's worth. Those been on the books for 40 plus years.
I would have thought that Big Nick would have understood the value in multiplying numbers of people that are accusing somebody of something and how that may affect people's perception of the situation. I just thought Nick would have understood that, but you know.
Yeah, right. Like the sheer volume of people accusing you of something, all of a sudden that makes it true.
I mean,
some
there was
reason.
a whole lot of people that, you know, that said certain things were right in our history that weren't right, but because so many people kept saying it was right, nothing changed. You know what I mean? Does that mean we were supposed to say that was right because millions of people thought it was right?
Right.
You see what I'm saying, bro? I don't want to go down that road, but man, it's like
in our history. Exactly. And to
it wasn't like there was just one dude over here saying, let me be the way I am. No, we would have just shipped him out.
The problem is I do have a mother, I have a sister, but I also have a son that don't want to be accused wrongly neither because he's got a lot of money in his pocket. Women are not born, sons are born as well. So this whole trying to play the heartstring stuff don't work because you can have a son as well that could be wrongfully accused. So this whole notion, that's also a terrible tactic to say, well, you don't have daughters. Well, yeah, I have sisters, I have a mother, I have aunts.
Well, what if Watson would have turned around and produced 25 athletes that said that they were manipulated the same way by these 25 women? Does that make a difference?
No, not only that, I can if I have a financial interest in something, I can easily collaborate a story and get other women, people on board because they get a big payout as well to the tune of $200,000 piece. There is incentive to jump on board because that is the incentive. Money. Money is the number one motivator, especially if I'm broke, busted, and disgusted. But that's another story for another day. But how many people have testified that the world is flat that you know, Color? It's more than 22, right? No, that's what I thought.
Yeah, there's at least 22 YouTube channels alone.
That's testified, gave you pure testimony that the world is flat. So that means that it have to mean that the world is flat because we got 22 people testifying that it's flat. And here's the kicker. It's a monetary gain for them too, because people are going to pay them to feed that bull crap over the YouTube. So yes, it is a monetary game, even for the flat earthers to go accuse the earth of being flat. There you go.
Well, looks like we might have some producing help in the back. I don't know what's going on, but welcome, mister.
Hey, what's going on? I'm just here on lunch, but I'll be back later on.
Oh, no problem.
What's going on?
Just
y'all
talking
doing?
about the mystique of the Miami Dolphins and the power and numbers.
Yeah, I've already told my sister that because my sister don't try to gold dig because of another man's got a lot of money in her pocket, so she wouldn't stoop to that level and try to jump on a lawsuit because it's monetary gain.
Man, Shake, this might have to be worked out in a one-on-one, bro. I don't know, man.
Yeah. Oh man. So how you doing though?
Oh, hurting pretty good. Shoulders really killing me. I felt really good yesterday. Thought I had a lot of energy, but I guess it caught up with me last night because I'm in a lot of pain today. Ugh. Up and down 10 times we had to sing that dang fight song, man.
Mm-hmm. Miami has the Dolphins, the greatest football team.
Yeah, you don't have to sell stuff. I don't care if your name's important. Certain people don't believe their name is important if they're going to get paid more money in their lifetime than they did in one day than they did in their entire lifetime.
Yeah, what's in the name at that point?
Yeah, what's in the name if you know that there's monetary gain that's going to pay you generational wealth?
Like it's already been how long removed from that whole incident, and none of us have even thought of these women. So they would have been rich, and nobody would have ever come at them and said anything about it, and they'd be off spending their money right now.
Right. Exactly.
Hey man.
A lot of people don't believe, and now they try to have it both ways.
And the
They don't
people
want
in
to.
their inner circle probably supported their position anyway. So,
Yeah, they don't want to believe in the greed of mankind, but yet they want to use innocence as a cover for the greed of mankind. How does that work? You can't use innocence to cover up your greed.
I mean, look, if it was the other way around, the judges would have saw fit to indict, so.
Yes, because they would use the same Texas statute that Greg Abbott affirmed, and said this is the way we do business here in the state of Texas. You can't just willy-nilly just go accusing people of something for monetary gain. I'm not gonna let you get away with it.
Nope.
They don't play that crap down there in that state. They're not gonna let no party benefit for monetary gain just for the sake of doing it, and try to abuse our laws, and then try to use the public opinion to sway the judicial system. It's not the way it works.
Yeah, and unfortunately, we don't. Probably, fortunately, we don't. Look, people are people, celebrity or not. There is no power dynamics. There is no court system where power dynamics is a reality, is an objective thing where, oh, you should be held to a different standard and you should be considered breaking the law because you winked at somebody, and since they knew you were a celebrity, they felt the need to submit to you. I understand those power dynamics, but no court in this land has ever allowed those power dynamics to be used as evidence against somebody's guilt. That's like spectral evidence. That's like saying there's a witch above somebody's head poking at me. Don't you see it? And then looking at the person's reaction, say, well, they obviously look like they're hurt, so there must be a witch above them, a spirit above them poking at them.
Right. Innocent project.
Power dynamics is not admissible in court, not as of yet, and hopefully never.
No. Right, because according to some people, all you need is to collaborate 40 different bad testimonies.
Right, because there's the power dynamics. Crypto, exactly. There's the power dynamics. There's 22 of us saying he did this thing. That's power in this society. But it's not power in the court system.
Right. You have the burden of proof if you're going to accuse somebody of something.
Nor is Watson's celebrity power considered power in the court system either. You can't just say that you assaulted somebody because you winked at them and because you're a celebrity, they felt the need to do it. That's not admissible in court. I'm sorry. It's just not. Maybe there's those in certain political aisles that think it should be. That's fine, but that has to be worked out legislatively.
I don't have to be breaking down Texas law. Texas law is Texas law. Matter of fact, I use those same Texas law in my favor.
But that's
So
precisely what I'm saying, Crypto.
I'm this is what I'm finna nail them at. This is what the same Texas law worked out in my favor because my ex-wife couldn't use the court system to take money from me because there's a statutory requirement that you must be married for 10 consecutive years in order for the other party to receive any alimony. If that 10-year is broken at any time, if you go 11 months and 30 days or 29 days, and that spouse or partner or other person gets a job and become gainfully employed, the statute of limitations resets. It goes back to another full 10 years. It has to be 10 consecutive years before the other party could qualify for alimony. That's Texas law. So don't tell me that I'm trying to break down Texas law. Evidently, I know enough of it because I used it to get my own divorce.
And that's not just Texas law, that's federal law. That's law for every state. And if you want to break down that law, that's fine. But there are ways to do that other than having 22 accusers come at somebody wielding their power dynamics. It just ain't going to work.
Right. It's not. Right. So you can't just get over. No party can get over it. Even if it's male getting over on a female or a female getting over on a male. The Texas will not allow you to do that. Even in divorce cases, like as in mine, my spouse couldn't come after me and start gold digging herself and say, you owe me this. No. The Texas will look up and say, well, no. Pump the brakes. Were you married for 10 consecutive years uninterrupted without being gainfully employed? If that requirement is not met, you don't qualify for a dime. If you somehow go out there and become gainfully employed at the 11th hour in year 9, you just reset the time clock. 10 years start all over again from that day going forward. No party gets alimony. So heads up, if you want a divorce and you're under 10 years, go find a residence in Texas and you'll be fine. That's what it is. So yeah, Big Nick, I do know a little bit of Texas law because I had to use those same laws to sever my marriage.
And I'll never forget that.
Never forget. Right.
It's over anyway, so I think it's all moot point anyway.
You're right. It's a moot point because, it is what it is. They may have come around 2 years after I jumped on the limb and said that that's what these women were doing. Fine. Sometimes it takes people time. It has to go through the system. We understand that. I realized I was.
We all know the real intention here is to expose the limits you were willing to go to, Crypto, to get a different quarterback. We know what the real gambit is here. Yes, you wanted Watson, and you were willing to defend him in court to get him. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So what?
Right. That's the right. And I was in agreement with the
I still got AB throwing Watson in my face. Oh, Kohler wanted Watson. Oh my God, sue me! Really? I mean, sometimes I think some people just haven't grown up, or they've got issues that I probably shouldn't engage with them because I might be too insulting to certain people.
That's another play on name there. Films, like Brian's brains. There's another play on words. Films. Well, I'm hacking it up, but welcome anyways.
Oh yeah, that's Michael K, bro. That's Michael K.
Flim Flams.
Yeah, Flim Flams.
That's another play on words. Oh, that's Michael K doing that.
Yeah. He's definitely going in hard on us.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I still want him, Big Nick. No, I don't. I don't know where you heard that. You know, he's just like making
He's trying
stuff
to-
up now.
Yeah, he's making stuff up.
Because of the question that Doc asked me the other day, and I tried to tell him there's two different questions there, but no, we had to pigeonhole color. You know what I mean? For some reason.
Yeah.
And besides the fact that, so what if I did?
Right.
Like, who cares?
How about this one? Since we're talking about monetary gain, what is your monetary gain color by saying that?
I don't know, bro.
See, there's no monetary gain, so that's why he can't accuse you of doing that.
Yep.
Like, I'm not after clout. I don't give a shit how many people know that I wanted Watson. So what?
About half.
Like, seriously, I will literally
80% of the fan base at that time.
If our audience donated me enough money right now, I would rent a billboard telling everybody in the world that color commentary wanted Watson. Will that make you feel better?
No, not really. Nothing's gonna make him feel better.
Wow.
Right.
It's just amazing to me, bro.
Listen, he's just trying to stir up trouble.
All
He's
because
mad because
somebody wanted better for their team.
Right. So did the owner, so did the general manager, and so did the head coach at the time. They was
and
all
if that better came by way of Tua getting better, so the fuck what, man?
Right. It helped the starting quarterback we have now become the person. Because had we not wanted to go out there, how we know he'd had enough zeal to become who he is now.
And Ross wanted Tom Brady, and Ross wanted Sean Payton. There you go.
Yeah.
That's why we got our first pick taken away from us.
He's just in his fields because two Texas judges agreed with me 2 years after the fact. He can't get over that.
And now we're going to judge Watson on the same standard as if he was playing for our team, playing with the Browns. Like, really? You hold the Browns in that high regard? Wow, that's amazing to me. I thought you were a Dolphins fan.
Yep. Busted. Are you a Dolphins fan or not? Why are we holding them the same standard as the Browns?
Didn't the Browns win yesterday anyway?
Yeah, no, we're going to turn around and be like, look how he started off with the Browns. Yeah, put Tua on that team. See what happens.
Tua's
even now, even after what we saw yesterday, put Tua on that Browns team and see what happens.
There you go, Big Nick. Sue him. Right.
I hope somebody does. I hope I get served with a lawsuit for not liking Tua. I really hope I do.
He's trying to say the Browns. Are you trying to say the Browns are that much better than us? Is the reason why Deshaun Watson is not performing well?
Apparently so. It's a fair measure. You know what I mean? So apparently, yeah.
Yeah, 27. Let me see, 27 for 33 for 2+100 yards.
He really thinks that Tua would put up 70 points with the Browns. He really thinks that, dude. It's amazing to me.
Never forget that.
Right. Exactly. And are we talking about the backfield that Nick Chubb had? That without Nick Chubb, who's in their backfield? They don't even have a backfield. There's no Raheem Mostert and Achane on their roster. They scored how many touchdowns?
Yeah, Kareem Hunt, the guy nobody wanted here because we're perfectly fine with Mostert and Achane. That's who they got in the backfield. Kareem Hunt.
By the way, Watson right now is 678 yards for 4 touchdowns and 2. It's not like he's freaking playing terrible.
What is he? 2-to-1 ratio now? 2 for 2
interceptions? Yeah. For 600 some yards. Yeah. So he's playing. Right. He's playing. I mean, a little better. He's not better. He's a little above average. So
what he did last year in the last 6 games of the season, right? Yes, they're acting like Zach, he became Zach Wilson since we've tried to trade for him. That's what they're trying to say. They're trying to say he's now Zach Wilson is better than Deshaun Watson, and we were stupid for trying to go at them in the first place. That's the picture they're trying to paint, but we're not falling for that nonsense.
Well, they did the same thing with the Texans when we were trying to get him. They wanted to compare Tua's performance against Watson's performance with the Texans, as if the Texans were the same team as us.
Right. Yeah, it is crazy. Right, King Mel, it's childish because Big Nick wants to stir it up because of he came to realize a Texas judge agreed with my statement from 2 years prior.
Well, look, all I know is people.
No,
people
he's literally upset that people are allowing us to celebrate that victory yesterday. That's what he's upset about. He literally wants to stop people from celebrating who were not on the Tua train from the beginning.
So all I know is, look, at the end of the day,
no, there's no victims here because the Texas statute said the victim doesn't exist. You're not victimized for consent. Texas law don't work that way.
Look, by the way, there's people that wanted Dalvin Cook, and now there are people like Cook who. There's people that wanted Jonathan Taylor. Everybody's like, Jonathan Taylor who. So at the end of the day, Raheem Mostert and A-Chain have proven that they're going to be valuable backs from here on out, and that we don't have to upgrade the running back room. We're fine just how we are. So
if I benefit monetarily, whether I'm going to go dig for diamonds in the African desert or I'm going to be benefiting by digging for something, how are you a victim when you're going to benefit from something when that was your whole purpose?
Right. Well, what he's talking about, Crypto, is again the power dynamics. What the women were claiming was they were victimized because it is a form of the R word to wink at somebody as a professional, as a celebrity, and because of your celebrity status, they felt compelled to allow themselves to be R-worded. Okay? That's what the power dynamics means. And that is not admissible in any court in this country. Doesn't matter if it's Texas, Alaska, Timbuktu. It doesn't matter. It is not admissible.
Exactly. He's definitely he's innocent because he settled to keep the lilies away. That's what happened.
You can't just say because somebody's important in life, if they wink at a female the right way and that female decides to consent to a sexual act, that all of a sudden, oh no, that's his power dynamics pressing on her to compel her to consent. It doesn't work. Sorry, it's not admissible in court. It just isn't. If you think it should be, gather up 100 zillion people and go march on Washington.
And there's gazillions of ways people settle to make the case go away because they don't want to deal with it for 50 years. And in many ways, it was 4 signatures that kept him from being a Dolphin anyway. The other 2 was really dug deep in trying to get the man's money.
See, Big Nick thinks I agree with the law just because I'm invoking it. I'm not taking a position on those power dynamics. I think there needs to be a discussion had about how celebrities use their power. Absolutely. But it has nothing to do, and actually everything to do with what these women were trying to perpetrate on one Deshaun Watson.
Yeah, out of the blue, the man reverses for a trade, and out of the blue comes accusations. How fitting. So who was really the insider in this? The Texans franchise, who was already in shambles, who had a lot of dark things going on behind closed doors.
Who openly admitted to facilitating the whole thing.
Yeah. Openly admitted to orchestrating.
Yeah, they didn't get a draft pick taken away from them.
Oh, man.
Don't you know how when you get those solicitations on how to when you join a lawsuit, when they go fishing for people to join in? That's basically a fishing expedition by the Texans franchise. Probably went out there fishing for these women to say, oh, there's some monetary gain here. Just accuse them of this. It'll be believable because, first of all, your gender and this dynamic that's in this Me Too moment to begin with. So it'll be even more believable because of the escalation of the Me Too moment. So we can easily collaborate stories to try to sink this man because I don't want him to be traded. Or I don't want to make this man's life miserable.
Well, there's the other aspect. What if Deshaun Watson was Peyton Manning? We would have never even heard about these 22 women. How about those power dynamics?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, you go fuck yourself, Big Nick. Little Nicky.
What do you think about the game, Shake?
Go fuck yourself, little Nicky. Yeah, go fuck yourself because you in your feelings because a Texas judge agreed with me.
I'm just amazed that we're still litigating the Deshaun Watson thing after we just put up 70 points.
Yeah, and I don't want my son to be accused of something because he's got $1 million in his pocket, or he's holding on to 10 Bitcoin, and somebody's trying to figure out how to get in his crypto wallet. I don't want my son to be subject to that. How about I don't want my son because he's got $1 million and he's holding on to 12 Bitcoin in his pocket, and some women know that he's got it, and they're just going to arbitrarily accuse him of a crime that don't exist in the state of Maryland.
Well, that's literally what it was about the crime that wasn't committed. That's why there was no indictment, because there was literally no crime to charge him with.
Exactly.
But people want to just like,
yeah, you can.
This is how people force legislation without the process.
You never served, goddammit. Go fuck yourself. Yeah, now you really your feelings because now you got to go attack my service to this fucking country. Now you want to because you and your feels about a fucking Texas judge agreeing with me from 2 years. Now you want to go attack now who's the one got stolen fucking valor, you fucking moron? Yeah. Apparently you don't have no fucking sons. And if you do, they're probably not even yours. There's probably somebody who fucked your wife and got those kids.
Well, on that note, I got to go back to lunch. I mean, back to work. Y'all good? Have a good one, man.
Army and fucking later. Navy. All right, Shake. I served 2 branches of the service. How about you? With honor. 3 honorable discharges. 3 of them. Honorable discharges. Go to fucking St. Louis and you can go look up the record. 3 honorable discharges from 2 branches of service.
They still hold them records in St. Louis?
Yeah, at the now it's DFAT. It's some of them's in Cleveland for the Navy, and then the Army's Indianapolis.
Right.
Yeah, they do the main records. It was in St. Louis.
Is that over at Jefferson Barracks?
Motherfucker trying to tell me what I didn't goddamn serve. I know. Man, 2 branches of service. 2. I went out, and came back in, served twice again, and then got another honorable discharge. So don't fucking attack my service because a goddamn Texas judge agreed with me about some goddamn women.
I mean, come on, Big Nick. Why you gotta say things like that, bro? Seriously, man.
He could say whatever the fuck he want. Because he's getting mad in his feels about a goddamn Texas judge agreeing with me, and he know he's salty. He know it's the truth that those women were gold digging. I ain't got nothing to be ashamed of. I got sons. I got freaking people that I care for in my life. That's men and women.
And I mean, yo, all he's got to do is look at what Stephen Ross preferred. I mean, Stephen Ross was
Yeah,
perfectly
Mudbone,
fine with
because that jackass Big Nick tried to attack my service to this country because he's jealous of. Apparently, he must be jealous of my service because he's mad about a Texas judge agreeing with me about women gold digging in the state of Texas. Yeah, you goddamn right. We're talking about wife infidelity because apparently his wife must be the infidel. Or if he even have one, and he want to attack my goddamn service. Fucking dare this motherfucking vermin doggone attack my service because he's fucking mad about some goddamn Texas judge didn't agree with him. And he want to come up here and attack my goddamn branch of service, me serving honorably for this country. I'm not going to stand for no vermin like him. Yes, all you are is a piece of vermin. Along with your mother, your grandmother, your great-grandmother, and all above them. The fuck does my goddamn service got to do with a fucking Texas judge? Because I corrected you on the statutes of Texas and how they deal with the situation. You want to get in your fields and want to try to this bullshit tactics about you don't have a daughter. Well, how about I had a son? How about that? How about the fact I had a son that he wouldn't have wanted to be accused of freaking gold diggers? Fucking little Nicky. A fucking moron. It's a fucking child is what he is. I bet you won't come out to my after my service to my face. I show you how much of a soldier and a sailor I am. I show you both sides, god damn it. I show you how much of a soldier and how much of a sailor I am. You pull up here in Maryland and we can get it on. Piece of shit vermin. Apples and oranges. They ain't got nothing to do with penal law versus fucking statute. A statute is a statute. It was a piece of legislation that was passed and signed by an executor. How about that?
And
it was a piece of legislation. It was a piece of legislation that was signed by a legislative body by an executor, whether it's a mayor, a governor, or a president. So don't fucking muddy the waters.
And I don't understand this question about still wanting Watson or not, bro. Like, I don't covet other people's shit, Barry. Like, really, bro? Like, why do you give a shit so much? I mean, it's not about wanting Watson over Tua. I want my team the way the fuck it was yesterday.
That's the other. How
about that? How about that? I want my team the way it was fucking yesterday. You
There's the other.
you go look at the fucking roster and you decide for yourself who the fuck I want on this team. I want this team that fucking showed up yesterday. That's who the fuck I want. Take whatever answers you want out of that.
Yeah, I'm not gonna have this piece of vermin attack my military service when he couldn't freaking put 2 freaking nickels up to it.
And we ain't talking about nothing but what y'all brought up, Barry.
Yeah, let that little vermin, little Nick, get in his freaking fields and start attacking my service. I'm gonna bite his fucking head off.
Apparently, we're not allowed to talk about what happened yesterday. We're not allowed to have Victory Monday because we don't ride somebody's nads. Y'all give a
No, he
fuck about
doesn't.
Watson so much. Go watch the Browns, man. Go buy some puke ass orange fucking gear and become a Browns fan. I don't have the time, inclination, or any energy for talking about one Deshaun Watson, bro. So I'm done with this
I don't care.
conversation myself.
Yeah, he can say whatever the fuck he want. He's just trying to derail a conversation because he's a fucking idiot. And he probably the one with the discernible discharges and got kicked out.
Y'all talk about Watson so much. Maybe it's called projection. Maybe you all are the ones that want him.
Yeah, that's projection. That's classic projection. That's exactly what it is. He's a fucking idiot. Welcome, Kenna. I noticed you.
Go buy some puke orange brown ass freaking gear and become a Browns fan.
Well, yeah, V21. It didn't. They didn't. It's working out for both. But I guess both sides saw that it's working out for them. Fine. But this vermin in the chat goes by the name of Small Nicky. It's not even fucking. It's fucking Tiny Nicky. He's not fucking Little Nicky no more. He's fucking Tiny Nicky. This freaking piece of ant vermin start talking shit about my military service because he's mad that a Texas judge agreed with me about how women gold dig in the state of Texas. So yeah, V21, that's what it was. Yeah, Little Nicky is too big. Fucking he's Micro Nicky, goddammit. And the more this motherfucking open his mouth, I'm gonna keep reducing the size until it's a nanomite. Yes, that was my point. I was exclusively, Barry, talking about as far as Texas law and how that judge eviscerated them with his brief and his final decision. But yeah, you're right. They do gold dig no matter what state you're in. That's correct. That's a universal attribute of the human race. So yes, Barry, that is an attribute of the human race of people gold digging. And men do it too. I'm sure Oprah Winfrey had a bunch of men gold diggers as well. It's not exclusive to one sex or one gender. There's men who gold dig as well on women. So yeah, it's not a gender thing. Both sexes gold dig, goddammit.
See, I guess he going
defense.
full nuclear now. It's all y'all riding white man's dick, huh? Damn. Bro, really? Oh
Yeah.
my god.
Yeah, he's
guess-
definitely in his
I guess I
own little.
deserve that for not going at you for insulting him too. I guess. I don't know. Don't matter.
Well,
It's never going
none
to
of them
change
was in
because
there.
everybody's going to sit here and think things about me and project things about me anyway. Everybody knows what the fucking platitudes are about there anyway, and he's just got to come in here and foment them fucking platitudes. That's fine, bro. I have absolutely zero respect for people that fucking frame everything in their life through that fucking lens, bro. I don't give a shit. You got baggage, bro. If that's all you can fucking see when you look at a fucking white man, I'm fucking sorry. I have pity for you, bro.
Yeah, he's gonna try to throw incendiary comments out there to muddy the water and to tank the conversation even further.
Ain't riding
Because
no
he was
dick.
mad.
You ain't riding no fucking coattails. They ain't no dick anyway. Because guess what? We ain't making one motherfucking dime, bro. Especially somebody like you that has as many subscribers as you do. Okay, you're gonna tell me you think we're making money off this shit? Really?
I definitely made
You know damn well we ain't, bro.
In this aspect to use a similar terminology, I'm not gold digging. Well, he's just bad. He get real in his feels about that term and that vernacular I used. So because he know it struck a freaking right at his heart because he's probably did gold digging to other people. And he's been called out on it. Yeah, it's classic projection. You're right, Lewis. He's a clown. We understand that. He's a certified one. We got it. His whole objective was to come here and taint the conversation because he's mad once again that in a brief when a judge came down with a brief and she and he when they read it, it was a scathing one too. I mean, they didn't hold no tongue. Basically saying what I said from day one. And Nick, he got into and micro Nick got into his feelings. Yeah, don't leave Buffalo keeping up with us, right? We would like to believe that, OG Barry. That's the whole point of when I started the show about overcoming things because we have mystique. There's a mystique and aura about this team that needs to be recognized by the rest of the NFL, or else we'll end up running the table. He's still lurking around in the mud, Lewis. The problem is when pigs get uncomfortable and they walling around in the mud, they try to bite your ankles and try to get you to roll around in the mud with them. Yep, I agree, V21. Fangio's got to earn his money this week because this week now what Russell Wilson and that offense didn't we held them to, we got to do with the Bills because the Bills is a different style of offense than the Broncos is because they have a quarterback that's willing to run all the time versus Russell Wilson is more like I will only run if I necessarily have to. So yeah, V21. Fangio's got to earn his money this week. I agree 100%. He's got to do it. He's got to do it.
Yep, I think we really just need to realize that we are not under any pressure, bro. I mean, it's gonna be what it's gonna be. If we go
There's
in
no-
with putting all kinds of pressure on ourselves, that's how you have a letdown, man. You know, you go in, you ain't feeling no pressure. You play competitively and let the chips fall where they are. If Josh Allen does Josh Allen things, then Josh Allen deserves the credit for Josh Allen things. You know what I mean? If that's why we lose the ball game,
right. He will be doing
we
that
could
kind
sit
of
here
thing.
and think about this all week and overanalyze and all that, but the reality of it is we've improved every time we've played them. The 3 times that McDaniel has faced them. You know what I mean? So I expect that improvement to continue, and if it does, we could easily win this game. And the thing of it is, I keep saying it. As far as pressure
Well,
goes, the difference between their press conference on Monday if they lose and our press conference on Monday if we lose, I wouldn't want to be them. That's all I'm saying.
right.
And I don't think there's anything wrong with our guys looking at forward on the schedule, because people act like, good teams, they don't focus on that stuff. They have one game, 1 week at a time. Bullshit. Good teams that expect to compete for a championship know exactly where they're at and exactly what has to happen, exactly what things mean. So our guys, it's perfectly fine for them to think, hey, we're not the ones with pressure here. We lose, we're a half game
No, it's
back.
absolutely no pressure on us.
You
Yeah.
know, we're a half game back.
Pressure's
We
on
just
them.
lost in their house in a close game. You know, we're a half game back. But if they lose, we start putting real distance between us and them this early in the year, which is exactly where the championship contenders put themselves early in the year. Where's Buffalo been the last 4 years? Game and a half, 2 games ahead of us throughout the year. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
If we
And it's
want to
crazy.
consider ourselves a contender, we need to position ourselves there. That's what this game is about this week. You go in, you prove you're the better team. It don't matter what building you're in, what crowd you're in front of. You prove that you're the better team. You execute at a high level, and you take care of business. You put Buffalo to shame. You put them out. You end their season.
At least put them closer to it. Not quite in it, but yeah, I mean, you could be on that trajectory.
Well, we know how these things play out. You know what I mean? Effectively, they'll be the ones chasing all year. They'll be the ones that likely let that pressure get to them further and drop a couple more games. They're likely to be the ones to have somebody else win or lose for them to get in. You know what I mean? We know how these things play out.
Well,
We want to be the team that's 2 games ahead of everybody. And we have a chance to do that this week.
well, I would say this, but they do tend to play better against non-division opponents. So even us beat them, they could still run off a bunch of wins against
that's
non-division
true.
opponents.
That's true,
So-
but where do you usually find that team that's chasing in the division, bro? I mean, let's be real. Even the good teams, if it's not their year and they're the ones chasing all year, you're talking. You know what I mean? I'm not saying they wouldn't still put up 10, 11 wins,
Right,
know.
that's what I'm saying. It's just put us on the.
but it's every bit as likely they get further in their fields and drop a couple more and end up with 9. You know?
Yeah. Yep. Well, yeah. That's that. I mean, we would love to have
I'm
that
just
commanding
going by
lead.
natural NFL history, not Buffalo history in particular. I get that they're still a high-powered good team. You know what I mean? I'm just going on like how we see most seasons play out, division over division. You know,
Right.
like as soon as the Bengals get right enough to get themselves out to a 2-game lead, that division is over. You know what I mean? It might take till week 8 or 9 to get here. You know, but if they were doing it early on, it would already be that way. Because we could project the level of competition from the other teams and know, okay, even if everything was equal, they're still holding that 2-game lead. we just have a chance to do a whole bunch for ourselves. Starting 4-0 against this team, man. Ugh.
Mm-hmm.
Somewhere we haven't been in a long time, Crypto, in command of our division. You know, after the first quarter of the season, you know, not just after the first game. We've been in command of our division all year so far, but to be in command of it after the first quarter, bro.
Yeah.
You know, coming back home to a seriously reeling Giants team, and we can talk about trap, but didn't we just do that about the team we put 70 points on?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Again, that falls into what you were talking about earlier, the mystique. You're the team that's 2 games ahead.
You're the team. Right. Yeah, exactly. That's the mistake.
You know, we carry that the rest of the season, man. You know, oh, that's the team to beat. We are the team to beat. And really, we're the only ones that can beat ourselves, man. No, I'm not guaranteeing that we beat the Bills by any stretch of the imagination. I'm just saying that I don't think the world should be shocked if we do. Y'all are okay. So let's go over this. We talked about this earlier this morning on Miss Finn's show, Crypto. What are we, 2.5 point underdogs?
Right.
Going into Buffalo?
Yes, 2-point spread. Mm-hmm.
A 2-point spread? Right. 2-point spread going into Buffalo. Okay. You're getting 3 already because you're going into the opponent's stadium, right? And so the Bills could only overcome that extra 3 up to 2. So effectively, we're going in 1-point favorites.
Exactly. I want to put a real cap on that whole nonsense that went on with Micro Nikki. For your information, Micro Nikki, it's not a crime in the United States of America to get your dick sucked and to have a happy ending. How about that? It's not a federal crime. It's not a local crime, and it's not a state crime to get your dick sucked and to have a happy ending. There you have it. You go fight the judge. Go ahead.
Well, it depends on the capacity. I guess it could be, depending on the perspective.
I don't think in any ways. Especially if it's 2 consenting adults.
But remember, Crypto, this was the problem for the women bringing criminal charges. They would have had to admit to breaking the law themselves.
Right. Of solicitation law.
And so when they were deposed, they pled their Fifth Amendment right to not incriminate themselves.
Absolutely. And there was the whole case in one big lump, a nutshell. That was the hook, line, and sinker for all the people involved in the courtroom. So yeah, to that capacity, massage parlors are legal. Private consenting,
unless all the people are working there are willing to admit to what they're doing.
And 2 consenting adults as well. The whole portion of it is the 2 consenting adults aspect of it.
Right. If they take that consent away, then what they're doing there is selling themselves. And that is against the law. That's the breaking of the law. You
Yep.
could say, well, he did too, but they would have to admit to breaking the law in order to prove that he did.
Right.
And we have a
Let's
Fifth
welcome-
Amendment right in this country not to incriminate ourselves.
We can welcome the real OG aboard. That's sometimes go by the name Rabbit Dolphin. That's like an alias name.
Fluidity. It's like fluidity. It's fluidity.
Yeah, I guess that the Rabbit Dolphin is an alias name, but the actual name is the real OG.
Mm-hmm.
I think the Rabbit Dolphin.
Yes, it is the real OG. Jets landed in Las Vegas early this morning. There will be pictures and all kind of stuff coming. My wife doesn't want me on these shows, but I would be remiss if I didn't come up here and say what's up to the color and my brother Crypto and tell him thank you for getting through. I'm walking the beautiful Las Vegas Strip right now, listening to my guys, man. So I appreciate that.
Wow.
That's nice, man. The Vegas
you see
Strip.
You see the pyramids and like the Taj Mahal and all that stuff.
Well, we got a lot of stuff on the agenda. I won't be back till next Monday is when I'm flying back in. So
how dry is that air, man?
You know what? It's dry. It's hot right now, but it's crazy. So right now it's about 87, I believe it's out here. But later on tonight, like when we landed this morning, bro, it was 59 degrees.
Yep, that's moonscape, bro. That's cold at night and 120 during the day. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, it's not that bad right now. It's a little overcast. Like 87 it looks, but yeah, we're supposed to be in the low 50s tonight. So crazy.
Yeah, Nevada and Utah are dry, but they do get their spells of rain and all that. Arizona's where you really get dry, where it's like, But you should be okay if you stand in the shade, man. It's like all of a sudden it goes from 87 degrees to that moonscape that you had in the evening time, you know what I mean? Or in the morning, you know? It's like, nice.
Right.
Yeah, I used to have, when I camp in the desert out in Arizona, it's like, even in late summer, it gets pretty cold at night. And you have so you'd be, cooking during the day, and then I would bring a beanie with me, just to put it on my head at night, because it was cold and my head would freeze. It's like, man, it's just like being on the moon.
Yeah, so excited. I'm gonna watch the game on Sunday from the MGM Sportsbook.
Nice.
Okay.
You gonna drive out east to the desert and look for Jimmy Hoffa and shit like that?
Yeah, well, that would be fun. I know. I believe it's Thursday. Me and my wife will be going and renting a car and driving out to the Grand Canyon and doing all that. So it should be fun, man.
Oh, freaking cool, dude! Yeah. That is so cool, man.
That's cool.
Because you can get right into the South Rim from Nevada really easy, bro. Yeah, that's really cool, man. So you're gonna go the Hoover Dam way and all that?
Yeah, Hoover Dam. We got all that shit. She wanted to take a helicopter ride, but
you'll feel Color Soul there, bro. You'll feel Color Soul there. I've been there, bro. It's great, man. You'll love it. It's a really amazing feat of engineering. By the way, when you're there and you look back to the where the part where the river continues, not the backed up part, but the part where it drops down and continues, you'll see a bridge, a highway bridge that's probably complete by now, that spans across that canyon, right? And you'll probably end up driving across it by now. But dude, they had just started building that when I was there, and it was sticking out of the canyon wall like a tongue, bro. It's crazy stuff, man. They build it there, dude. How they build that stuff, man. It's great.
Yeah,
then you just drive right up on the canyon wall, or you walk right up on the canyon wall, and then you can stand in both Nevada and both time zones, Arizona and Nevada at the same time.
Shout out Shake Money. They definitely enjoying that those overrated wings.
The only thing I'd say to Lou is make sure you drink water, bro, even if you don't think you need it, even if you don't think you're thirsty, bro, because you're still sweating. It just evaporates before you even feel it on your skin. So you're still losing water, man. People don't realize that. So keep hydrated, bro.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Vegas Strip. The Vegas Strip. Yeah.
I hadn't got all the way over to Vegas yet, but I did step inside Nevada for a second. Utah, Nevada.
Yeah,
Arizona.
I haven't been to Vegas neither.
I've been to the Grand Canyon like 3 or 4 times, and I hiked it once. I also went through it on a boat. Like I took a raft trip for 220 something miles down the inner gorge of the canyon on the Colorado River. So like
Wow,
I hit it
Brian.
from both directions.
That's cool. Damn, Brian's brains was like the Jets were in Texas and got a happy ending from the Bills. Wow. He took it to a whole other level there. I just
Yeah, I mean, what are we talking about here? We're talking about a team that failed to execute against the Jets and dropped a game to the Jets, bro. Like, really? And we're worried about, oh, we might make a couple mistakes or let Josh Allen get loose a little bit here and there. Whatever.
Yeah, the heat is on.
I mean, bro, like I keep saying, Crypto, and I know you get this, man. Like, you can say, okay, the Denver Broncos are stem to stern a trash football team yesterday. Whether they are or not, they were yesterday. Okay, I get it. Defense terrible. DC probably going to get fired. Probably already fired. And we just haven't heard the word. You know? Okay, right. All I'm saying is give them back 40 points. Right? In other words, feed into that argument and give them back 40 points.
Double digits. Right.
We still win that game 30-20.
Yep.
I mean, I don't think people quite fathom what happened yesterday, bro. I really don't. It's like people fathoming the population of the world, you know, at anywhere from 5 to 7 billion people. And people think they have a grasp of how many people that really is, you know.
Even though they measured that the entire global population can fit inside of the state of Texas.
Right.
You know.
But even when you talk about 75,000 screaming fans, I think people really underestimate how many people 75,000 people is, dude.
Now the weight of those people, you know, well, I imagine it doesn't matter. But yeah, you stuff 7.5 billion people in one state. That's how many million square miles?
I know, right?
That would be an interesting experiment, and then you could just harvest the rest of the world, you know.
Right. Well, I often thought about my plan of action for a zombie apocalypse. Right. I'm thinking I would probably head for the Grand Canyon.
I would be somewhere between there and Cheyenne Mountain.
Well, because think about it. If you head for the edge of the Grand Canyon, it's like one of the largest holes in the earth. Eventually, them zombies are like every zombie east of the Grand Canyon is going to end up gravitating there, falling off the edge. Now, some of them might make it without dying right away, you know, but they're going to hit their head on something on the way down. And so eventually you would have the entire country's population at the bottom of the Grand Canyon in the form damming up the Grand Canyon in the form of dead zombies. Right? Problem solved. And just like you illustrated, I'm pretty sure there's enough space in the Grand Canyon, the entire Grand Canyon, to fit them all.
to fit them all. Right, exactly.
If you're talking about 10 miles from rim to rim by air, 27 miles if you were to go down into the canyon and back up the side, you know what I mean? Like rim to rim, and 240 miles long and a depth of 10 miles, you know what I mean? Yeah, that would probably fit every zombie in the country. So just head to the Grand Canyon. And when they start falling in, just exit out like, you know, down the river, you know, either through Lake Powell or Lake Mead at the other end. Hell, you can follow the Colorado all the way to the Baja Delta, you know.
Yeah.
Or you could follow it back upstream to the headwaters, which is up in Colorado somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
I've been to them. I've been to the headwaters, dude. It starts as a little freaking dribbling spring out of the side of the ground, man. Out of like a mountain, bro. There's just little stream, little creek, turns into the Colorado River.
Mm-hmm. That's the
pretty neat.
biggest mystery of that. They still trying to figure out how it was truly formed. You know.
Well, there was a vast inland sea also, you know, in the Colorado Basin.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
that's why they find. That's why they find. That's why they find
rim to rim.
Well, that's why they find seashells and stuff in the desert. You know what I mean?
Rim to rim. Lewis, what is he talking about? The canyon? Lewis going rim to rim? Oh.
No, I don't think Lewis is. But when you go,
no, he said rim to rim in the comment.
Oh yeah, rim to rim. Yeah. That's what they call the hike. If you do the hike across the thing, they call it a rim to rim hike.
Oh, okay.
And it took us. We did it over 6 days, and we stayed overnight at different waypoints along the way.
Mm-hmm.
You can do it in a day if you're like an extreme hiker and you're like trotting or jogging, like, you know, that people do it in a day, but those are like the really physical fit kind of extreme hikers, you know what I mean? But when you've got when you're trying to enjoy it too, you end up having to carry like a 40-pound backpack on your back, and you have to pack in and out everything. You can't like leave anything there. So, you know, including your own, you know what, your own waste, we'll say. Cap's like 6 days of rimming, damn.
Right.
Yeah, and the messed up thing was the first day was our longest leg. It was like 12 miles. And we got down to the first waypoint, and we were only a quarter of the way down to the gorge, to the inner gorge. And like we're approaching our campsite, and there's like helicopters flying down the canyon, and there's like smoke off in the distance, like coming from our campground area. And we're like, well, we can't turn back, man. We just hiked for 12 miles, you know what I mean? Like, we're dead, you know what I mean? Like, we're dead tired, you know? Like, well, somebody had lit their toilet paper on fire and pretty much torched like a whole canyon side of a canyon face nearby. And so they had to send in the hot shots and all that to put the fire out before it scorched miles of the canyon, you know?
Yeah. They had that little clear ledge that you could step out on and look down through the clear glass, the bottom.
Oh yeah, that's on the
They
east
built the
rim.
thing on the ledge.
Yep,
The
that's
ledge.
out on the east rim. The Havasupai, that's actually Havasupai land, I believe. Like it's not, it's an Indian reservation, but they have yeah, it's called the Skywalk. They have a part of the canyon where
Skywalk.
it's like glass bottom, and
Yeah,
you, oh yeah,
they built
better
one of
news than
them at
me.
the old
I ain't
Sears
walking
Tower
out
in
on that shit.
Chicago. They built one of them in the old Sears Tower in Chicago called the it's like a ledge, but you walk out.
I ain't
It's like
walking
you're
out on
walking
that
outside the
shit.
building. And it's like you got
Isn't there one?
people just
Isn't there one in Japan somewhere where
doing the
the
skyscrapers.
crypto? Isn't there one in Japan somewhere where they like it has like a 3D graphic that makes it look like it shatters while you're standing on it?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe that was a joke or a meme
They
I
got
saw,
some
but
well it looks like it's breaking.
yeah, like you go out
Mhm.
on it and it looks like it's cracking.
Right. It's got an illusion, like a
Hmm.
special effects make it look like it's cracking. So it's people running
Man,
back trying to like, oh shit.
F that. I ain't doing that.
Yeah, they got one of them in the Willis Tower in Chicago. A little ledge that it's basically it's a glass box that extend outside from the structure of the building. So it's like you're literally outside the building, you know.
Hmm.
It's kind of like a glass balcony per se, but it's an actual ledge that you can look beneath your feet and you see like 1,000 feet between you and I guess certain death if it cracks. But
Hmm.
you know,
Hmm.
it's crazy.
Certain death.
Yeah.
They have this book. It has like 3 volumes. It's called Death in the Canyon, and it's all about people and how they died at the Grand
They died
visiting the
there.
Grand Canyon. Yeah.
Visiting what the helicopter crashes too is in there or no? Because they
No,
got
no, no,
helicopters
no.
in there.
Like no, like people joking around and stepping off edges and stuff like that, and
Oh, okay.
people trying to get that awesome picture shot out on a ledge and the shit collapses or something, or people hiking and getting bit by a snake or something, and like
Mm-hmm.
stuff like that. But there was one guy that they were walking away from the south rim, like with the family was there visiting it, right, and the father of the main family was like known
Mm-hmm.
as kind of a practical joker.
Mm.
And as they were walking away, he looked down and he saw a ledge that he could jump down to, and so he thought he'd play a joke, and he like looked at it. He's like, "Hey, everybody," and he walked off the edge, right? And they're like, "Oh, whatever. He's just playing around," you know what I mean? And he was, but what
Mm.
happened was when he landed on the ledge below, it was gravelly, and he slipped and fell off the rest of the way, and like fell off the edge of the canyon, like the real edge, right? And
Mm-hmm.
so the sun sets and everybody's ready to go to dinner. The family's all ready to go to dinner, and they're like, "Where's Joe?" or whatever his name was, and you know what I mean. And so
Mm-hmm.
that's when they realized, oh, wait a minute, maybe something happened. Maybe it wasn't a joke or something, which it was,
Mm.
but of course followed up by an accident. You know what I mean?
Right. Just a second. Hey, V21. Hey, who were you referring to in that? I think I got an idea who you was referring to. Can you just put down the name of the person you was referring to in your comment about the energy matching? The thing is comment up there. I was just trying to see. I think I got an idea who he was trying to talk about, who he was referring to. I just wanted to double check on who he was talking about.
Probably Flynn, probably Michael K. They're all
Michael K.
going back and forth.
Oh, Michael K. Flim Flams. Yeah.
Yeah, Michael K. stirring it up. Stir it up. Michael K. Stir it up. Yeah,
Mm.
they're all going at him.
Yeah, he said. Oh yeah, Michael K said
Michael
ignoring
K.
you is hiding. Oh,
Michael K is like an Italian boxer in the corner of the ring, all just punching his way out. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's crazy. It's interesting. Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate we had someone come in and try to derail a conversation that initially got started about the team's mystique and going perfect.
Mm-hmm.
He wants to throw that in there because he was still thinking about what I said about the situation in Texas, which is a 2-year-old story, by the way.
I don't know.
Almost
That's
2
what I don't
years.
get.
And
And like
that's
I
been my
said, it's all like
position.
I said, it's all about
Yeah.
the purity test with Tua, bro. That's all it's about, man.
It's been my position from day one, from the very first announcement. And I never wavered from it. I realized what I was taking in consideration and the magnitude of it. It was just my position from the very start, and then it gets resolved years later, and it is what it is. And he's acting as if I just took this position recently.
Right.
Everybody knew I was the one on this ledge
No, but
for a while.
it's precisely the other way around. Again, they're trying to pin a position of us of wanting Watson.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm
Right.
saying? That we were willing to actually excuse, nefarious activity
his
in
so-called
order to
Mario
get him,
behavior.
and there was no
Yeah, based on
nefarious
moral
activity.
standards. Yeah, based on their
I mean, there
so-called
was,
moral
but not
standards.
like, there's no guilt to assign.
Yeah. Well, yeah, they was only doing well if they would have to be willing to say that three of the bigwigs in our organization took the position as well,
Of
because they
course,
said they didn't care about the criminal side either. So
of course.
because they knew it was all a bunch of
It's picking.
malarkey.
It's cherry picking, dude. It's cherry picking. It's just all it is, bro. It's constant cherry picking. It's the same way they cherry pick Tua's accomplishments and Tua's abilities. You know what I mean? And superimpose
Yes.
everything onto everything else. I mean, look, there are a few quarterbacks. I don't really think that. I'm starting to actually think different. I think that this offense and the way we run it probably does require Tua to do things like what we did to reach heights like we reached yesterday. You know what I mean? I'll give it that.
There's different results, meaning that study ending up with 70, we can end up with 45.
Right. That's what I'm saying. There's levels.
Yeah.
There's levels. Absolutely.
There's levels to
you
it.
know what I mean?
Right.
But
Yeah.
I mean, so I don't want to. I'm not trying to take.
But to say we're going to have 0 points will be.
If I'm to say it takes a whole team to do that, right? If I'm to say it takes a whole team to do that, then Tua, that includes Tua. So, and he is the quarterback. So arguably the most important position. So there you go. He does deserve probably the lion's share of the credit for commanding that offense that we saw yesterday. If any other quarterback in the history of the NFL since 1966 had the ability to command the offense that way, they would have. We didn't have Jalen Waddle yesterday. We didn't have this high-powered weaponry that everybody credits. Yeah, we had Tyreek Hill, but so did Patrick Mahomes at one point, and he never did that. So there is a certain amount of credit that does need to go to
technically, he
Tua.
should have lost that game too, V21. Brandon Staley made a dumb decision once again that should have costed them that game if it wasn't for Kirk Cousins throwing that interception late in the freaking ball game. Kirk Cousins doing Kirk Cousins things. He would have lost that game too.
You know how hard everybody came at me about how foolish I am for even daring to think about trading Waddle. Did we need him yesterday?
No, we didn't. Our efficiency was exactly what it can be at its highest. We were just as efficient without him than we were with him.
Man, take that stinking 1990s logo off your shit. No.
Right.
You must have been in the mood of the
Yeah.
90s seeing how full our crowd was yesterday, Michael K. It was just like the 90s.
Well, the problem is the Broncos wear orange too, so you don't know how many Broncos fans were there.
Oh, we know how loud it was. See, I've been to a game. I went to a game at Joe
I
Robbie
can't say
back
I
in the
wasn't
90s,
there.
bro.
I can't tell you what the crowd.
But
And actually,
Unfortunately.
Michael K., I'm actually more hard of hearing now than I was when I was a kid. So the fact
so am
that
I.
it sounded just as loud means it was probably even louder.
How many Dolphins fans do you think are going to be at Highmark on Sunday? In all honesty,
Do you guys really call your stadium Highmark?
yeah, it's Highmark
That's
now.
some.
I still call it.
Shit.
They all hold on, Kevin Lee. They all don't play each other, so all of them theoretically can go perfect.
Bro, that's some
As far as
diluted shit.
undefeated,
Michael
not
K.
season but regular season.
Highmark Stadium, that's some diluted shit, bro.
It's health insurance.
Yeah, I think they
I
can
think.
go. They can all go undefeated regular season. See, Kevin Lee, because I was saying our mystique can lead us to what the Patriots did in the regular season 2007. So technically, the 49ers, Eagles, and the Dolphins theoretically
Michael K.
can go undefeated in the regular season.
Can
No,
I
they
at
can't.
least get one concession
They
out
don't
of you?
play each other.
And look,
You
if
play,
I-
We don't play the
Dolphins play
49ers.
Dolphins play the Eagles.
Hold on. If I'm to get
Yeah, we
one
do. That's right.
concession
We
out of
can't.
you,
So
Michael
yeah, we
K.
don't. The 49ers can, and the Dolphins and or the Eagles.
Yeah,
Right,
Only
so
two of the
Michael
three
K.
teams
Michael
can.
K. If I'm to get one concession out of you, it better be a good one, right? I better be coming with something really, really good, right?
Absolutely.
I mean, you would expect the standards of what I'm about to say to be really high if I'm to expect a concession out of you, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
Did
that's
you
right,
know that?
Kevin Lee.
Did you know
I'm
that we
actually
have
going to that
finally,
game.
5 years since you guys started this whole Josh Allen run, right? However many years that's been, okay, where you've been in command of the division, we'll say, okay, and we have now finally, in all those years, overtaken you guys in point differential.
Yep, you're 3 points ahead of us right now. 59. We have 56, right?
So even when we beat you, even the couple times we might have had a better record than you for a week or two, we never had a better point differential than you.
Right.
Now
No,
we do.
absolutely. I agree 100%
So
with
this
that.
game would put one team further ahead or further, closer
So in
to.
other words,
Yeah.
back all these years, even last year, you guys had a real case to be made when you said, hey, we lost against this team because just things weren't right, but we plan on destroying Miami. You guys had a case to make to say that because your point differential was so much higher than ours all the time.
And you know what though?
And now that's evaporated, dude.
You're absolutely right. But I'm also saying that you put 50 up on, you won by 50 yesterday, and your point differential still only 3 points more than the Bills, and the Bills have a loss. You know what I mean? So consistently, the Bills are beating their teams by more points than what the Dolphins are.
Right. Where it is you guys have held.
Yeah, that's what
teams
that
to less
70 point,
points as
50
well.
point margin did for us. Yeah.
You guys have held teams to less points. That's where you're making it up too. But the point I'm trying to make is it's still more. And as you said, you lost one. We haven't.
Right.
Yeah.
You beat one by 50. So, and that's the whole thing. Your first two games, yes, you won. You played a decent game, but you can admit that both those games could have went a different way.
Yeah, we certainly left meat on the bone.
Yeah,
but,
yeah, that's true. That 50
but
margin
the Patriots,
help us get.
I won't say that about the Patriots because we led the entire ball game.
Right, but there was a chance at the end they could have done something.
Nah, there wasn't.
There was a slim chance. Just like there was a slim chance that the Jets could have beat
not given what they had
Jets.
not given what they had demonstrated on offense all night, there was not a chance, bro.
See, now the other night I watched a thing on Kurt Warner broke down Josh Allen's game against the Jets. And it actually kind of infuriated me that said he played a very good game other than 3 passes.
Mhm.
I thought he sucked the whole game. You know what I mean? And that's just who I am. He sucked the whole game. He
Oh,
didn't
I'll admit I have some bias, so I won't disagree with you there. But Larry, how you doing, man? Appreciate you
How you
coming
Yeah,
on.
doing?
I
How you
wanted
doing,
to
buddy?
officially welcome Larry to the show. He
What's
was
Oh,
up,
on
and
last
Larry?
Larry,
week.
by the way,
Yeah,
just you can tell me to shut up at any time because this is crypto's domain right now. So you can come at me just like you would any other panelist, man.
Shit, I'll come at you at your own show. Don't stop me.
Hey, that's true. That's true.
Effing moron. And now no longer have a show. Crypto, dude, I'm always right and you're always wrong. Okay, let's just get that out of the way. I'm
yeah.
What do
always
you mean you don't have a show, Larry?
You're dead wrong, Larry.
Wait, did Larry just say he no longer has a show?
Yeah, in
Not
case you
not
didn't
now.
know,
No.
YouTube suspended my account because of impersonation.
Oh, really?
No, yeah.
Impersonation?
And when
Wait a
I
minute. Hold on.
when I
Yeah,
went
go
and
ahead.
investigated,
Was
because I
it
thought
Scott
like,
Van
who am I
Pelt or something?
impersonating? Right? Apparently, they have some obscure rule that if I call myself a fan channel, which I am, that I
Mhm.
have to have fan in my handle or in my email address, which I don't. Originally, I did. Remember, caller, I had Finn's fan
Mhm.
panel. That's why it
Yeah.
never
Right.
showed up before. But apparently, when I changed over, I was technically in violation of it.
What? They got some obscure
What?
rules, man. Wow.
And you know what's
So who?
absurd?
That's
Instead of
crazy.
just letting me correct it, they said, "No, we're closing your account down." And I said, "Okay, no problem." Because tell you the truth, I was considering closing the account down anyway. I was created because let's face it, I was created
Mm.
because of COVID-19. I mean, it's not because I wanted to do this like you guys.
Yeah, it was during the
So
COVID era. Yeah, when you started.
yep,
When we started. Yeah.
yeah.
Well,
So
I'm sorry for that, Larry.
no, I don't feel sorry. They just push. What I planned to do, I decided to do was after this season, close the show down anyway. So they just just pushed on my schedule. Guys, I'm retired.
Mhm.
This is work. Anybody that what, I criticize a lot of people, but one thing I
Mhm.
never criticized, I got mad respect for anybody that does this, that they do it. Takes a lot of time and effort. So kudos to you guys who do it.
Yeah,
Takes a lot of
I
time and
thought they
effort.
got you. I thought they got you for impersonating a dude who knew about football.
Oh, wow.
Just the opposite. I thought they got me to try to impersonate Omar. Omar
Wait a minute.
and
Wait a minute.
what's his name?
Wait, Larry, you were
Piper Jr.
impersonating Shake Money?
Oh man.
You
No,
were
I can't
impersonating
impersonate.
Shake Money?
I can't impersonate Shake Money. Omar's easy because he says a lot of dumb things that's easy to impersonate.
I thought they came and got you, Larry. I thought Omar sent his crew out
I
to you.
thought so too, man. It's an impersonation. I have to be impersonating Omar all the time, goofing on Omar by trying to impersonate him.
Yeah.
So Larry,
But anyway,
I got a
guys.
question for you,
Yeah,
Larry. And this will kind of help you lead into your take on yesterday. How many points fairly should we give back to the Denver Broncos because they were just absolute trash? Like, in fairness, how many points would you give back to them?
I would, you know what? I say we'll legitimately earn 49 points before you could see the Broncos quit. They just had no idea. That was all us. There was some amazing scheming and all that stuff that was going on that had them totally confused. But after 49, it looked like they just gave up.
They threw in the towel. He's ready to go home. They was looking
They're
for
ready
the
to
exit.
go home, right? They couldn't figure us out.
They was like, okay, where's the exit sign?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but it was, guys, if I had my show, my number one star would have been, you want to guess who it was? Remember, I always put individuals, coaches, or units could be number one star. Who was my number one star for the team on Sunday?
Would it be the coach, the head coach?
Has to be.
Nope.
No?
Nope. Definitely wasn't the defensive coach.
Nope.
Cedric Wilson.
Nope.
I would say
A-Chain.
Nope.
A-Chain or because he has the most yards.
See, everybody gets so hooked up on Tua. Everybody gets so hooked up on the chain. What's the real engine that runs the whole thing that makes it successful?
The offensive line.
The offensive line. They were awesome yesterday. Downright awesome. And not only the running game, right? I thought I saw what I saw, right? In that game, I think I only counted 2 pressures that they gave up. One for sure. The other one, I don't know if they count that as a pressure or not. Here
Somebody
comes
said they had 0 pressures yesterday. I thought that
No,
was
I remember
odd. I
one
don't
for
think.
sure. Yeah, one for sure. Out came the stats. I forgot by who. I don't know if it's next gen. 7.7% pressure rate. Did my
Wow.
math. 7.7 out of 25 attempts is what? 2 pressures and 25 pass attempts.
Right.
No hit, no hurry, no sack.
Well, that would be 7 for every 100 dropbacks. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. So basically 2. That's what I saw, and that's what they credited. 7.7 is 2 sacks. 2 pressures. I'm sorry. That's all they gave up. The O line was downright awesome yesterday. They had, an add on to guys. Let's go back last year, right? I told you there were times they looked lost. The problem with the running game wasn't strictly the running backs. It was, in the beginning, it was they just basically trying to learn a new system. They looked lost. Not once did I see any linemen lost. They were all in where they're supposed to be, getting down, making the blocks. I mean, it was just downright awesome yesterday. Downright awesome. They were my number 1 star. They were the ones that's the straw that stirred the drink yesterday.
What do you think about the fact that, or the, I had went through a couple times this offseason. I had went through Fangio's profile and kind of looked at what he had, his accolades from the different teams he had been on, and one of the common denominators was that just about everywhere he's been, the defense has led top 5, top 3 even in takeaways. And we're already starting to see 2 weeks in a row, guys in the open field look like it's a big play against us and we get in a turnover by punching the ball out, and stuff like that. So what do you think about at least that aspect of Fangio, what Fangio expected to bring to the table already coming to fruition?
Well, it's a little early. We got to give it a little time. I'm thinking more interceptions than punch outs and stuff like that. But I want to say,
real quick, Larry, on that note, it's not that a person is stronger or anything or punches different because Fangio is there. What I'm wondering is, for the same thing that hurts his style, that hurts our defense, them being able to get the ball, a runner with a ball in open space in the middle of the field, also allows for people to just come up out of nowhere and punch the ball out. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like it's a double-edged sword, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I see. Yeah, probably because you're playing zone, and that helps type deal. But bottom line is this so far, right? The only thing I'm disappointed right now, and we got to get corrected, it's early in the season, no reason to panic. People out there panicking, is we're not getting organic pass rush at all. I mean, that's absolutely crazy. I mean, there's just too much talent there not to get any kind of some pressures. I'm not asking that we world beaters organically. I think we blitz more than even Fangio might have wanted to because we're not getting that organic pass rush type deal. But I was not worried about the running game, the running defense. They'll give up those. We talked about it last time we talked color, right? Fangio's defense, the problem early in the first game is not the 3, 4, 5 yards. He'll give that to you handily. Is when those became 10, 15 yarders. That's something he doesn't want his run defense. I think it was the first game. And we're seeing that. But got to get pressure because that's what sets up everything. If you could come with just 4, then you could set up those exotic zone defense, try to fool the quarterback and get the interceptions. But got to get pressures.
Yeah. You have to bring too many people.
Yeah, normally I don't like to dwell on the negative, especially we could talk about it later, but I know not too many people are going to talk about it. That 3rd and 1 and 4th and 1 that we gave the ball back, that in my opinion was
at the beginning, Larry.
Yeah, that was a scheming
in a 3-point game at that point.
Right, a scheming issue on McDaniel's part. Let me explain. The third down and 1, right? They remember that's the one that they had Alec Ingold come up and try to, surprise punch it in. Which the scheme, it's that issue. That's not the issue. It's the way he set it up that was the issue. If you go back and remember, Alec Ingold walked in slowly up to there. By that time, he was already telegraphing this is what we're going to do. So that, and you can see the defense all realized when they saw Ingold sneaking up so slow that they all shifted in. The tackles and the edges all shifted in, making it much more difficult.
Talking about on the fourth down play?
Third down. Oh, it's 3rd and 1. Then
gotcha.
4th and 1. Okay, now, oh God, I lost my thought. What happened on 4th and 1? God, I'm getting old. That's the other reason I don't want to do the show.
No,
we pretty much ran
it out to the right.
We pretty much ran a fullback dive or something.
Right. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was an outside run.
Again, he's doing what everybody else does, and this is one of my sometimes criticisms. The snap count. Okay, they're ready to go at 1. Matter of fact, that would have been a perfect time to go on 2, because if you call out 1, you might have joined them offside.
Right.
Okay. Then what happens? This becomes a psychological game. Are we going to go for it or not? So you hold on to a little bit more. That psychological doubt gets into the. But he went right up there, right down, and Hut won. Everybody was coiled up. Everybody was tensed up on the defensive side to stop it. So all I'm saying is, I have no problems going for it. I really don't. It's just how he designed it to be executed.
And heck, I wouldn't have even minded in a bunch formation to play action and throw a deep shot there on 4th and.
Oh yeah, that's legit. All that's legit. So let me go back to Alec Ingold. This, you've seen it work with Durham Smythe. Durham Smythe comes across and then all of a sudden dives under the center, snaps the ball immediately, and goes there. Gives them little chance to, or if they try to reset, that you can catch him in the reset and put him off balance. But Alec Ingold did the opposite. That's what I'm talking. He came up really slow. Everybody, their mother, including me, saw what was going to happen. And, then I could see the shift in. It was more in the replay showed it from the quarterback view. We all shift in when they saw Alec Ingold. The linebacker came up, the 2 tackles and the edge all squished in over center to stop that play. So that's my issue with Mike McDaniel on those particular plays. That going for it, the plays, I don't have an issue with, just how you executed that I did. So otherwise, what a fantastic game it was yesterday.
Yeah, fun to watch. Definitely.
Yep. Looks like Shake Buddy's trying to get up.
Well, is he? See, he came in back. Oh, you know what? He's probably on it. He might be on a different phone that don't have the ability to come up.
Yeah, I'm on my work phone. That's why.
Gotcha, Shake. Sorry about that. I saw you back there. I pulled you up and then put you back, figuring you'd come up if you wanted to, but I didn't think you might have been on a different device.
Yeah. I'm on my work phone. This phone has better reception than the one I have controls on. So, Michael K., well, how am I not a man of my word? Tell me.
Uh-oh.
Is somebody talking to me? I'm ignoring certain people. I think somebody's talking to me.
Yeah, some people are. Color, ask this little sensitive bitch next to me. Why is he? Not a man of word?
Why are you not a man of his? Why is Shake not a man of his word, Michael K?
Color. That's because we had an agreement that me and him are going to go 1-on-1 on Larry K's show, and next thing you know, he's inviting everybody else up to kind of take the heat off of him because he knows I'm going to come with both barrels.
No, I never. Hold on, I never reneged. I never reneged the offer. I just wanted to talk to Red, White, and Bills because I'm trying to help him grow his platform just like everybody else. So if you quit being a little sensitive bitch, you understand that I wasn't.
Hold on a minute. So what you're saying is you offered me.
I just got fired as moderator. I guess.
Yeah.
Another reason
what you're saying
to be doing a show.
So what you're saying, Shake, is you offered me the 1-on-1, and then you didn't stand by your word and offered somebody else.
I know. I didn't. First of all, he is
no.
one-on-one.
Yes or no?
We're not doing a one-on-one with him. He's coming on the smoke lounge with everybody. I offered you a one-on-one on Larry K. And it still stands. I never reneged on it. You're the one who was backing out of it. So
no, because I gotta go back. You said it was Larry K's on Wednesday or Thursday. I don't remember the day.
It was Thursday. I do Larry K's on Thursday. I do TFTG on Wednesday and do Larry K on Thursday. And the reason I'm doing Larry K is that way nobody could. It's only me and you. Nobody could jump in. I know Larry K isn't going to jump in on it, so that's why I did that.
Well, I mean, if you need reinforcements, I'm all for that. I only want one Bills guy,
need reinforcements,
and that's me. I don't need any more. I don't need any clown Bills fans to steal my thunder.
No, I don't. I don't need. You know what I'm saying? So
because they're all idiots. Because you know what,
Well,
and that's one thing about me.
we
You
can
know what,
do this right now.
I can insult you guys to the point where I'm not being disrespectful.
and same here.
Not well. And what I'm saying is, all these other clown Bills fans, they all get disrespectful. Not why. You know what? I don't know how many times I've made jabs at Color, and he's not got offended by it because he understands the game because I don't cross the line. You know, I've made jabs at Lewis. Lewis has never said "God damn it" and called me a motherfucker and all these other names because I don't cross the line when I talk to people. You know what I mean? All these other Bill.
I never done that with you either.
Well, no, you're lightweight though. But going.
Well, same here. I agree with you. You're lightweight as well. Michael is way much more better than you are, so it doesn't matter.
Wait, what was it? Mark K was what?
Mark, or whatever his last name is a much more debater than you are, so it doesn't matter.
A better debater?
Yeah, he is.
Well, really? With 10 and 20-year-old stats that nobody cares about?
Hey, he's still a better debater.
Damn, shots fired, man. Oh my God. Mark's a better debater. Maybe a master debater.
And he wants to see you in the cheap seats.
He never came to see me. He never came to see me. I made the offer. I did not once threaten physical harm to him.
Yeah.
I sent you the text message where he called me out. I told him where I'd be. I wasn't going to chase him down. You know, my fat ass ain't going up to the 300s.
Did you just use a Canadian dialect for the word out? Out?
No,
I could have just heard. I just would have sworn I just heard out. He called me out.
No. I'm not about that.
You're not about that?
Yeah, nope. The only thing I drink Canadian is beer and coffee, and that's it. That's the only two things. That's the only two things that third world country has given us.
I didn't know Bud Light was Canadian.
Well, the Tim Hortons is pretty good. I must admit.
Tim Hortons is well. You know what? You got to have it with their cream.
It's better
whatever
than Dunkin'.
Whatever their cream is unbelievable.
Well, they don't sell their cream down here.
They don't do it. You got to get it.
They only give their cream to Buffalo.
Yeah, well, no, because I don't buy Tim Hortons coffee when I make it at home or anything. I get Maxwell House or Folgers or whatever.
Do they shower the city of Buffalo with that cream using helicopters?
Dude, you know what? There's a Tim Hortons every third block. You can't go more than a mile without seeing a Tim Hortons.
Wow.
They're
So
everywhere.
Tim Hortons is like Buffalo suckers.
we got 3 or 4 Dunkin' Donuts in Western New York. Tim Hortons opened one up, or actually Tim Hortons opened up a store in Wheatfield, which is.
So have you ever actually seen the Tim Horton?
No, he died before. I was only like 4 years old when he died.
You know what's funny? I bet you Tim Horton is probably the guy that used to make the donuts for Dunkin'.
No, he was a hockey player.
Yeah, an ex-Ranger, an ex-Toronto Maple Leaf.
Yeah, and then he played a couple years with the Bills, and he was going home to Toronto or something in his Porsche. And I don't know if he was in a police chase or something happened. He crashed his car in the QEW.
Allegedly.
No, it was definite. It was definite.
He definitely crashed his car.
Yeah, just like Terry. Not Terry. Oh shit. Who's the other O'Reilly that plays now? He's playing for the Blues. Oh shit. He crashed into a Tim Hortons.
I don't follow
hockey anymore. I was a diehard Ranger fan, and I'm very old. It's back in the 60s and 70s. That's why I remember Tim Horton.
Yeah, he was a hell of a defenseman.
Yes, he was.
What I don't understand is the Sabres retired his number, and he really didn't do anything for the Sabres.
To me is like hockey is like taking a bunch of football players, slicing off their cleats, putting them on ice, and giving them a weapon. What the fuck, man?
Well, the problem is now a lot of these hockey players are as big as football players.
Oh.
You know, they're 200 pounds, 220 pounds, 6'3", 6'4". They're huge.
Yes, they are.
On skates too. God damn.
Yeah. Oh no, they're huge. And when they hit each other, you got to figure, man, two people hitting each other at 220 pounds going 25 miles an hour or 20 miles an hour versus, 16 or 17. That collision is fierce.
So it would like literally slice somebody's toes off if like they ran across it. Like,
oh yeah. Oh,
wow.
And the thing about hockey players too, their padding is nothing like the NFL. It's a lot lighter.
it's getting better. Back in the day, it was a couple of egg cartons with some elastic on it.
Yeah, now
but
they
the
have
game
to.
was a
Now
lot
they,
different.
well, I mean, they freaking give them pugil sticks. I mean, you gotta. I mean,
Yeah, back in
Oh,
the
yeah,
day, Michael K. The reason they get away without or goldies without masks is because a snapshot didn't even exist in those days. So you can't have those rules and those equipments to yesteryear in today's hockey. You kill people. You kill people.
Oh yeah, when
almost everybody having a slap shot.
Well, who was it? Jack Plant came out with the first mask,
That's right. Yep.
and that was just after they put a curve on the stick, so now they could actually lift it off the ice more than 4 or 5 inches.
Mm-hmm.
Now they never had goals, upper net, over the glove hand or nothing. Very seldom.
Yeah, once in a while
Yeah.
you see that, but it takes really super skills. I used to love hockey. It was my favorite sport. And I was a good enough skater to make my team's hockey team, my high school's hockey team, because I'm a Bronx boy. But there's an ice rink in the Bronx, by the way, and I used to
I'll
skate
tell you.
there every other weekend. Yeah,
How close were you to Great Neck?
Great Neck, Long Island.
Yeah, how close? Because they kicked our ass in the States. I remember that. They were a hell of a hockey team.
No, that's in the island. No, that not close at all. For people that don't realize, the city of New York is actually the boroughs for them are actually islands. Like Long Island's Brooklyn and Queens, Staten Island. The name says Manhattan Island. The only borough that's on the mainland is the Bronx. So no, we were far away from the rest of Long Island.
Oh, so Great Neck was further north then.
so where
Right,
are the
or
5
northern
points?
west, right.
So Larry, where are the 5 points? Is that in the Bronx?
5 points? I
Yeah,
don't know. I don't recall 5 points. I don't
well,
know.
it's like a spot where all the different places converge, ain't it? Like
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Like
No,
from
there
gangs
is
in
no
New
5
York,
points.
you know what I mean?
No,
Like,
there is no 5 points. There can't be.
Oh.
Staten Island's out by itself.
right.
Staten Island is Brooklyn and Manhattan.
So in that movie, these were just all streets that came together. So it would have been on the mainland in the Bronx, probably.
They're only
Like if you watch Gangs in New York, bro, like all the streets, all the neighborhoods converge in one spot, one town square. It's called 5 points.
No, I don't know anything about that.
That might have been That might have been 5 neighborhoods in a borough.
That's what I'm thinking, but they would have been on the mainland, so we'd be talking Bronx. You know what I mean?
Well, no, New York is it's so big, it's a little community. That's what people don't understand about New York. Okay, you got Little Italy. Everybody knows that. We got 2 Little Italies. We got Chinatown. We got all those. We got a little Korea, a little Dominican Republic.
It's broken up into different little small communities.
Yeah, they're so different from each other, even within the borough. So
Right,
technically, yeah, and that's why you recognize as such.
I got you.
Yeah. So I grew up in the South Bronx, and then for the rest of most of my adult life, after I graduated from college, I actually lived in the Village in Lower West Side.
In Manhattan?
Village.
Lower Manhattan?
Yep.
West Side Manhattan?
Yeah, in the Village, Manhattan. Yep.
So, did you used to take the bus and listen to
not far from the brownstones,
Sandman? Bring me a dream. We just have this.
What was that, Larry?
He's got such a fucked up view of New York, man. People growing up in New York, you know.
Well, hey Larry,
it's all from television, Larry.
Larry, when you come off to George Washington, you're in the Bronx, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's New Jersey, the Bronx. So that's absolutely. That's Hudson River. Yeah, when you come off there, that's not too far away from Yankee Stadium, and that's where I spent my formative
the
years.
first exit, Larry. Exit 1D.
How far is that from the New Jersey landfill?
Oh, you could see it
probably
on the other
15
side.
miles. Or
the whole state, the whole state of New Jersey's a landfill.
Oh yeah. Yeah,
That's
you
what I
know, that
always
was the
say.
running joke when this New Jersey for many years tried to claim the Statue of Liberty actually should be recognized as part of New Jersey, because geographically it's actually closer to New Jersey than it is to New York. But the standing joke is, yeah, that's why the backside's always facing the smelly garbage of the dump. That's
Mhm.
the Meadowlands,
She's
whatever they
Takes
call it.
everybody
she's
trash
farting
over
on
there.
New Jersey all the
Yeah,
time.
exactly, exactly. But that is true. That the island actually is a little closer geographically to New Jersey than New
Mhm.
York.
I
See,
had
but the
never
Statue
thought
of
about the
Liberty is
people.
in.
It's right there.
I had never thought about the people that were on the coastline on her ass side. I never even really thought of that before.
Because mostly back then it was dumps. That I'm sure it's not now with everything being built out, but it literally was a dump. That's when they originally built the Meadowlands Stadium,
Right.
Mhm.
and that's what
Like
started
who
to
are the
change it.
people that look out their window at the Statue of Liberty
Yep.
and see her heels? We don't ever think of those people,
Yeah, that has to be down the
Right.
village.
They don't have no postcard,
Yeah, yeah, for those people that
Yeah, you
lives down the
about
west side.
5 minutes from Staten Island once you get to the south side of the Manhattan.
Yep. You know, funny story. I only been to Staten Island once, and that was by mistake. I took a wrong exit, and I ended up having to cross the Verrazano Bridge.
Oh man,
That's the only
expensive
time
too.
I've been to
That's
Staten
a
Island.
mistake.
I'm thinking it's a
That's a
big
real
flat
expensive
earth
mistake,
secret.
Larry.
It's a big flat earth secret. What people from New Jersey know that nobody else does is that on the other side of the Statue of Liberty, it's just like a hollowed out cardboard thing, and there's a big freaking strut that holds it up like a Hollywood movie set.
Or one of those strut up her, you know what?
hmm
Yeah.
It's a big conspiracy they don't want us to know about, bro. You ever notice how you don't ever see any pictures of the backside of the Statue of Liberty?
Never.
hmm
Uh,
Yeah.
what
I miss
about the
nowadays.
overhead shots, color of the little island that it's sitting on? No, those are doctored. That's all photoshopped.
Yeah. Anyway, Michael K. Are
Yeah.
you scared of our Dolphins?
No,
Okay.
because
That's a good answer.
number one, I don't play the sport. I have nothing to do with it, so
Well,
I
I'm
have
talking
no.
to you as a fan.
As a fan, you know what? I think it's going to be a good game. I don't think that. I think that more Bills fans are level-headed about this game versus the Dolphins fans. You know,
In what
because
way?
you just put up 70 points
what do you mean
yesterday
by that?
against. Well, we're not. Buffalo's not sitting here saying we're going to blow out the Dolphins,
Hmm.
but we also do know that Fangio's defense isn't as good as everybody thinks it is.
Not yet. Yeah, I have to agree with you. We're not getting pressure. Okay,
Yeah,
and
we
I
haven't
don't know
gotten to
how
the level
much
where we
that
need him to
affects
be.
Josh Allen, because Josh Allen is actually more dangerous out of the pocket than in the pocket type deal. But yeah,
Right, but
um,
that's the whole thing. You know what? And that's somebody said earlier. Have Baker spy Allen. You know what? Go right ahead because now you can only rush four. If you're going to have a spy, you can only rush four.
yeah,
You know, you can't blitz. But we also know that Josh Allen is pretty good against the blitz, regardless.
yeah.
You know, that's a proven fact. So now you have a spy. You're rushing four, so that leaves seven back, only six. We send out five receivers. Only one of our receivers can get doubled. So that leaves four one-on-one. You know, that's kind of dangerous is when Allen's
You
throwing the ball.
confident that Gabe
What's that?
Davis will be? You confident that Gabe Davis will be a difference maker in one-on-one matchups?
He already has been this year. Yeah, he
The
already
thing
has
is
been.
this, but Michael, and this team plays a lot more zone than they ever did before. So one-on-one matchup is kind of irrelevant. If we're playing zone, we're not going to get one on. Could be a matchup one type zone, but I don't think they'll run that.
Yeah,
Right,
like maybe
but if they send five out, if they run a 12 personnel, if they run a 12 personnel and they still send five receivers out, you know, how is that zone going to cover five people?
Well,
You know, somebody's going to be able to.
no, they're
Yeah,
covering the area.
Yeah, to me, I don't know how Fangio fared against the Bills, But it would seem to me the patient defensive style he likes to play is the one that Allen make the mistakes. We know Allen likes to make the
Right.
big plays, and that seems like to fall into Fangio type defense type deal. Now I have not done my homework. I don't have a show anymore, thank God, so I could talk off my cuff like everybody else does, right? I don't know, but it would seem to me that a Fangio defense would be a real headache for a Josh Allen type of quarterback.
Well,
But I
the last time that Fangio faced the Bills was in 2020, and granted, he was the head coach. He was the head coach of the Broncos at that point, but he still had some say on how the defense was run. Bills put up like 48 points, and just embarrassed the Dolphins by like, I don't know, 30 points or something. I think it was like 48-18 or something. I think the score was.
You mean the Broncos?
Or the Broncos, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, interesting. Of course, it's multiple games, not just one, because every game's different. But yeah, it just seems to me. We all know Josh Allen. He's best off the cuff when he could create big plays. And which is interesting. I heard a topic, right? Is Tua the perfect quarterback for this offense? I mean, anybody that debates that Pat Mahomes is not a better quarterback than Tua, I don't want to hear from. But I think an argument could be made for this system. Tua is the better quarterback than a Pat Mahomes. Definitely better than a Josh Allen. Okay, because of that, the type of quarterback that they're looking for. So that's super interesting. I'm a big Josh Allen fan, but I don't think he'd be a good fit for our team.
Right. Well, and that's funny you said that, because you take certain things away from Josh Allen. Josh Allen's not spectacular.
Yeah, but you say that
that's the whole thing.
Yeah, Michael Kent, but you can say that of every quarterback except for Pat Mahomes. Even this year, we're excited to see they look inhuman because now he has who's his wide receiver? Somebody high in the sky, and who's the other guy that gives the ball away? Tonas? I don't know.
Oh, Tony.
Tony. I'm only kidding. Yeah, I know. Cardenas Tony. I'm making a point here, right? He's looking more human, but he's still a great quarterback. And you're right. I mean, you take away stuff from that, it's tough.
Right, but now you put Tua in the Bills offense, he would get creamed.
No. You know why? Because I have something that you don't have. I have a history of putting Tua in a bad offensive line with no weapons, and he still won, and he still pretty much thrived on it. Now he wasn't great, but nobody could be great with a bad offensive line. That's what we had under Brian Flores, okay, type deal. So I disagree with you. I don't think so at all. I think Tua will do well on that. Will he do as well as Josh Allen? No, I don't think so. I mean, you won, 13 games last year, 12 before. They still be a winning team. I could see 10-10 with Tua. But clearly, you want somebody like Allen, that type of team, or Lamar Jackson, that type of team that has limited weapons and limited ability around you.
See, now to me, I'm not a Lamar Jackson fan at all.
You know what?
I think he's a run-first quarterback.
Yeah. Michael, coming out of college, I still am a big Lamar Jackson fan, but I'll say it again. The Baltimore Ravens did him no favor. Now, for the team, they did the right thing, right? Harbaugh said, okay, we're going to use this guy's strength. I'm not going to even worry about coaching him up on there, and we're going to still win with it. And that's what they did. They used him as a running quarterback, all the plays based, but never coached him up, in my opinion, to be a quarterback. Now they're trying to make him into a pocket passer. But I always still am a Lamar Jackson fan. The guy has talent up the galore. If he would have landed with a Mike McDaniel, with a Doug Bevel and all that stuff, I hate to see what he would have been like. But he didn't. He ended up with Jim Harbaugh. And I don't blame him. All coaches, I'm about winning, what it takes to win today. Never mind about the future. Because that's what I'm talking about when I'm saying coaching up on Lamar Jackson to do that. So he did him no favors personally by playing to his strength only and not coaching him up to be better. And I'm not talking about making him that mistake is being made, in my opinion, with Zach Wilson right now. It's simple to me. Go to BYU Look at what he did off the pocket, all that stuff. Incorporate some of that to help him instead of force him to be what he's not immediately, a pocket passer. Just gradually introduce. I'm not an expert in that, but I'm sure you can gradually introduce a little element here. Let him get good at that. Next step, let him good at the same way I do in any business. Well, coaching up a person, give them what they can handle now, let them get good at it, and give them a little bit more, then give them a little bit more type deal. But but people like Zach Allen, a lot of these young quarterbacks, they just throw them into the fry without then them, take the opportunity to learn and coach up what they have to do.
Well, and that's what makes a good coach.
Yeah.
A good coach is being able to see what his strengths are. And McMoron or McDaniel, whatever his name is, he's doing that right now.
Yeah.
He's doing that. He's doing that with Tua right now.
Yeah. You know what's interesting? I talk about Tua, what he sees in Tua that you don't see in Garoppolo. Okay. Garoppolo in many ways have a lot of the same traits Tua does, except for a couple of things. Actually, Tua has a stronger arm and is not afraid to take the deep ball. When I'm talking deep ball, 20, 15 yards or more. Garoppolo is probably as equal to Tua when you're talking about 5-10 yards, which is what got them when it was the 49ers to the Super Bowl and 2 NFC championship game, and why they moved on for him, because they realized they need a quarterback that could also challenge deeper, which is not Garoppolo. And that is Tua. So type deal. So, yeah.
Well,
yeah.
Can Purdy can't throw the long ball, can he?
No, that's to be proven. Thank you for reminding me. That's what brought that up in my mind. Purdy, in many ways, in my mind, is another Garoppolo. That's all I see. So everybody's fawning over Purdy. Well, that's great, but if I'm a 49ers fan, I'm just saying that's just another Garoppolo. Can he take a Super Bowl? Hell, yeah, he can. Garoppolo took us to the Super Bowl. But if he has to win it for us in the playoffs, if he has to win us the playoff games, we're waiting to see that. So I'm not the one ditching Purdy. That's a fluke or anything. I'm saying what I'm saying. I see Garoppolo. That's all I see. And we all know what the 49ers did with Garoppolo. They got rid of him. Type deal. So we'll wait and see.
Well, and that's the whole thing. Now you look at all these other this offensive line, the Dolphins' offensive line has been playing decent. But what happens when they're going to go against, like we'll say, Buffalo? Buffalo's pass rush is pretty spectacular this year, just rushing 4.
Yeah, V21 says, I like how Purdy had. That's because of the scheme. Same thing I would say with Tua if he was doing the same thing, and same thing with Garoppolo. Look at Garoppolo. If you take him out and put him in the Raiders, what scheme the Raiders have? I don't know. And all of a sudden he can't handle pressure. But within the scheme, they're not asking him to hold on to football. They're not asking him to make decisions. All right, the scheme will tell you who's going to be open, and that's where you pass the ball to. And that eliminates a lot of pressures. We don't know. We don't know what happens if teams start taking away those little short and intermediate routes.
Right. See now, like with Josh Allen, he actually shit the bed on opening night against the Jets. And all the Dolphins fans say we lost to the Jets. Yeah, we did lose to the Jets. But the Bills' defense didn't lose to the Jets, and the Bills' offense didn't lose to the Jets. Josh Allen lost to the Jets.
You know what's interesting about the game coming up with the Bills? The big question mark is this. The Buffalo Bills have talented defensive player, talented defense, but they're not known for their speed. That could be an issue. Can McDaniel scheme it where it could expose the speed? Remember Tyreek? Tyreek is a great example, right? Originally, they schemed to stop, and they stopped him for a while until the last 2 games, when all they did was give him in the short area, let him use his speed, and then he became Tyreek killing the Bills again type deal.
Right.
Yeah, but Tyreek wasn't killing the Bills like Tyreek kills other teams.
The last 2 games, yeah. But he's still, he's still killing the Bills. I mean,
he still was just as effective.
Yeah. It's a matter of degree. I agree with you on the degree part, but there's still an issue of effectiveness. And the key difference now is a lot of teams don't have alternates like we do, right? With our Waddle, with our running game, and all that stuff. So it's going to be interesting. The speed against the Bill Smarts. There's smart veteran players on that team, and let's see what happens.
Well, I'll be honest. I like the fact that I think Josh Allen finally realized that Ken Dorsey is a much better coordinator than Dable ever could have been. That's number one. And when Allen listens to Dorsey stuff, I mean, he threw for 80% the week before, and it was 73 the week before that, I think. You know what I mean? So he was actually throwing the ball other than the interceptions, and he was running that offense. But now with McDermott's defense without Frazier, you don't know what you're going to get, and that's what's amazing.
Yeah.
All of a sudden,
Well,
Frazier would
he
would blitz.
unknown. Yeah,
Well, that's the whole thing.
Right. Frazier, hey, he was unjustified, the scapegoat for everything. The fact is, the Buffalo Bills defense is what made them 13-3. Okay.
Oh, absolutely.
It's not their offense, right? So McDermott doesn't agree. Instead of taking it out on the right people on the offensive side of the ball, he took it out Frazier. So we're going to be interested to see exactly what. Now, I'm going to be honest with you. I have not, other than Bills Jet games, have not. Well, we know that's not a game to go by because the Jets, even with it, Rodgers starting to have terrible offense type deal. So I'm going to take the opportunity. I just saw the Bills game just came up on my streaming service, so I can go check it out so I can get a little feel for what the Bills are. But it'll be interesting to see. I'm sorry, McDermott earned his coaching job because of his defense, but Leslie Frazier is a legend as a coach.
Well, that's what I'm saying. But McDermott's defense, Larry, when I tell you, McDermott's defense is so much more enthusiastic. It's not cookie cutter. It's not be all about in the right position. It's about make sure you're in the right position, but enjoy doing it. So you're going to see a lot more blitzes. How many blitzes did we? I think the first time we didn't blitz Miami at all in the first game last year. I think we only blitzed them like 7 times in the 3 meetings.
That'll be interesting to see because you don't necessarily want to blitz this team. I mean, wow. You blitz, what does that mean? Usually it means single coverage, man-on-man coverage. Usually it means a single high safety, and you don't ever want to go against this team. Single high safety.
If you're watching yesterday's game, if you're watching the Bills game from yesterday,
haven't watched. What I'm going to do. Yeah.
Watch Bernard. Bernard's going to be the AFC Defensive Player of the Week because he had 2 sacks, an interception, and a fumble recovery.
Yeah, it's one game. I don't take much. Just like it's one.
He's been flying.
Yeah,
he's been flying like that for 3 games. He's already got 2 interceptions as a middle linebacker. Milano has 2 interceptions, and Bernard has 2 interceptions. And that's what the difference is with this defense. Edmonds last year, he would have never caught that ball. He would have been out of position.
Who has Buffalo played so far?
The Jets. The Jets. Then we played the Raiders, and then we played the Commanders.
Okay. Yeah, I don't have to say that's not exactly a murderer's row of offensive football teams, especially quarterback type deal. So.
Well, no, they had weapons. They played defensive
weapons,
teams.
my friend. Every team has weapons, but yeah, we'll see. Because again, and on top of that, one of the concerns Bulls fan had, I shared with them, is that they're awfully small, right up the middle of the defense type deal, and man, stopping the run could be a problem for them potentially. We're going to see.
We did stop Josh Jacobs to -2 yards on 9 carries.
Yeah, but
I don't know if that counts for anything.
It does and it doesn't. So early in the season, nothing really counts for anything. For example, the 70 points, I don't take that. Come on. It's just a great scheme, a great day, a good matchup for us overall. Am I going to get excited? People are saying, "Oh, we don't need Jonathan Taylor. We don't need what's his name? The Jets too.
Yeah.
Dalvin Cook. We don't need those guys." And the same people that says we need it before the game. After one game, you change your mind? I don't. First of all, I don't think we need him, but I'm not. It's not because of one game.
El Capitan's playing sloppy biscuit with his workers. Nice job, buddy. Okay, sorry, Larry. What was that?
Yeah. So I'm not ready. It's just one game. That's why same thing applies to Terrell Bernard and all these other players. It's one game. Got to look at the circumstances. It's a long season, and ultimately, everybody has their ups and downs. So I'm gonna simply put, is this the pinnacle of Terrell Bernard's career? And then from here on in, he's nothing but trash. Who knows? Same thing applies to A-Chain. He's going to be a great running back because he had a 200-yard game. Please.
Well, and that's what's killing. I'm not saying that, and I know Bills fans, and I'm sure there are. There's a bunch of idiots out there that are Bills
every
fans.
fan base has them. I don't see. I'm one, except for the Philadelphia fan base, because they, anybody that defends the trash part of their fan bases are trash, in my opinion. So they have a huge trash fan base, the Philadelphia fans. I mean,
hey, Color, drop the link, Color.
Yeah, I never said that about Bills fans and Dolphin fans too. We got our trash, you got our trash, and all fan bases have that. So that's why I'm looking forward to the game. I think the Dolphins are actually going to be favored in this game. I don't remember the last time the Dolphins would be favored on the road.
No, we the early underdog right now. No, we underdog by 2.
Yeah, just 2.5.
Oh,
2.5, which is a wash. You got the Bills got the 2.5 points for being at home.
Yeah. So okay.
But kind of what gets me is I would have thought that the game they played yesterday, there was a good chance they could have been 5.5 or 6 point favorites with the amount of offense that they put up. Yeah.
Yeah, then the Dolphins put up 70.
No, see, the Dolphins put up 70. We made it not be a 5-point spread because they was like, hold on, Vegas, hold on here. We got a team that scored 70. One scored 37-3. The other one was 70-20. And we're like, okay, this is a road game, so we'll still give the Bills a 2-point edge. Had we just won a regular normal game, like by 10 or 7 or something,
I think it still would have been the same. I don't think it would have been that high.
But I think the offensive line play had to open up a lot of eyes in Las Vegas for sure. The offensive line. Right. Marino's goat. You're barking up the wrong tree. Okay, I love A-Chain. Okay, but the thing is, this is hard to judge for you guys. First of all, anybody knows me from my last show knows I tell you why A-Chain's a great prospect. Not because he has 4.3 speed, but that this kid can run on the inside. Oh, he's too small. That's all he did in college, run on the inside. They basically were a power gap inside zone team and not great blocking. And yet he put up those kind of insane numbers. Like I said, somebody came up with a better comp than I did. My comp originally was in many ways was Le'Veon Bell. For a guy that run, because the guy made a comment that, running back, all it does is run fast so he get the ball. No. A-Chain's a very patient runner on the inside. He looks for the holes, but has that super quickness that once he sees a hole, he's very decisive. He goes, right? Type thing. But somebody made a better comp, and that was Chris Johnson. I think that was spot on. He's Chris Johnson. Remember Chris Johnson from Tennessee? Ooh. And before that, he was with Arizona, I believe. Or he went to Arizona.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, give that credit where it's due, fellas. This was a phenomenal game by McDaniel, calling the run. This is something that I really took lightly, and I didn't even actually believe in our head coach, to be honest with you. I really didn't think he was going to go out, run the ball more, like his little mouth said. And he proved me wrong. This guy, bro, and number one, tell you guys right now, I've been high on A-Chain because I based on what I seen him do in college, like you pointed out, I said all this guy needs is a slither of a hole and get him in there. He's gonna burst through. That's what we need is a speed back. Now we needed that power back, and Mostert, he's producing to be that power back with speed, which is awesome to me. This credit, first of all, 70 points. It can't all be on the running back. I get it, but the majority to me, at least 70%. Is the running game that got us there and dominated the game, honestly. That's just the way I feel. You can sit here and say, well, Tua had 16. He was damn near perfect. I mean, some passes were good. I'm not trying to take away what he did and his great game and all of that. but at the same time, there was just too many checkdowns. It was just too many running back. It seems like if we didn't hand it off, he was throwing it to a running back as well. And they were making plays. They were making plays. This running back group, I just can't believe what we did on the ground. Not even Ricky Williams and Ronnie Brown. Think about that.
Hey, Crypto.
Yes, sir,
Anthony. Yeah, Anthony's in backstage.
Okay. Hey, Color, can you bring him up? Color got it control.
Color got
yeah.
it.
But yeah, he's doing the backstage controls for me.
70 points. We better at least score 35 versus Buffalo. I'm already over this 70 point because this to be honest, I'm not gonna be one of these fans all week. I'm gonna run with it. No, hell no. Because you know what? This is not good news. This isn't good news because now the expectations are so high on us right now, right? When we go to Buffalo Sunday, and look at Mr. Papa Paul. Shout out to Papa Paul. When we go to Buffalo on Sunday, we better see half of 70. If we don't put up 20 points, this whole Denver game, and everybody knows, I'm not the first to say this, but a lot of people know this. The Denver Broncos game, those guys gave up in the third quarter. 10 minutes in the third quarter. They gave up. Okay, we made them give up, so that's dominant in our end at the same time. But they gave up. So I know this Buffalo team, they're not going to give up. I know this Buffalo team has a real quarterback. I know this Buffalo team. Let me tell you something. Hey, Michael K., who's that dude 43 that I was watching yesterday that got an interception? And then 43 looks like a slider Van Ginkel.
Terrell Bernard.
His name?
Terrell Bernard.
Bernard, that's his name, bro. This guy.
What position he played? Who you talking about?
This guy,
middle linebacker.
He's everywhere, Mike. I saw him on the edge rushing from the outside yesterday, and he got a sack. Well, he almost got a sack.
So he's basically
he got two sacks yesterday. He got two sacks yesterday.
No, the play that I'm talking about, he almost got a sack, but he was there so fast.
I have a question for you guys. Hey, in terms of the Dolphins passing game, do you guys think we have enough talent at the receiver position where we can do empty sets where it's 5 or 6 receivers where we don't have a running back, or because McDaniel wants to focus more on the running game, we're never going to see those type of sets where it's only receivers on the field?
We had 5 wide receiver sets at the goal line yesterday, bro.
Yeah, Anthony. You know what? Don't let your eyes fool you when you just see a wide receiver. Quite often, the Dolphins go into no back set. All they do is they put their running backs in the slot or a boundary. They do that quite often with Raheem Mostert and of course.
Hey, Mike, I'll trade Jerome Baker and a 2nd-round pick for that dude, Bernard. Right?
Hey, Pete, let's not get you. He's only played 3 games.
Yeah, but that dude was all over the place. You could tell that dude is.
Is he the same size as Van Ginkel?
Bro,
no,
he's
small.
Van Ginkel. He's small. Slimmer.
Lewis, he's not. Somebody put a wellness check on him already. Fred, he's got a wellness check.
Yeah, Kevin Lee brings up a good point. I've been critical of non-pass rush, but the bottom line is in this 70-point game, we only gave up 13 on defense. So,
Fred, pull up, man.
And we
need you up here, man.
And we knew that Russell Wilson had to pass a lot. We still only gave up 13 points on D.
That's right.
So type deal. But
I can't believe I'm saying this. Larry, I'm gonna say that I know this is a Dolphins channel, but I'm predicting within the next 2 or 3 days, there's gonna be an announcement that they moved on from Russell in Denver.
Man,
no.
I'll tell you something.
That's not happening.
As an
hold on. That's not happening.
Hold on, guys.
You don't think so?
Russell Wilson didn't have a bad game yesterday.
As a Dolphin fan, looking at the Broncos situation, that's idiotic. Anybody who says that Russell Wilson the problem with
Russell did not have a bad game yesterday. It was
no, he
not
didn't.
Russell.
He did it.
It was
the
the
guy
Denver.
played
His
good.
receivers was fumbling the ball.
Offensive line
If
sucked.
anything, the defensive coach will be gone.
Their offensive line does not
Papa Paul,
suck.
that's who's
If you
losing
look
their
at that
job.
game again, Larry, you're gonna see every time they handed that ball off, that offensive line was moving our D line backwards. We had no push. We actually couldn't stop them running the ball.
No, we did.
Thankfully, wait, Larry. Thankfully, we outran them from being able to run the ball. Because if this game was closer and we weren't just historic offensively, dude, this game would have easily been a Broncos win. I'm just telling you
No,
right
it
now,
would
Yeah,
not.
based
no,
on
you
their
know what?
strength on
No,
offense.
it would
You know
not.
what?
There's
No,
no chance it would have been
Pete.
a Broncos win. After that first drive, it was a wrap,
Yeah.
Pete. I called it.
First of all, that first drive, they decided to make a bad call, which ended up in our favor. That was a catch by Cortland Sutton on third down that they didn't challenge.
Apparently,
Yeah,
this
Could've
was
kept
the
the ball
highest
going.
scoring game in Dolphins history after they broke the record. But I think before this, it was 74, right, Larry? That they
73.
scored. That was the
73.
last time they scored above 50 points.
Pete,
Oh, the
it's
Dolphins?
42 to 4. It was 42 to 13 at halftime, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, they already gave up.
Bro,
Like
really?
you saw them giving up. I'm talking
Yeah,
about
but
early on.
Pete, that's
I'm just
see,
saying,
you have
the
to
game was
realize.
never out of hand, bro. We got out to a 14-0 lead, and by halftime it was 42 to 13, man.
Yeah, I understand what Pete's talking about, and he's not wrong, guys. I hate to tell you this, he's not wrong, but that's
They
the
got that
design.
lucky turnover
That's
there
the
to make it
design, Pete.
35.
That is
Color.
the
That's when
design
they
of
gave
a
up. Color.
Fangio defense. They'll give up the 3, 4, 5-yard runs. They will. That they play basically light boxes, always have. They don't play heavy boxes to stop the run. That's what you got to do against a running team. So the Dolphins were always under control against the run.
Besides Van Ginkel, our other running backs didn't really play well for some reason. Did you guys notice that too?
What do you mean? Van Ginkel's a linebacker.
Linebackers. Yeah,
No,
linebackers.
no. Besides Van Ginkel and the linebacker core, the other guys didn't really like. It seems like Baker and
yeah, I know what you're saying.
No,
we have no
I
identity
disagree.
on defense. We have
I
no
disagree.
identity
There was
on
only
defense.
no. I said it before, and I'll say it again. The only criticism I have the defense right now is our front four. We're not getting organic pass rush pressure.
We're not getting organic pass rush, and we're not stopping the run, Larry. You're over here only because you're saying, "Oh, we're allowing 4 to 5 yards." That's bad.
Explain to me the previous week with New England, right? We stopped their running, and they were always with a touchdown.
Obvious rundown, Larry. Our guys are getting pushed back. Don't let the 70 points fool you, okay? It was not good defensively by us. We just made them quit because our offense had a historic game.
Held them to 13 points.
Yeah,
a historic offensive game.
How could they get up to 20?
And they were there to ground and pound. Color.
You really expect a shutout every week, bro? We held them to 13 points.
If it was a closer game, the run game, they would have been able to keep up
points on our defense.
That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. I don't care about this. This is an anomaly game. Nobody cares about
I think Papa Paul
I'm telling you, guys, get over. It'll never. We'll be lucky to score 35
I'm glad I'm not
versus
doing a
Buffalo.
show anymore. Hey, Papa Paul, what's up?
Go ahead, Papa.
Hey, I don't know why Pete talks his shit every time. Everyone knows he's not a Dolphin fan. Everyone knows he's a Falcon fan.
Oh, you're a Falcon fan, Pete? Oh my God!
No, and they wanted me to be a Vikings fan because I was defending Flores too. So yeah, I mean it's just football.
No,
it takes these
Pete,
guys
everyone knows you love the Falcons, and that's why you haven't even been around for the last 2 weeks.
Oh yeah, obviously.
Oh,
Papa
God.
Paul,
Pete's a Falcon fan.
Papa
I didn't
Paul,
know
you were
that.
I know you were at the game yesterday, right?
Yes, I was.
Man, how'd you make it out alive?
35-13 at halftime, and I said I want to see another 35 points, and they gave it to us.
Color said it. I think it was in a previous stream last night that we had 35-10 games in one game. Like how does that's like a basketball score to me. Like 70-20 is a basketball score. You don't see that in football.
You don't even see that in basketball. That's why I'm telling you, it's historic. This, what we saw yesterday, is not something that we can sit here and say, yeah, we're going to win the Super Bowl over this.
By the way, their running
we had
back
a historic game
bro,
last year, didn't we?
bro,
Tua
their
versus the
running back,
Baltimore Ravens.
their running back
Pete,
had
let
11
Colin
carries
talk.
for 49 yards. You call that running against our defense?
And last year, Tua had a 6-touchdown performance, right? We started out 3-0 last year. Everything was feeling beautiful, right? MVP conversation. We're just living the same thing last year. Every once in a while, Tua in September will have a game to remember. You guys know it.
Let me.
What do you mean about every once in a while?
If next year, if Tua's still our quarterback, if he's still our quarterback, he might have another historic September game. This is what we do. Haven't we? Can't we go off track record on that?
Listen here, Pete. If you have not seen the change in Tua, how he leads the team, he's a leader. He's changed physically, mentally, everything. He leads the team. He's a leader like we've wanted.
Hey, to your knowledge, hold on a minute. To your knowledge, how many audibles did Tua call yesterday? To your knowledge,
he didn't. Well, he didn't have to. The game was out of control. But the week before versus the Patriots, when it was a little bit tougher and there, we could have probably used some. But we still won, so they'll say,
No, that's
this
what,
is all McDaniel. That's why Michael K is right. This is all McDaniel.
That's what I'm wondering, Papa Paul. Why do you think? Is it that McDaniel doesn't trust him to do audibles, or there's no audibles in this offense at all?
No, you know what? Well, part of the reason I'm not a pro, but I have a little bit of common sense, right? Part of the reason we didn't see Tua audible a lot is because remember the plays are so long that by the time they get up to the line of scrimmage, you have no time to audibilize. The Dolphins are not the kind that goes up to the line of scrimmage with 15 plus seconds left on the clock that you can audibilize. And the audible is probably built into the scheme, if I had to say anything, right? That's why the offense is not an RPO in the traditional sense, but it's RPO-like, meaning that audibles or options are built into it, depending on what Tua sees. So that's the way the offense is designed. It has nothing to do whether Tua has the ability to audibilize or not. The scheme doesn't need a quarterback to audibilize because the option's built in. You go up there, this is what you expect to see open. If it's not there, this is what you expect. This is the way you expect it to go, type deal.
And y'all notice, right? Only because it's 70 points, how much y'all want to bet? Y'all haven't complained about special teams. You know why you guys are not complaining about special teams and not want to? I get it.
You haven't even brought that up because
Victory Monday. Hold on.
about special teams.
But watch this. Watch next week versus Buffalo. They get a punt return touchdown. Y'all gonna be crying and making excuses and blaming the special teams coordinator. Why? Because we lost the game. And that's gonna be the case. I love it. I don't care what anybody.
You don't think nobody mentioned
at the end of the day, I'm over this historic game. 70 points is an anomaly.
That's cool.
And it is what it is.
That's cool. Just
I know it's cool.
For everybody else, for probably the first time in God knows how many years. Yes, I just looked at the site for next week. ESPN Analytics has us winning this game 51% to 48.6.
Sometimes I don't trust those.
I don't either, bro. Don't get too deep down that road. I don't either. I'm just pointing out. Okay, look. People can say what they want about ESPN Analytics. I'm only comparing it against itself. I am not saying it is the end-all, be-all. I'm saying that when we beat them last year in our first meeting, this pie chart said 17% for Miami, and we beat them.
Yeah, just like the Heat had
now
a 3%
it says 51% for Miami.
You think I care about ESPN? They had the Heat going to the finals at 3%. Nobody cares about
Again,
that.
You think I care about ESPN? It's only about illustrating the change. You want me to go to Sports Illustrated instead? It says the same damn thing.
It doesn't matter what the analytics, like Anthony said, bro. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't matter. I never said it
play
did.
The game on the field.
I never said it mattered.
Oh, I get what you're trying to say. That you said that things are changing now. Like the narrative is changing now by the media. That's what you're trying to
What
say?
was it about our team that they've never had us favored to win on their analytics? What is it now that's different?
They're flip-flopping to Tua. But this is what's getting me mad, though, Color. You could say, no, it's not Tua, but to me, it is Tua. They're flip-flopping on Tua, but they're actually avoiding what actually took over the game yesterday. The run game. That's what dominated this game offensively for us. Yeah, Tua was
okay, so you don't think that factors into their analytics for next week's probabilities? You don't think they're factoring that in?
Yeah, they probably are factoring that in on
well, so would I.
But honestly, I think it's a fluke. I don't think. I actually think Buffalo.
We had one running back. Yo, we had 100. We had 121 yards rushing against Belichick last week, and we follow that up with 350 plus yards of rushing. I think it's something you can probably apply Occam's razor to, and with less assumptions, think that we're going to continue that trend.
Yeah, but you also got to project on what you see, Color. And Denver is just a bad team. They don't like the coach. They're not bought in. Whatever's going on.
Okay, fair enough. Buffalo, I knew you were going to say that, Pete. I knew you were going to say that. I'm already prepared for you to have said that.
That's fine.
And so I'm asking you. I'm asking you the same question I asked Larry O when he came up. How many points would you fairly give back to the Broncos because of that? So in other words, I agree with you.
Don't give no points
hold on. I agree with you in the respect that we have to take a certain amount of grain of salt because Denver is up and down a trash organization right now. They have good paper, but they suck. Let's be honest. Okay, I get that. So how many points do you fairly give back to them off of our 70 to account for that? Just answer the question fairly for yourself. I'm asking your opinion.
No, that's a dumb question. You don't give nothing back. And
I'll give back 40. I will give back 40 points. And we still win that game. And we still win 30-20.
You don't know that. You don't know that. Because if the game is closer, like I said, they could have ran the ball more. And all it would have took was a bad snap.
Bro, they only scored 13 points on us. The only reason they got their 20 is because we were already up 56-13.
And they wanted to go for it on 4th down before.
And they got a kickoff or a punt return.
And they got eaten up by penalties. The rest were on our side. Let's never forget that either, Color.
Okay, so again, how many points do you fairly give back to Denver for all of that, to account for all of that?
Didn't we earn that respect from the refs, Pete?
I'm not giving away. We blew them out, Color. I don't care. I'm just pointing out that, yes, we are the better team on Sunday yesterday. We easily could have won 35-10, and we still could have been considered the more dominant team. The fact that we put up 70 proves that we were the more dominant team throughout. Our backup, Mike White, came in and threw a touchdown. You know, they're mad at that. Color, they're mad. Supposedly, I saw a tweet that, it was disrespectful by NFL owners because Mike McDaniel decided to throw a bomb with Mike White and score a touchdown to Robbie. They're mad at that. And I'm not. I'm satisfied.
Why would they be mad? They get paid to play defense too.
No, look. As a doubter myself, right? Everybody up here knows I doubt my team. I'm proud that they came out and shut us all up. A lot of us, right? This is what they needed to do. There's no playing gimmick and saying, "Hey, no, we're just gonna stop on the gas."
But you said yourself they were good in September. So why would the trend all of a sudden not continue throughout the rest of the month of September?
Because there's that doubt, Color. There's still that doubt. Who's got doubt?
Who's got doubt?
A lot of people in the NFL. A lot of NFL. Look, I told you right now. They might be praising.
I haven't heard any NFL person talk about having
just
doubt.
For example, that's the poor reason I brought up the analytics, because ESPN's doubt is at about 48.6%.
Well, it's not. It's also compared to who you're going to be playing against too, which is Buffalo. You can't just.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Their doubt in us. Their doubt in us beating Buffalo is at 48.6%.
Okay.
And I think that's still fairly high, but it's like, I'm just pointing out it hasn't been that way in 4 years, bro. That's all I'm pointing out. I'm not saying the analytics mean anything. I'm just saying it hasn't been that way in 4 years.
Color, Go back 1 year ago, right on your show, halftime Baltimore Ravens game, everybody was off Tua.
Yeah,
After
of
the
course.
Ravens game,
I was
after
one of them.
his
I said he was
historic,
finished in
yeah,
Miami
but
at
that doesn't matter
halftime
that
that
you're
game.
one of them. But listen, there was more. Me, everybody, a lot, right? Then he comes out and has a historic performance. Last year we started 3-0. Everything was MVP
I know,
Tua.
I know,
And
I
I
know.
see and I see the same thing
And what did
again.
I
And this
say
is
after the
wait,
Ravens game?
color. I'm trying to listen up to point this out, right? We had Holland do 2 punch outs. We had Ogba come in and get an interception. Ogba come in and get a sack. We had bad middle linebacker play, I'll give you that much. But other than that, like the defense stepped up at times.
Right, but what did I say after the Ravens game last year? I said my problem with the game, with the performance, was I would have liked to have seen those 6 touchdowns spread out across more of the game, right? Well, that's literally what we did yesterday. We spread 10 touchdowns across the whole 60 minutes of the ball game. Think of it like this, Pete. We put in the hold on.
No,
Think of it like this. We put in the production of 2 35-10 victories yesterday.
Check this out, Color. What, like
how do
2
you
weeks
just
ago?
like deny that, bro?
You can't, because look, 2 weeks ago I just sat up here and said that versus the Chargers, that was Tua's best performance ever as an NFL pro. And it still stands. This game did not make me say, hey, this is his best performance.
No,
only
me
because
neither.
we
Me
scored
neither, bro.
70.
He had above average throws at the most yesterday. There was no throw I saw yesterday where I was like, oh, that's the best I've ever seen, like I have been the past couple weeks. Like against the Patriots and against the Chargers, he had some Hall of Fame level throws throughout those games. He had none of that yesterday. But we put up 70 freaking points, bro.
Okay, if we get blown out by Buffalo next week, right? Can we just say this is not it?
Actually, he did have one really good throw. I remember distinctly that was, Hall of Fame level. I'll give him that. Yesterday there was one, but I'm just saying it wasn't like.
But because
it wasn't like some out of body experience by Tua, is what I'm saying.
I would have preferred to win like 35-10 versus Broncos, because honestly now, with the way I feel,
I know it skews everybody. I get what you're saying, bro. I'm with you on that. Yeah, people out there calling for us to blow out Buffalo are just being ridiculous.
Yes, because now that you see what's
going on, I'm not scared. I'm not scared of Buffalo, no more than I was scared about the trap yesterday, bro. And you heard how I felt about the trap all week. So
yeah, but this is what I'm saying. Yesterday's game has no change in my projection on what we're gonna score.
Me neither.
I feel like I had us dead set probably like at 28, 24.
Me neither. But what the last 3 weeks have told me. No, me neither, Pete. Me neither, Pete. But what the last 3 weeks have told me is that Buffalo, we have a really, really good chance of even if we get hit hard by Buffalo, we have a really good chance of finding a way to win this week. That's what the last 3 weeks have told me. It has nothing to do with yesterday as a standalone game. Yesterday just told me we have the ability, upon good execution, to put up a lot of damn points against anybody.
Yeah, but it's not just against anybody.
But
that was the Broncos.
Given execution, bro, there is no way that people we would. You're right. We wouldn't have put up 70 points against other teams. I get it. So how many do you give back? Because what I saw on offense yesterday would destroy most teams in the league. We would easily put up 40 on most teams in the league, given the level of execution that we had yesterday. Now that caveat is obviously football, the nature of football itself. What I'm trying to say is, if all 32 teams right now executed 100%, we would be the ones that could beat everybody, is what I'm saying.
Okay, Pete, what is your prediction for next week's game, Pete?
Oh, I think Josh Allen is going to control the clock, go on those long drives, especially like what Larry says. They're going to allow 4 or 5 yards. Josh Allen is going to keep Tua on the bench all game. He's going to go on those big, long drives.
I'm asking, what is your prediction for next week?
Oh, I think we're going to lose. I got to be honest with you. Probably 28 4 field goals, 28-12.
See, that doesn't even coincide with
and it's
what
gonna
we.
and it's gonna
CP,
and it's
CP,
and it
the-
and it's gonna
I
hold on.
look. I respect your
And it's
thought,
gonna
bro. I
and it's gonna
respect your.
look
Hold
and
on.
it's
I
gonna and it's
respect your
gonna look
avenue of thinking, bro.
at
But
the
here's
end.
the problem. Here's the fallacy, bro. Is that in the last 3 games against Buffalo, at no point have we demonstrated that we don't have the ability to put touchdowns on them.
Yeah, you might not like it, but look, this is what's gonna be the issue.
Like even when
They're
we've
gonna go
lost,
down,
when we've
score.
lost, we've still put touchdowns on them,
Yeah,
bro.
we still scored.
It just
30 points.
feels like we're gonna
Wait.
be the lesser team. We're gonna score less.
Okay, fine.
Honestly.
Okay, fine. So say we're gonna
I-
lose 35-28, but don't be all 4 field goals nonsense, bro. Come on. After what we just did yesterday, you really think we're only gonna score 4 field goals?
If I get it right, you guys are gonna be
well,
screaming.
Yeah,
Like, what
if
the
you
heck?
get it right, I will anoint you seer status, bro. You will be the seer of the Finns tailgate community.
And you know, we
How's
scored
that?
70 points yesterday without water.
We will gouge your
Exactly.
eyes out, put a blindfold on you, knock
Hey,
out
that's
all your
crazy.
teeth, make you ugly, and we'll call you the seer of the Finns tailgate community. We'll all go to you to get our children blessed when they come of age. You know what I mean?
You don't want to do that.
And we'll have you read everybody's runes that are tattooed on their forehead that nobody knows how to read but the seer. You
Yep.
know. No, but I'm trying to respect your take because I don't look. I'm not gonna. I always find a way for us to win. I'm a homer. I get it, but I can understand why people would pick us to
The
lose
Broncos
this game.
have to be tanking for something, dude. There's no like. First of all, color.
That's true. But you cannot invoke that argument. It is not fair for you. Listen, bro, it's not fair for you to invoke that argument if you're not willing to answer the question as to how many points you would give back to them.
It doesn't. I'm not giving you any points. That's why that sounds crazy to me. There's no.
No, you're
points.
saying that the Broncos are inherently a bad football team. Okay. So what if they were a good football team? How many of those points yesterday do you give back to them?
They're not actually bad. I just feel like their defense was bad. I'm telling you, Color.
I got
Russell
you,
Wilson
bro.
had a decent
I'm not
game.
disagreeing with you.
They were good offensively.
I'm not disagreeing with
Until
you.
they
This
got
is why
ran
I
out.
wasn't worried about the trap. So I don't disagree with you. I simply want to know how many points you think that accounts for.
It doesn't matter. I get it. We won 70-20, Color. It's crazy. It's unbelievable.
Like, bro, I was in the promenade. I was in the promenade at 56 points looking for ice cream, bro. I don't even care about the 70 points, man.
I came back and I missed that kick return touchdown. I was like, they scored on a one play, and then they were showing a replay on the kick return. I was like, wow. It didn't even, I was so happy we were back on offense because I just wanted to keep scoring, honestly.
Bro, I was standing in the ice cream line watching the graphic when they pulled up the graphic about 72 points. I was standing in the ice cream line.
I was going to ask this question. Lewis wanted to ask you this question. Do you think Josh Allen turned the ball over, Pete, Sunday?
That's another thing. You see how many turnovers we got yesterday? Pure luck with punch outs by Holland.
Pure luck.
Instead of tackling and punching him out, and we're missing tackles. It's not like we don't have.
And that Fangio is a lucky coach, man. His whole career, he's produced top 3 defenses in takeaways, but luck.
Remember the game we had versus the Texans a couple years ago with Tannehill when we beat them like 41-0 or something like that. I can't remember the final score. Everything went in our favor.
It was 44-12, the Texans, and it was Dan Campbell was our coach, bro.
Everything went in our favor. Everything went in our way. It was a complete dominant
And the
game.
problem, though, with that, Pete, is if you were a fan like me, you knew we could do that against any team. That's why we were happy when Philbin got fired, because you knew we could do that to any team. And when Dan Campbell, our interim coach, took the sideline that day, we whooped some ass, 44-12. That's right.
I'm not gonna lie. I was a little upset we didn't keep Dan Campbell.
Guys,
oh my God,
I gotta get it. Guys, I gotta get out of here. But before I go,
go ahead, Larry.
Before I go, just let you know, back then he had his press conference. Still the company line about day to day for Waddle, Phillips, and Connor Williams. It looks like River Craycraft is a long term deal type deal,
He's
but
hurt.
still, yeah, he had shoulder injury.
Yeah, he hurt his shoulder yesterday.
Here, I was about to trade Waddle, man. Great grass hurt.
Okay, guys, I'm out of here. Peace.
Thanks for coming by,
take it
Larry.
easy.
Take it easy, Larry. Thanks for coming by.
By the way, that was a joke
Larry.
about Waddle.
You know what? I don't know how you can call yourself a fan of the Dolphins when you never say 90% of the stuff that comes out your mouth is negative.
So you're happy with the 4th and 1 attempt with Alec Ingold? That wasn't a bad call. So we can't just come up here. And we can't come up here and talk about
we all know
problem.
this is a bad call.
We're supposed to just have our pom poms right now and cheer, right?
The question is,
just until tomorrow, Pete. Just until tomorrow. Is that fair?
No, man. No, it's not.
I mean,
fair.
the football week isn't even over yet. We got Monday Night Football still, bro.
Right.
Come on, man.
I hope our players aren't thinking like that, Color.
You're right. The season
ready for Buffalo.
isn't over.
I know our players ain't thinking like that because they weren't thinking about the trap last week, or they were because it wasn't in play, apparently, like everybody thought it was going to be.
Well, like, it's a bad take, right? Because
I already damn well know that coach is already good looking at film and everything and talking about next week's game.
Man, McDaniel's been this one was
that's what they're doing.
Papa Paul. This game plan was right along with that Chargers game plan on Mike McDaniel's overtime desk. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Well, if you score 70. Like, obviously, everything went right for your team. Like, it's just a bad take to take that side. Like, I think everyone's in agreement that stuff broke our way in a game we scored 70.
What point
he's admitted that. He's admitted that
it's historic, and I'm calling.
He's admitted that. Hold on. Let me steel man you, Pete, because Pete has admitted that was impressive and something to be commended. He just doesn't think it's reality. He doesn't think it's sustainable, and he thinks it's an aberration, and that could be a fair take.
And if you think about it, what we've done, I get it. They're in the same conference, and it's still shocking because Hold on. You guys might not have them as a contender, but I have the Chargers as a Super Bowl contender, even with their 1 and 2 start.
And we whooped their ass.
Right? And we beat them. So we already beat a Super Bowl contending team, and it was mostly under Tua. That was his most impressive career game, right? So we did that.
If you
hold on, Papa Paul. Let me get to the bottom line over here. Okay, so he did it versus a Super Bowl contender in my eyes so far. The Patriots aren't so much of a Super Bowl contender, but they are a divisional opponent, and we got shut down. Tyreek Hill was shut down.
Right.
And now we're going to
which is par for the course against Bill Belichick.
Okay, and now we played the retooling.
Well, you can't glaze over that, bro. You can't just glaze over that.
But here's what I'm saying. The Buffalo Bills are also a Super Bowl contending team in my eyes, right? So far, Tua he's done good versus the Chargers. The Patriots as well, because they're divisional, but they're not Super Bowl contender, nor are the Broncos. But the Bills are. And show me what you got.
Sure the Bills are?
Let's see what the Cheetah has. Yes, despite what you say or want to come up, Crypto, they just won the division last year. They're the throne. They hold the seat.
But
do you know what the success rate
fans project that they are not? That's what I'm telling you. That's what angle I'm coming at.
Hold on, but do you know the success rate of going from West Coast to East Coast away trip is?
I get it. These non-divisional teams didn't take Tyreek Hill very strong. They took him light. I think the Bills are going to do what it takes to shut down Tyreek. Because look, on the first play of the game, 54-yard touchdown pass to Tyreek Hill? Who leaves your most explosive weapon that open?
The safety shaded deep, and he cut in. The only reason that play worked is because our O-line blocked for 5 seconds.
That play worked because they weren't.
There was no pass rush on that play. That's why that play worked.
You have nothing else to threat them. That was horrible defensive play by the players themselves, and even worse by the coaching staff. How
And
about
I
that?
saw
To
that
the
there were going to
players
be
who
no
said this
adjustments
is a
made,
bad
Pete.
call.
That's why I called the game after that play.
Hey Pete, you know
I
why
knew
Vegas
that
has
Vance
Vegas
Joseph
has
wasn't
the
going to make no
spread at
adjustments.
2.5? Do you know why Vegas has the spread at 2.5? Have you figured it out?
They got us winning or losing.
They have the Buffaloes favored by 2.5 at home, which is effectively us being favored by 1.5 because they give them 3 points for being at home, right?
Yep.
And that's actually also coincides with the ESPN analytics that has us at 51%. So what I'm saying is, do you know why the spread is at 2.5? I just did the average. The last 3 games we played against them, the point differential is 2.6666 with a bar over it.
Well, if that's
Of
true,
course
then
I
they
know. You don't see
discounted
the
the
whole
70-point
community
game we had then.
flip-flopping? Everybody's
Right,
flip-flopping.
but this game could easily turn into a 14-point victory for the Dolphins,
Well,
dude.
I get that
I don't
part, but
see it.
my point is, if you're just going to only sold it off our matchups against them, that means they totally just threw the 70-point game we just had in the toilet and didn't even regard it.
You're right, Crypto.
Exactly.
If our
Now,
O-line...
what's going to happen is the bettors are going to decide, Crypto, if that 70-point game matters or not, and we'll see the line go up and down accordingly throughout the week.
Right. Well, yeah.
Listen,
yeah.
Regardless if we win or not this weekend, if our O-line holds up for Buffalo's pass rush, we're Super Bowl contenders for the rest of the season. Like, period.
Now, Pete, could you at least agree, September or not?
Well, yeah, Robert.
If things go our way this week and it looks respectable, are you there? I mean, are you finally there? It's Buffalo, bro.
Well, it'll be crazy.
4-0. We will be 4-0 with a 2-game lead on Buffalo in the division.
4 wins in the AFC.
Yeah, but the thing is, Color, you see, the thing is, Color,
conference wins.
I don't even think the owner's going to be there to get ready to give him the bag if he beats Buffalo.
Here's the other thing, Pete. If we beat Buffalo, hold on. If we beat Buffalo, If we beat Buffalo, bro, that means we already have 3 road victories knocked out of the way.
No, because if we beat Buffalo, remember what you guys been telling me this whole time. That's why I reiterated and I pointed out, to me, Buffalo is a Super Bowl contender. But don't forget, I could be wrong. All of you guys said Buffalo's trash. Buffalo has regressed. You guys have consistently been saying Josh Allen is bad. So don't sit here now on Buffalo week.
Well, Pete, I'm not the one that do that. I've been trying to caution Miami Dolphins.
I haven't said that either.
Don't dwindle our win before we get it.
Beat up on the Raiders and the Commanders. Whoop-de-doo.
Pointed out, I have them as a Super Bowl contender.
Pete, you won't get me saying that. I'm always trying to take the Belichick approach. I don't dwindle our opponents prior to us beating opponents because that's going to just dwindle our win by definition. So
at the end of the year, we will find out what teams are for real. Who knows? Nobody in the NFL knows, as bright as and as crazy as this sounds. Denver could go out and win 9 games in a row. And by week 14, we beat a 9-3 team. Didn't we? By 50 points. What?
Yeah, but
out of the realm?
Team strengths don't matter when you play divisional opponents. Like, Dolphins Bills always going to be Dolphins Bills. Just like the Jets own the Bills.
Exactly.
Right, and that's the point I was making earlier today, Roberto, when I was emphasizing how the Houston Texans dominated the Jaguars over the last 5 years, and everybody got caught by surprise and just thought that was an anomaly yesterday, what Houston did to them. That wasn't no anomaly. They've been doing it to them for the last 5 years.
Bro, Sean Payton is out of his mind. And I don't.
Division opponents are going to play a division opponent well.
Exactly, and they're going to do
Jaguars,
things. And guess what?
Man,
you think Buffalo's not going to come out with 3 safeties?
Have tough time against their division opponents. Yeah, Roberto. That's what I was saying earlier. That division opponents like the Jaguars and Houston situation, they're just going to play them tough.
Here's the other thing.
Cincinnati can't beat the Browns for some reason.
By the way, we have now overtaken Buffalo for the first time in 4 or 5 years in point differential on the season.
We're the NFL darlings, Color.
Yeah, but Pete. Okay, but Pete, what I'm trying to say is
what I said is going to happen.
Okay, Pete.
Remember what I said in the offseason.
Even when we beat Buffalo last year, even when at some point in the season we were leading the division, okay, Even at that point, Buffalo had a better point differential than we did.
Listen, Pete, you want to be the NFL darlings.
So we knew at some point Buffalo was going to show us why they had a better point differential than us, right? Well, now, for the first time in 4 years, we have a better point differential than they do by 3 points.
That's crazy. But again,
well, you won by 50.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, okay, fine. Did you win by 50?
No, we lost by
Buffalo
3.
Buffalo won't beat Broncos by 50. They don't have the speed for that. This is what I'm saying. Like, you guys don't understand.
They don't score
I be watching
enough.
every game.
Yeah,
I be watching every game, right?
Unless they win 50-0, then just don't give up no points.
Listen to me, fellas.
That's the only way they win by 50.
I've watched teams. I've watched the damn Bills. Every team's receivers, their team, they all look slow to me now. Trust me.
And besides, Michael, okay, we all think that we left meat on the bone last week, that we should have scored more points against the Patriots and arguably the Chargers. So take some of those 70 points yesterday and divvy them out to the Chargers and Patriots. We're still scoring that many points, bro.
Oh, you're right, but guess what? The Bills left a lot on the bone week 1 when they lost to the Jets in miserable fashion.
But I'm saying that they're not normally leaving shit on the bone. That's what I'm trying to point out and illustrate is the difference this year than in previous years.
No, here's a big one, though. This is a big one. The Dolphins have given up 71 points in 3 games. The Bills have given up 30. The Bills have given up over 30.
That's correct. That's where you guys are making it up. That's where you guys are making it up. But you also played the Raiders, the Jets, and the Commanders. We played Justin Herbert and the Chargers. Okay, yeah, we played the Patriots. They suck. And we played the Broncos, put up 20 points. Well, 13 on offense.
The main concern for the Dolphins going into the year, like offensively, was offense line and what were we going to do in the red zone, right? So versus New England, we weren't amazing in the red zone. And I mean, yesterday was like just a bonanza. Like, that's going to be an anomaly game, but like, it looks like our strategy is running the ball in the red zone.
And I'm just trying to take the anomaly off of it, bro. Like, how many points in this? I'm not trying to get you with this question, but in your opinion, how many points fairly, even be conservative if you want, how many points or even be liberal if you want, how many points do you give back to the Broncos yesterday because they were just a crappy team? You know what I mean? Like all around.
No, I'm with you. We would have scored fairly. Like, they had a lot of stuff go wrong for them, but like we would have scored 35-40. I had us going into that game. I thought it was going to be a shootout. Like, I thought it was going to be like 40-35 because I thought the Broncos had a lot of opportunities in that game.
My score prediction was 31-24. That is taken just over the spread of 6.5.
Cortland Sutton almost scored 3 touchdowns on us.
And my prediction was 31-14.
So I'm just curious to see
Kevin Dyson almost got in the end zone, or was that Dyson when McNabb threw the ball to at the 1 yard line?
Yeah.
Or McNair?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If we could run the ball like that in the red zone, though.
I guess who won the Super Bowl that year? I love that almost stuff, man.
He didn't have Mike Gesicki arms. That's why.
What was that other guy? Was that Sutton that almost ran a touchdown in on us, catching the ball wide open in the flat, and then got the ball punched out of his arms?
Yeah, Kohu could have scooped that for a 6 so easily. He just fell on it.
That's twice in 2 weeks, man. Punching the ball out like that with a guy in open space. We get burned on the play. Their guy is eating up the yardage, and a guy comes out of nowhere and punches the ball out. That's Vic Fangio, bro. I'm telling you. And whether it's designed, I don't know. But the point is, you know, when you look at the guy's profile, everywhere he's been has been top 3 in takeaways.
Right. You could say that our defense as a whole hasn't looked solid, right? But they've been opportunistic this season, whereas like they were not last year. So
what
that's
he's saying
a good trend.
Look, what Fangio's saying is, yes, my system does let a lot of yardage get eaten up on it. Okay. When those guys are in open space, be that vigilante that comes out of nowhere and punches the ball out. Get to the ball. Don't matter if it's a 70-yard run. Get to the ball. Because at the end of that 70-yard run, you could easily fumble the ball and take possession right back. Happens all the time. I think it happened in another game, not our game, last week. Somebody had hit like 60, 70 yards on a freaking run and catch and run and got the ball punched out at the end.
And to be honest with you, I think the coach did a terrible job not benching his players earlier. He was running Mostert way too late in the third quarter.
You could argue that.
You know, he should have put in Mike White earlier than what he did. He should have took out A-Chain, knowing that he was coming off that shoulder surgery. Should have took him. Shoulder injury. Should have took him out earlier and played more Chris Brooks.
You could argue that, bro. At 49, I think at 49 to 30, at 49 to 20, I think we probably could have taken more guys out.
I think they wanted to take him out, and then Denver kept fumbling, and like they were then trying to stat pad Tua for some MVP stuff.
It was too quick to send the backup squad in.
I tell you, you know what? I'm watching the chat. There's a bunch of clowns. And then you have somebody like Bishop 13 who actually has a grasp on what football's all about. You know, because we got one guy saying that Miami would have scored 70 against Washington. And then we're averaging 43 points per game. Well, you had a 70-point game. Of course, your average is going to go up.
Right.
But you got somebody that actually
that's what it does for the numbers.
Right.
Game
but you actually have somebody like Bishop 13 who says Fangio defense will cost us against the better teams.
It's possible, yes.
You know, and you're going to find.
But here's the thing: we also got time to clean that stuff up. It is only his third game out of the gate with our guys.
Well, my calculations,
and we're already starting to see results, bro.
You got about 6 days to clean it up.
Well, there
was a few runs by A-Chain, and I hate to say it, but it looks like he was almost going to fumble. And versus Buffalo, they hit a little harder. So
okay, fair
enough. I'd rather it cost us a regular season game than
I just want you all to be aware that our guys proved, since they obviously thwarted the trap game, I think our guys have proven that they looked at these details, that they pay attention to these details. So
I'll say
them to fix these issues.
Having Julian Hill instead of Gesicki makes the run game like just way better. He was really good yesterday.
But let's be real. If we were coming off a loss or two, I wouldn't be as confident that we fix these issues, because even with these issues, we're winning, and we're winning big, obviously.
Well, like defensively, we still got problems, right? Like our safeties, question mark still. You're hoping Brandon Jones comes back. You're hoping Needham comes back at some point.
Linebacker tackling was still terrible in the open field yesterday.
I mean, Ramsey's going to be a huge boost whenever he gets back, hopefully, if he's healthy anyways. You're never going to know how he comes back yet. But
Nick Needham will be back week 5.
Our secondary should get better. Like, I don't like the angles our safeties were taking in that game at all. Like, because Wilson was throwing up some ducks in that game that should have been interceptions, and like our safeties were taking terrible angles.
Hold on. Hey, Kevin Lee, what offenses has Fangio's defense faced the first 3 games? That's what's sad. Because the Bills are ranked 5th or 6th now, and the Dolphins, I read was 27th. I don't believe they're that low. I think they're like 13th or 14th. But exactly what offenses?
14th and what?
Defense.
Oh.
Well, we went from 32nd to 22nd from week 1 to week 2. We entered this game yesterday 22nd.
I mean, the Chargers have the second most yards in the NFL right now.
And our defense didn't look so good. We gave up how many yards did we give up in total?
Yet we won. Oh, you mean yesterday? I already told you about rushing. Williams had 11 carries for 49 yards.
And going into this game, Michael K., the Broncos offense had like the second highest or highest touchdown per drive conversion rate in the NFL. So they were a good offense going into that game.
The Broncos,
See,
right?
Pete, I'm with you, Pete. Sometimes it looks like you're getting gashed all day in the run, but when you end up looking at the end of the game, 11 carries, 49 yards. It really was not as bad as it looked.
It would have been 22 carries over 100 yards for sure. That's the thing. We outscripted them. We remember, we went up, boom, 7-zip. They got ball, 3 and out. We got ball, went down, scored again, 14-zip. They came out. He did a play action, threw it down for like 20 yards or something or whatever, and he was already in hurry up mode in the first quarter on his
and
second
guess what
drive.
that caused? That caused our defense to be able to pin its ears back the rest of the game, which is precisely what it did.
And we didn't even get a sack till like what, the fourth quarter?
Fangio is not a sack defensive coach.
Look, don't forget that Russell Wilson has a propensity of leaving the pocket under the slightest sign of trouble.
Yes.
Yeah. No, he was maneuvering great yesterday. Wilson was. He was making plays with his feet. He's just.
That's one of the things that's made him successful in Seattle with Tyler Lockett, is being able to immediately escape that trouble and just bomb it down the field to Lockett. Since he's lost that, he's been a mediocre quarterback.
And Phillips has barely played for us too, guys. So like our defense will look better.
I don't know, man. I think
you know what, Pete?
I
Russell
think Big
Wilson.
Fangio
You know
is
what,
like,
Pete?
like
You know what I think about
AVG
Russell Wilson, Pete? Russell Wilson is basically, let's say if Tua and our team would have seen enough success early on that they didn't realize he had any problems, right? And a couple years goes by with some decent seasons, right? Maybe even a Super Bowl, right? And we're sitting here with Tua going, he never actually really got any better. It just, happened to have good defense and enjoyed success and blah, blah, blah. That's how I see Russell Wilson, a Tua that never actually got any better. And now it's being exposed because he's in a new team with a new system and having to basically learn it as if he's a fucking goddamn first-round draft pick right now.
Yeah, but you saw he has command of that offense. He's checking, calling audibles. He's doing stuff like that. But I agree with you because I never considered myself, despite what the stats say.
Well, what I think, Pete, is Peyton is realizing that. Well, Nathaniel Hackett, Nathaniel Hackett realized it isn't good enough to do anything about it. Peyton is slowly starting to realize it and is able to adjust and call plays that suit Russell Wilson. So that's where you see, hey, yeah, they still put up 13 points yesterday and moved the ball and whatever else. You know, that's all Peyton. That's all Sean Payton.
Oh.
Yeah,
I don't believe in Russell Wilson at all, dude.
They were dogging Sean Payton on Twitter yesterday because of the
well, I
take
gotta
he
believe
said
him because
that.
he's not on my fantasy roster.
Why do you
I know
sound
he
like
didn't play
that?
him.
Do you guys hear Crypto the same way, like a little robot?
Yeah, Crypto, you got a little bit of crackle on your line. It might be your headset.
It sounded weird, Crypto. But yeah, it was just weird yesterday how they were dogging Sean Payton because he was over here saying that Tua will be benched for Teddy Bridgewater.
That was September 2022. He said Tua would be benched for Teddy Bridgewater by game 2. And then Tua turned around and tore him a new asshole this year.
I mean, Tua did get benched in that game yesterday. Just saying, you know.
Color, what are you going to say when he goes out Sunday and throws for 390 yards, 5 touchdowns, and we beat Buffalo 35-17?
What are you going to say?
I actually think that's not an outrageous possibility, bro, because look, if we're actually 1-point favorites going into Buffalo, if you factor in the 3-point differential because of the home team and all that, you got the analytics saying we're 51% to win and all that. This easily could be a game where all of a sudden, no, it's close all game. But remember what happened to us against the Jets last year, how it was close all day, and then when the dam finally broke, they ended up putting up a 40-burger.
40,
right?
Yeah.
I can see that happening on our end, where it's a close game, and then all of a sudden the box score looks worse than it was, where we win by 14. You know what I mean?
Because we put up 2 scores late in the fourth.
Oh yeah, that's what happened for Washington with Buffalo yesterday. It wasn't that big a blowout until the end.
Well, my prediction for Sunday's game is going to be 36-30 Fins up.
On the same
36-30?
token, it could easily happen the other way too. To be fair.
Yeah, like I said, for me,
I missed it. What you say, Papa Ball? Can you hear me now?
I hear you, Crypto. I said my prediction for Sunday is going to be 36-30, Fins up.
Oh, okay. 6 points. All
I
right.
got to head out, guys. I got to try and get some work done around here. I appreciate y'all having me on, Crypto.
Thanks, Papa
Peace,
Ball.
love, and Fins up, everybody.
All right, Papa Ball. Been a pleasure.
Have a good one.
Sorry this went too long. It's an anomaly game, buddy.
Hey, so players got to flush it in 24 hours, but fans get the whole week to enjoy it.
Nah, that's the thing. You guys, the players, if the fans are enjoying it all week, the players are drunk at the beach all week. We might come out flat due to this. They're overreacting over this simple Bronco win. Like, they better not come out flat next Sunday. I want to see some energy. I want to see big plays.
And that's fair. That's fair to be concerned about. And look, we could very well be looking at a huge letdown. Okay, fine. You know what I mean? Maybe we get blown out. Maybe we look stupid. The point is, the pressure is on them, bro. Because,
I don't think.
Again, you've just got to imagine Monday morning press conference for each of these teams. Look at what ours would look like if we lose. We have Mike McDaniel going, okay, well, we played them tough and we lost a great battle in their house with a lot on the line, and we're a half game back of them now in the division. Whereas their press conference would be trying to explain to their fans why now they're 2 games behind Miami and lost in their own house.
So you don't think that a 50-point win doesn't put a lot of pressure on Miami next week to score a lot of points?
No.
Exactly what I said. Yes, it does.
No, because, dude, they know exactly what kind of aberration that is.
The Dolphins got pressure regardless to try to win this game, right? Because then you take a command hold in the division. So, like, the previous score doesn't matter.
That's not pressure, bro. That's pressure to do something you haven't done in a while as an organization. That's not real. I'm talking about the pressure of how to explain the loss on Monday.
Right. No, I agree. That's why I said, to me, win or lose doesn't matter in this game as much as how it plays out.
Exactly. How we play. Exactly. If we're respectable and we lose, we just played another respectable game in their house and we're only a half game back.
Like, if Tua gets sacked like 6 times in this game next weekend, like, I'm worried for the season.
Who do you guys think deserves the game ball for yesterday?
Oh, the O-line.
The fucking fans, bro. I'm dead serious.
Nah. Only the Tuaneers color, not the flip-floppers.
Nah, bro, Pete, if you just saw the stadium yesterday, man, trust me, it's the fans, bro. That stadium.
Yeah, that stadium was rocking yesterday.
Like 1990 levels, Pete.
I couldn't imagine being like.
I saw it on TV, and it was something amazing to see.
Dude, the fans were happy the entire game, right? And then all of a sudden, like, near the end, we're booing the coach for kneeling, and like 30% of that stadium left like angry that they didn't go for the record in a 70-point score. That's crazy.
You know how nice it is when you're singing the fight song 10 times in your stadium in one day, and at the part of the fight song where it says Miami Dolphins #1 and you're holding your finger up and it actually is legit. You are actually #1. You know how good that fucking feels, bro?
No,
bro, this guy
that is goosebumps worthy right there.
This guy I sat next to had a sea conch that he was blown into on every turnover a touchdown, and by the end of the game, this guy was about to pass out. He was so tired of blowing into that thing.
Where were you at, Roberto?
I sit in section 346.
Oh, okay. So you were actually up near Ali a little bit. He was in 342.
Give them their social security while you're at it, Color.
God damn.
Oh, that was good. That was good.
Hey, all I know is that clinic that Mike McDaniel put on yesterday was worth every dime, bro. That's all I'm saying. You wait till the All-22 comes out, Pete. Holy shit.
I don't think I'm going to watch that game again, Color. That was just like a game you enjoy once forever.
You think he might jinx it?
All I know is
why?
there are things Tua is even, bro. Pete, all I know is there are things that Tua is doing even in the running game that are making a difference, bro.
Yeah, his misdirection game's insane this year.
Bro, when you're playing Madden, you know, and you get in that groove where you pull a guy in motion and you snap the ball right at the time when you know if you snap it right there, he's gonna nail the linebacker perfectly. That's literally what Tua is doing on our run plays, bro. He's like manipulating motion like you would in a Madden game. Like snapping the ball at just the right time to where that wide receiver or that motion guy is put in the perfect position to make their block or sit in their zone in the right spot. What you call a first read, Pete, what he's actually doing is controlling what that is, dude, by his motion and snapping the ball at the right time. He's literally the reason his first read is open all the time and he's hitting it all the time is because he's literally changing what that first read is at the snap of the ball by snapping it at the right time based on where the motion guy is at and where it's going to put him in the secondary after the snap of the ball, bro.
Here's the thing, Color. This is how I know like Tua is progressed like a ton this season. The play that Pete is hating on where Tyreek is wide the hell open. In previous seasons, when Tua has that much time in the pocket, he gets antsy. He thinks someone's coming to kill him and like he stops like looking downfield and scanning, right? He was perfectly comfortable in situations yesterday where the O-line was blocking and he had extra time to go through reads. And that's why he found Tyreek.
Yep,
that's a huge improvement.
And that's the thing. And he knows he can make adjustments based on what the defense is doing to shade that stuff. He can say, okay, well, next play, I'm going to snap the ball when Tyreek is 2 steps earlier or 2 steps later. So it means he starts his route off this certain point. And no matter what the defense did to shade me the last time, that's going to fool that because now the defender is going to be in the wrong position. Simply because he changed at what point he snapped the ball during the motion. It literally is no different than what you do in Madden with Ed McCaffrey back in the day. You send him in motion right when he gets to that one hash, you snap the ball, and you know he's going to be wide open on the post. If he's not, you know who is already because you're so used to that formation. It's all the same formation, bro. There's no difference. There's no diagnosing, nothing.
He threw an outside out to the numbers, the hashes, to Tyreek, that he threw the ball before Tyreek started decelerating. Like, and so when Tyreek breaks, like, it was incredible.
He had the whole entire pocket collapsing on his right side. He slings the ball with his left out to Berrios, who's man-to-man, like, perfectly in his gut, dude. Like, I mean, it's just different, bro. He knows where everybody's going to be.
Yeah, he's not playing scared back there, which is a huge thing to notice, if you ask me.
Not every play. Sure, there's plays that break down and his whole plan in his head goes haywire. I get it. But all in all, bro, it's a fucking clinic, man. Like, yesterday was a freaking clinic, dude. From Mike McDaniel, Tua, our whole offense, our running game, everybody.
Right, that's the Tua conundrum for people,
bro. Like this, that's what I was trying to explain to you guys. These non-divisional games that we did it to, it's just it doesn't feel right. It just doesn't.
Well, here's the thing, Pete. Good teams are supposed to kill bad teams, and so far we're killing bad teams. So if you got to see, it's 3 games. It's early. It's always early. You never know, but it looks upward trajectory right now.
We've never seen another team do it like this. Nobody alive. When's the last time that this happened? In 62? Nobody here was alive in 62, if I'm wrong.
Yeah, no, for 70 to happen,
1966. It was 57 years ago. So you have to assume that the average person, sure, there's some that are just gifted and they might have understood earlier, but the average person couldn't possibly understand what they're looking at until at least 5 years old, right?
Yeah.
So you figure 57 years ago plus 5 is 62. So a person would have to be about 62 years old to have ever witnessed that.
Like people killing like Denver's defense, like the Mike White to Chosen play. Like Surtain's been in that game. That defense has been on the field all game, right? Getting cooked and in like 90-degree weather, humidity. So Surtain's like cooked at that point, dead legs, and Chosen comes off fresh and just burns the hell out of him.
And you'd have to be a 62-year-old Washington or LA fan because likely they were the only people watching the game when that happened. They didn't broadcast games all over the country like they do today. Like it's likely only the Washington and LA fans saw that game.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. What a season to be alive again, fellas.
I mean, it is what it is. I'm really excited to look at the All-22. We've kind of figured out how to do things to where we might be able to go forward and show it a little more. And I'm going to show you all, not just from yesterday, but comparing some of the stuff yesterday to some of the stuff that Colt McCoy broke down from the Chargers game. And you're going to see, like, okay, defenses did figure some stuff out. They did make adjustments, like Belichick, for instance. And then you see how we've adjusted to match that. And all we're doing is simply changing the role of each player in our whole motion system. It's like just that subtle change gets the wheels turning again where it's unstoppable and we're just hitting every pass and marching right down the field. One simple adjustment is all that has to happen. And you get a couple ugly plays that you're like, okay, they figured something. Now let's see where they're shading and we'll just do this or that. Sort of like when Brady, later in Brady's career, he was doing a long form interview and he was talking about how him and Wes Welker and even Julian Edelman and Gronk and all the guys that he was on, a tight page with, they would talk about things even during the game, after the game, before it, whatever. It was a constant discussion of, hey, this guy's doing this, bro. So even though we always run this play this certain way, this time I just want you to cut 3 more inches to the left. On this next play, because I noticed something with this defender. If we just adjust it this little smidgen, boom, big play. How do you think Welker and Edelman and all these guys are just open all the fucking time? You're like, how the fuck is the defense leaving these guys open? Because they would make subtle adjustments like that, like at the personal level between Brady and his receiver. Hey, come over here, Wes. Yo, I noticed this and that. If you just take a half a step extra next time on that 6 route, you know what I mean, or whatever. Boom.
They're not always the ones with the most talent either.
Not even the greatest show on turf is doing what we're doing.
You got that right. It wasn't the greatest show on turf that they said was the last time somebody put up 700 plus yards of total offense.
No,
it was the Rams, though, right? Yeah,
it was the Rams. So, but it's just the other Rams. That was Norm Van Brocklin was the quarterback. But yeah. Like, what the hell?
No, it's just this offense in September is on another level.
Yeah, if they could run the ball effectively all season, then teams are in trouble. Well, you never know with McDaniel. Like, if in tight games he tends to want to throw, and when we get leads, he likes to run. So
I'm already in December mode. I just can't wait till the playoffs now because I'm confident that we can do this consistently in the rest.
Why do you sound like that, Crypto?
I think Crypto's got himself on 2x speed or something.
Yeah, he's on speed mode right now.
You're speaking really fast, man. Yeah, I think we really can go forward and keep this stuff going really fast, really good, man.
We're about to lose so many players to free agency. We're not going to be able to pay. Austin Jackson is worth every little bit.
Right.
And look at all the names that are blowing up, right?
Well, you better get it done now.
You better get it done now because look, we might even lose this offensive coordinator, Frank Smith. Butch Barry might be gone and get a better job elsewhere. Darrell Bevel
How
might
about now?
soon
Can
be a
anybody hear me
head
now?
coach.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah,
Yeah,
you're
you sound
good.
good now,
You're good.
Crypto.
Yep, you're good.
Darrell Bevel might be a
All right.
head coach next season for an NFL team.
Yeah, I think Bevel's the most likely candidate to be gone next year, if I had to guess off the staff.
I mean, it's gonna suck when we open up next week and struggle and don't put up 70
But you'd
points.
rather be
People are gonna
suffering
be
from
like,
success. So I
people
don't
are
know.
gonna be like, it's gonna be such a letdown if we don't score
By the
70
way, I
points.
don't believe we're losing any of that. By the way, I'm just
That'll be Reds off
pointing
the
things out.
No, I think Bevel would be the only one that you might lose this year if Tua stays throughout the whole
Bevel
season
for
playing
sure.
well.
That is a good name.
Yo, like whoever's in Boca, man, like y'all might want to take cover. like, look
Yeah,
at
I got a hypothetical for you, though, Color, because you were at the game. When the crowd is chanting, "We want the record," how hard do you think Sanders on that bench was sweating buckets that he would have to go in and kick a field goal to break NFL record?
I don't think he was sweating at all. I just think that's probably one of the big reasons I don't think we did it is because McDaniel is not going to hang him out to dry. What if he missed that? You know, and then, ruins the whole celebration and everybody's picking on him. He ain't going to hang his player out to dry like that, dude. Because it would have been like a 48-yard field goal or something?
Yeah, if you miss that field goal, it looks real bad.
Yeah, and it would have rained on the whole parade, bro. We still got the Super Bowl era record. It's not like anybody in the Super Bowl era has ever done that.
If he would have missed that field goal, you think he would have got fired? Jason Sanders would have cut him?
No.
No, I don't think the staff would have held it against him, but the fans would have been calling for his head for sure. And then
this guy missed an extra point versus the Chargers that could have easily bit us in the behind, right? Chargers would have came down right now. We would be talking.
I don't like Sanders because you can't trust him past 50, and at some point you're gonna need a 50-yard field goal to win a game.
100%. This is what I'm saying. And Buffalo, we're gonna need a 50-yard field goal. I don't see this offense being this dynamic. 90%. Like it's bro. What? We've only punted the ball how many times in 3 games? I don't even recall. How many times have we punted the ball?
I think it's 5. I think we have 5 punts on the season.
This is one of the biggest complaints I had with Tua early on. Remember? 3-and-out king, punt the ball. Look at this. We don't even know who our punter's name is right now if you just became a fan 2 weeks ago. If you just became a Dolphin fan 2 weeks ago, you don't know who the punter is.
He looks like a cross, bro. He looks like a cross between Johnny Knoxville and Colin Cowherd.
Yeah, the goal is to not know who your punter is.
So, yeah, I mean, you were saying that the
Billy
pressure.
Bob Thornton could play him in a movie. If they ever made a movie about this season, Billy Bob Thornton could play our punter.
Color, you were saying that the pressure is more on Buffalo, but I disagree. I think the pressure is more on us proving to the NFL, especially the Tua doubters like myself, that this has to be sustainable.
Bro, they've made it clear.
No, the pressure is definitely on Buffalo.
They've made it clear they don't desire to prove anything in that regard, bro.
Buffalo can't go down 0-2 in division and be back 2 already. That'd be disastrous for Buffalo.
That's not pressure. I'm not saying there ain't a certain amount of pressure involved there, Pete. I'm just saying that is pales in comparison to the pressure of them losing next week, and and facing that.
And Buffalo wants nothing more in their life than to stomp our hype in.
Because
so
if they go
the pressure's
down
on them.
if they go down 2 games to us and are chasing us all year, the pressure is going to mount for them. They're going to drop games that they shouldn't have dropped because that's going to be in the back of their mind, always chasing. They're going to be us.
Yeah, think about it. Like if they lose this game, the next game in Miami is like crazy must win for them.
Well, I would argue everything becomes must win for them if we go up 2-game lead on them.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you right now, if we go up there, I'm gonna tell you guys right now, this is really serious. If we go up there and we beat Buffalo 35-17, 35-13, Buffalo screwed up. They literally screwed up. Something is wrong. That coach he needs to be fired. Like, teams need to start firing left and right when you lose to the Dolphins. That's just, honestly, when you let these guys cook offensively, your defensive coordinator needs to get cooked. Especially if you let Tyreek Hill do you in. Like, you need to take that out.
The thing of it is that, you know, they don't, like, we don't have, if we win next week, or even if we lose this week, right? This is what makes a championship team, and this is why it's less pressure on us, because like a championship team, we have taken care of business. We're already 3-0 on the or 2-0 on the road. Okay, and if we lose to Buffalo, okay, that's a road loss. But again, because we took care of business already, we're only a half game back of them with one game left to play with them.
No, just think about this, Color, because I disagree with this.
But if they lose, I know it sounds odd, but because they already have one loss, the disparity, if they lose, becomes a 2-game lead for us.
No, I get that. But what I'm saying,
how is the pressure not on them?
Because the pressure heading into the game is different. Like, that's what I'm saying. It's more, we need to prove it in a divisional game, because our last divisional game versus the Patriots, our offense too didn't cook like this with Tyreek Hill, you know? So go out there, prove it, and put it up there. And that's what I think is going to be the pressure. And the pressure is now even more on us, the fact that we put up a 70 burger. So now it's a must that Miami goes into Buffalo and doesn't get Washington. Okay? There's no excuses. We cannot go in there and have a flat game.
I think enough people understand regression to the mean enough to know that we shouldn't be down if we don't score 70 points, bro.
Now,
we just got to score 30.
No, it's not 70. What I'm saying, Color, you know exactly what I'm saying. If even Buffalo can win, and we can lose 35-31. We can't close. You know, that type of is acceptable. But if we come out flat, Color, if Buffalo comes out and they do us in 28-6, what do you think is more pressure on? It's on us to put up points on the road.
But how is that different than any other Monday, bro?
No, because
in the long run, we're still only a half game behind them. We can chalk that up as, hey, we've been riding really high, and it was time we came down to earth, so we did, and we're still only a half game behind them.
Right now, everybody's good. And Color, you'll understand in DFS terms. Right now, everybody's going to be playing high on Tua stacks for a reason.
Oh, I'm fading the shit out of Tua this week.
Yeah, so am I. But there's a chance that he's going to keep putting up points.
Of course.
You know?
But it ain't worth the value. They're gonna raise his salary, so it ain't worth the chalk. You know what I mean?
Basically, all I was gonna say is Tua stacks are gonna be higher owned than the Josh Allen stacks this weekend.
Which does nothing for you in DFS. So even though people are like, "Why is Color fading Tua?" It has nothing to do with what I think about him. It has to do with the fact that everybody and their mother is gonna own him, and if he don't get out of body experience numbers, there's going to be everybody that owns him is going to lose their freaking tournament.
You also got to realize that the Bills are like the best team in the NFL at front running. When stuff is going good in the game for them, they're world beaters. When games get tight, they're not the same team.
What team doesn't that apply for?
All of the pressure lies on the Bills right now. I don't want to hear it. There's no captain going on in here. Only El Capitan up in here. Fuck that cat bullshit. I'm telling you right now, the Bills are not looking at their game film from what they did right and wrong against the Commanders. They're busy watching the Dolphins, the hottest team in the NFL, the hottest offense in the NFL, worried about us coming in there and dog walking them in their house.
You see, by Capitan's tone, right? We have the pressure.
No, we don't. They got the pressure.
No, we don't.
They got the pressure. Yes, you do. Because God forbid the team that was the darlings of the NFL all year last year got every excuse in the book that dropped one on prime time to the fucking Zach Wilson-led Jets.
Big deal. So they lost the game. Spin the narrative.
And we didn't.
Now it's just a loss. Now it's just a loss. Now it's
That's all I said it was before.
Jets team.
The Bills didn't lose it. The Bills didn't lose it. Josh Allen lost it. Get it right.
Okay.
The Bills defense played fine. The Bills defense played fine. The Bills offense played fine. Josh Allen lost the game. You guys are acting like you're just going to dog walk the Buffalo Bills.
We are.
No,
I'm sitting here.
I think it's a big close game.
But I'll tell you right now, the Buffalo Bills defense is superior to what it was last year. The Buffalo Bills offense has more weapons than it had last year.
Does it?
All I'm hearing is that you guys have caught up to the Dolphins defense, but your offense ain't going to put out what we're going to put out.
What do you mean caught up to the Dolphins defense?
That's what I'm trying to explain to you. We have more points preferred in both games, and that's why I keep telling you, Color, the pressure's on us, bro. We got to go out there and put up more points. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. This is not a defensive battle. This is not McDermott stopping Tua. No, Tua has to go out there with the pressure on his back and prove to Buffalo. Remember who knocked them out?
Did Al Crapitan just say that the Dolphins?
There's more. I think Tua's gonna come out flat. I think he's scared of Buffalo. This is like I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna tell you exactly how I feel. Me personally, I think Tua's scared of Buffalo the same way Ryan Tannehill was scared of the Baltimore Ravens.
You know what, Pete? Pete, you know what? Pete, I think you're right. And I don't think that he was benched, and I don't think it was a concussion. I think he went to McDaniel and Greer and said, you know what? I do not want to play against Buffalo in the final game. That's exactly you're right, Pete.
I can't fucking fight the cap anymore. This is bullshit.
Hold on. You can't be doing that.
Fucking sleep. I'm hearing this.
I can't allow you to gaslight a fan base like this.
Needs to prove that he's not scared of Buffalo Sunday. That's facts.
All I know is that the Bills are scared of the Dolphins, and
they're not. How do you know that, Cap?
Crypto,
how do you know that, Cap?
Show are you running around here letting
Josh Allen's going
What do you mean? Hold on. I'm going to put a stop to this nonsense.
Me since preseason.
I'm going to put a stop to this nonsense. Stop the Cap. Stop the gaslighting, Michael K. That's not happening. And Pete, you stop agreeing with them. With this nonsense.
The Bills are afraid. The Bills are afraid of the.
I know what I'm telling you, Crypto. I feel this as a Tua fan. How about that? I personally think Tua is scared of the Bills, bro. Because remember what
somebody timed Pete out.
Hey, was that you earlier? Was that what's his name? Roberto.
Somebody timed Pete out.
So talking about Tua was looking calm and poised on the Tyreek. Was that you earlier? Correct me if I'm
wrong.
Oh my
God. That was you. That's exactly that's what we're not gonna get versus Buffalo. You're gonna see a shaky foot, throwing off balance, bad mechanics. Tua. That's what you get versus Buffalo.
We're going to watch the Miami Dolphins offensive line push around the Bills defensive line, set up the run early and often. Set up the run early and often, and that play action is going to chew them up. On third and long, it's going to be automatic to Tyreek Hill, and everybody knows it. And they're not going to be able to
what
stop
you think, Mike? Okay, you think Jordan Phillips' penguin-looking ass is going to freaking stop anybody, man? Come on, man.
Yeah, fucking fat boy. He ain't going to do nothing.
These guys are all worried about your offensive line. You guys think the Bills' defensive line is a bunch of pushovers?
The only thing scary about Jordan Phillips is what he leaves in the toilet.
Garbage. The Bills got a top yesterday. The Bills got a top 5 D line right now.
They got 9 sacks yesterday. What do you think Tua's going to do when he gets hit every third play?
They got 9 sacks. AJ Epinesa jumped up, picked off Buddy out of the air like crazy.
Oh my God!
Ran it back for a score.
They don't have tight end blocking like we
Bernard.
do. They don't have
what? What are you talking, El Capitan? Have you won too many games of Sloppy Biscuit? Because obviously you got batter on the brain or something saying you got better tight ends than us.
I said blocking. We have better blocking schemes with our tight ends.
Really, you got
fullbacks. I'm talking.
No, so you're saying Dawson Knox
sacks on the Commanders.
You're saying Dawson Knox can't block? Wait, didn't Color say that Dawson Knox was a dolphin killer?
First of all, no
Did he?
one said that. That's a lie. Don't cap.
Hold on. Hey, Color.
What?
Hold on a minute. Hey, Color, excuse me, but yesterday, did you say Dawson Knox was a dolphin killer?
Yesterday, I never even spoke about the Buffalo Bills yesterday.
Or the day, the day
we
before.
better forget
Might have
about
been
the
Saturday.
Broncos and talk Buffalo because I'm not with it. This anomaly game, I'm not gonna sustain. I'm not gonna cherish for long. I'm already over that win yesterday.
I don't use the word Buffalo when I'm anywhere near the Hard Rock facility.
So it must have been Saturday then. Well, all right, never mind, Color. At one point, Color, did you say Dawson Knox was a dolphin killer?
I don't recall saying that, but I mean, I have said a lot of things.
Okay, pull up the tape. Then we'll believe it. Until then, you're
all right. Yeah, because I said don't worry. I said don't forget about Dawson or Dalton Kincaid now either, because now we have the guy who can actually catch the ball.
But that's the problem. That's why. Look, you guys have that good stuff, but the offense.
I might have said it after the last time we played you guys because Dawson Knox had 140 yards receiving on us.
You almost lost to us last year.
No, it was recently, Color. It was recently, Color, because I got a bad memory, so I only remember things like.
I might have had the memory of that game in my mind when I said it.
Hold on, Pete.
Skyler's playoff game last year.
Somebody time these fools out. That's all I know.
Skyler goes out and puts up more points than Tua.
The only one that times people out is up here, and I'm not doing it to myself.
Well, the Dolphins are going to score 30.
Somebody time Michael K out. Michael K time Michael K out.
If the Bills are going to win, they're going to have to score more than 30.
That's what I'm saying. There you go. So the expectation is 30.
Yeah,
That's
Michael K, we're going to need you to time yourself out.
Yeah, I'll get right on that.
Michael K out, please.
The expectation has to be 30. We scored 30 against the Bills last 2 times we played them.
Last 2 times you played us, who won? Oh, that's right. The Bills scored more than 30.
You scored more than 30, which is what I said. If you're going to win this game, you got to score more than 30.
You got to score more than 30 in order to win.
But I'm telling you right now, the Bills' defense is better this year than it was last year.
And our offense is better this year than it was last year.
Maybe, maybe not.
They filled the hole at left guard. And our right tackle is way better than what it was last year.
Hey, Colin, you got the stats. How many pressures? How many? What's that?
What the hell did the Bills do to get better on defense?
Well, we got Poona Ford. We got Poona Ford. We got this Terrell Bernard who's playing way better than Edmonds ever did in the 5 years he was with the Bills. We got Taylor Rapp that can play a third safety instead of putting a nickel in. Trey White's playing now. He isn't injured like he was.
And I don't know if anyone's talking about it.
Fifth.
One of the biggest improvements the Dolphins had this year is McDaniel's getting plays in like 20 seconds earlier. So we're no longer snapping the ball with 1 second on the play clock and the defense knowing exactly when the ball's going to be snapped every time.
Do you realize how loud it's going to be in Rich Stadium or Highmark or whatever you want to call it? I guarantee there's no less than 5 false starts or delay of game penalties by the Dolphins.
That's another thing. You see what I'm saying?
What makes you say that?
That's another thing we're way better at this year. Pre-snap penalties.
What makes you so certain?
Have you ever heard? Well, Crypto, are you coming to Western New York Sunday?
Crypto's on the 33 speed again.
Hey, what makes you sound certain?
What makes you so certain?
I've only lived here my whole life. I've only been to I don't know how many Bills games, over 100.
What makes you think just because you live there your whole life that makes it any better?
Well, Crypto will know if he's going to come to Western New York and go to the game. I'll give him all the ins and outs and where to go and how to get there, blah blah blah, and he'll realize how loud that stadium is.
What section? What's the west section of the stadium? What section?
To buy a ticket?
You talking about?
Well, you can sit with Mark in 3. Oh no, that Mark was there the first. That was 308. My tickets are in 130, which is the 35-yard line.
Bowl.
Yeah,
that's
you'll get 30-yard line. 32, I guess.
What is your score prediction, Mike?
28-21.
Did you guys get any injuries yesterday?
No.
Any player got nicked up?
Nah, not that we're aware of. Oh yeah, Stephon Diggs hurt his wrist and he was in the next play, so he's fine. He's good to go. But nobody else. We got Leonard Floyd. There's another one. Leonard Floyd is he's a beast off the edge. Russo's playing lights out.
I saw some of his plays. He's a casualty in the run game, and you know that.
Hey, Michael K, y'all fucking lost to Zach Wilson. Shut that shit up.
Get his ass, Nick. Get up. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
You motherfuckers lost to Zach Wilson. You
Is that little dick? Is that little dick?
I don't care who it is. You lost to Zach Wilson. You lost to
we lost to Zach. Great, we lost to Zach Wilson.
We lost to Zach Wilson. We put 70 up on. Tua has beat the last 10 Super Bowls. Tua has beat 10 Super Bowl coaches in a row.
That might be the only reason that we lose.
10 Super Bowl winning coaches in a row.
Yeah, that doesn't help us, Nick.
The left arm of God.
Michael K, hold on.
10 Super Bowl winning coaches have gone down to the left hand of God. He is now the front runner to win the MVP. The Miami
God! In week 3,
Miami Dolphins will be the number one ranked team in the NFL, and we just scored 70.
Hey, Big Nick,
Michael K, I think you guys lost to him 2 or 3 times, right? Michael K lost to Zach.
You motherfuckers lost to Zach Wilson.
No.
Here's a spoiler.
I think Zach Wilson has a winning record.
Josh Allen won't be an MVP candidate at any point this year.
Hey, that's fine. If they
he
lose to Zach
won't,
Wilson
Roberto.
but beat Tua, Big Nick, you're gonna be biting those words like a twisted pretzel.
Roberto, you're right. He won't be an MVP candidate. Josh Allen is.
Imagine the Bills beat us and they lost to Zach Wilson.
Pete, I don't pick on the handicap, Pete. Leave me alone. I don't pick on the handicap.
Imagine we lose to the Bills and they lost to Zach Wilson and the Jets. You know how bad that's gonna stink? And
imagine an NFL team could have literally scored 100 points in a game.
Let these Dolphin fans make the pressure.
Imagine that. Imagine an NFL team could have scored 100 points in a game with Tua as a quarterback. Imagine that.
Little Dick, imagine this.
Zach Wilson. Let's not forget.
Any other NFL team would have.
Imagine that Tua has only been on the ground 2 times and only been sacked once in fucking 3
chance he could go down 6
games.
on Sunday. That doesn't matter. He could go down.
And you talking about Epinosa? You talking about Epinosa jumping up, grabbing interception? You ain't just fucking see your own player do that? You didn't just see Ogba do that?
No, I saw Wilkins drop it and
what's up, guys?
Ogba did it off the deflection.
I don't care what it was. You didn't just see him get a sack and an interception in a game? A defensive lineman? You didn't see that? Oh, man. Oh, man. I didn't get the lottery either, but I played it.
Hey, Little Dick, how many of your linebackers have interceptions this year?
How many wins do your team have compared to mine?
Answer the question, Little Dick. Answer the question, Little Dick. How many of your linebackers have interceptions this year?
How many of your players are leading the NFL? How many of your players are leading the NFL in their statistical categories?
What, interceptions? I think both our linebackers are tied.
What team leading the NFL in anything in?
I think our linebackers are tied for the most interceptions.
How many of them has your quarterback thrown to linebackers?
You think? How many?
Well, Nick,
how many of your? Hey,
Little Dick, you can't answer the questions.
How many of your rookies are averaging 8.9 yards per carry?
Hey, Nick. Hey, Little Dick, don't you have cops to go bait into violating your constitutional rights?
No, I have. No, I don't bait them. I don't bait them. I try to save the minority population of our country so they wouldn't get hurt by the police.
Oh wait, so the only ones you're willing to save are the minorities? It's not a matter of all citizens? Is that what you're saying?
I'm a minority, motherfucker. That's who I look at first. That's
how did it go this far? You see how
motherfucker ain't had the march for you. Motherfucker ain't had the march for nobody look like you. Ain't nobody ever set a law to protect people that look like you. So shut the fuck up. There's no laws in this country to protect people who look like you. So shut the fuck up.
I'm not gonna lie. This is exactly why I said, Color. Tua has more pressure on him right now. I don't care what anybody tells me. Tua better go up Sunday in Orchard Park.
Why do you think Tua has pressure? It's pressure on the Bills.
No, it's no pressure on the Bills. They're at home. They're gonna sit there comfortable. They know they're the better team. They beat us in the playoffs.
That's why the pressure's on them.
No, there's no pressure on them.
The pressure's on the Bills,
They
dude.
were a better team last year. How can they possibly be a better team this year? How can they possibly be a better team this year when they're in second place? They was a better team last year. How can they be a better team this year?
The pressure shifts to the Dolphins if they win this game.
Weren't they in second place last year too around this time, Big Nick? Haven't we lived this historic event before?
Are they in second place right now?
Big Nick?
Are they in second place right now? By definition, I'm gonna use one of Crypto's terms. By definition, they are a worse team because they are in second place.
This is the funniest fan base ever. Listen,
No, Pete, we were in the same situation as the Bills were last year, where you're playing on the road. You don't have to win on the road.
Yo, 2 years were off of Tua. It's just a fact. We might live the same reality.
Pete, last year that Bills-Dolphins game to start the year that we played at home,
let's not get on.
the pressure was on us because we were at home.
Pete is a so-called Dolphin fan. Pete is a so-called Dolphin. Let's not get on Pete. Let's get on this motherfucker. Let's get on this motherfucker who has no best interest of the Dolphins in hand, and he's sitting up here talking shit on our platform about a motherfucker that's 3-0 in the division, in the conference, the #1 seed in the NFL probably.
This is what you guys don't get.
And they lost to Zach Wilson.
Guys, Tua has more pressure this game, and he's
Zach Wilson haven't beaten nobody but Buffalo.
Quarterback. This is the thing.
Yeah, I think he has a higher winning percentage against Buffalo than he do the rest of the league.
He definitely has a higher winning percentage. He definitely has a higher winning percentage than Tuna.
Well, he hasn't beaten nobody but Buffalo this year.
Right, he only beaten the Bills.
The pressure cannot be on the Dolphins because we could win later in the year at home versus the Bills, and it's a push. All the pressure is on the Bills.
Buffalo so trash. Buffalo so trash. New York Jets fan was rooting for Zach Wilson in that first game. Ain't that a motherfucker? The motherfucker was rooting on Zach Wilson. They were calling his name. They were jumping up. The coach came out after the game and said, Zach is our quarterback. That's how good Buffalo made that sorry motherfucker look. And he wanted to get on our platform and talk shit.
Get his ass, Nick.
I think Zach Wilson would be considered a Hall of Famer if they played the Bills 17 times a season.
Yeah, that doesn't happen though.
Fucking look at him.
Y'all would literally give him Hall of Fame status if he played.
I love how the Dolphins fan base is saying.
Take this stat, Michael K. And depending on the score of the game tonight, at this point right now, the 70 points the Miami Dolphins scored yesterday was more points than 15 fucking teams in the NFL combined their whole season.
Nick, great. Little Dick, that's great. That's great. And Little Dick, how much did you have to do with that?
Why you on my dick, Michael K? What is it about my dick you want to put in your mouth?
Little Dicky, how much did you have to do with the Dolphins scoring 70 points?
What is it about
you act like you had something to do with it.
What is it about my dick you want to put in your mouth? Huh?
Right,
I ain't the only man on this counter with a dick. I ain't the only man on this counter with a dick. Why you keep highlighting my dick? What is it about my dick you want to put in your mouth?
Can somebody translate? I couldn't understand what he said.
Y'all don't want to fuck with me, man. I'm vicious, bro.
Get him, Big Dick.
Oh yeah, you're vicious going after Lewis.
Get him, Big Nick.
I'm going after
You're going after Lewis, and you were going after Color. You're going after Crypto.
Get off of Lewis.
You're going after all them guys.
I'm on you right now. Lewis is a man.
Dude, you're sitting in your one-room shack with 5 kids under 3 years old.
Lewis, so what? So what? You sit up there, and you're worried about a man's dick. So let's talk about that.
I was calling you Little Dick.
I know you're
not worried about your dick.
You're
not worried about it.
Why are you so focused?
Well, you
on
can't
my
even
dick?
answer. You can't even answer an honest question.
Why do you?
So Little Dicky, you're saying that the Dolphins have a better defense than the Bills.
I'm saying the Dolphins is a better team at 3-0 than your Bills at 2-1.
That ain't the question I asked.
I'm saying we won't lose to Zach Wilson.
Are you sure about that?
I'm positive about that.
Okay.
I'm positive about that. If I'm not mistaken, I think we just beat 3 Pro Bowl quarterbacks, 2 All-Pros, and 1 possible Hall of Fame quarterback. If I'm not mistaken.
2 All-Pros. 2 All-Pros.
Yeah. Russell Wilson was all pro. Russell Wilson was all pro, and the first guy we played was all pro. What the fuck are you talking about?
Justin Herbert was all pro. You sure about that?
All pro. Well, if not, he was
second team
multi-time Pro Bowler.
All pro. No, you said all pro.
Okay,
well, check that color. I think he did make all pro. Could you check the numbers on that color?
Well, he was definitely the rookie of the year, right? He was offensive rookie of the year, right?
Yeah, he was.
He has more yards. He has more yards in his first 3 years than any quarterback in NFL history, right? Right, right, Michael K.
That part.
And your point, little dick.
We beat three Pro Bowl
and your point,
quarterbacks.
little
Take out
dick.
the All Pro. Take off the All Pro. We beat three Pro Bowl quarterbacks in a row, and you fucking lost to a guy that was drafted because his mom is hot.
Great. And your point? I had nothing to do with it. You act like you're part of the team. You act like you're a decision maker.
I am. Let me show you.
But
something.
I asked you plain and simple: who has the better defense, the Bills or the Dolphins?
Okay, let's
you couldn't
see.
answer that question.
I don't know. I haven't looked at the numbers, but I can do.
No,
this.
you know.
I know.
You know, little dick.
Wait.
You know, little dick.
I'm gonna answer that. Right? We gave up 34 in the first game. We gave up 17 in the next game. We gave up 20. Somebody do the math on that. And then how much has Buffalo given up?
There's 71 points.
So how much is Buffalo giving up?
34. What does that have to do with anything?
All
together.
All together.
Well,
that's right.
You're an idiot.
That's right. They played the Raiders, they played the Jets, and they played the Commanders. 3 non-playoff teams. While we played
Wait a minute. The Patriots are a playoff team?
Quarterback.
The playoffs are the Patriots are a playoff team?
Yeah, they are a playoff team. They went to the playoffs, yeah.
What, 2, 3 years ago?
Team? No, it was 2 years ago. It's still a playoff team.
Well, they weren't a playoff team last year.
And their coach their coach had 6 Super Bowls.
Hold on. Just because they won a playoff team last year doesn't mean they wasn't playoff caliber.
Well, in that case, Miami's...
They was literally one backwards pass away from making the playoffs. So stop it.
Hey, Michael K. Even if they wasn't a playoff team, their coach got 6 Super Bowls in this decade. I mean, well,
and in this decade. What does that have to do with the team they have now, little dick?
Listen, we understand you can't comprehend Super Bowl wins. We understand. It's okay.
Absolutely. I have nothing to do with it. I wasn't playing for the team. But exactly what does Belichick 6?
Because that same team beat you guys without even throwing the football, bro.
Yeah.
Okay, another anomaly.
Oh, everything is an anomaly.
Is it an anomaly when they beat you like 3 straight?
Wait a minute.
How
is it an anomaly? Hold on. How is it an anomaly?
Who beat us 3 straight?
How is it an anomaly when that same team that beat you without throwing the football also put up more 40 burgers in that same season than any NFL team?
Oh wait, was that the same team the same year? Was that the same team the same year that Josh?
The same year, yes. Hold on. That was the same team the same year. Mac Jones had 2 40 burgers and a 50 burger, as well as beating you guys without even throwing the football. That's right.
Wait a minute,
same year.
And that was the same team. That was the same team that we embarrassed in the playoffs.
I got one.
When Allen pitched the perfect game.
Is it an anomaly? Is it an anomaly that a team with a 7th round quarterback and 3 other undrafted starters almost beat the shit out you in the playoffs?
Almost.
You're not hearing the caveat. You're not hearing the caveat.
It's almost.
Hold on, I got this.
The 7th rounder.
I got this, Nick. Hold on, I got
Michael
this.
K.
How many rounds, Michael K? How many rounds should we subtract from 7 rounds to make it less than
subtract.
What do you mean rounds?
How many rounds? Hold on. How many rounds do we subtract to take away the almost?
All right. You almost beat us. Well, we almost beat you with a practice squad secondary in week 3.
Only thing
we almost beat you with the practice squad secondary in week 3. But guess what? We beat you the next 2 times, didn't we?
Yeah, the problem with week 3 wasn't your secondary. The problem was your offensive line collapsing in the heat.
Hold on. Wait, Color. Hold on, Color. Not even that. They had the ball for 44 fucking minutes and doubled our offensive production and still lost.
Which is why their offensive linemen were collapsing in the heat.
And then my coach said, I hope it's cold as shit. I hope it's colder than what y'all predicting in New England.
Yeah, how'd that work out for him? How'd that work out for him? How'd that work out?
We lost by
But there again, Michael K. There again, now we're talking about improvements year over year. We all know
it worked out pretty well.
Stupidly, we all know that Mike McDaniel stupidly shifted away from the run when the snow started falling in that game. So, given that we've improved, given that we have obviously improved in the run game, I don't suspect the same outcome there.
7 quarterback sacks. How many? He's back on his turnover ways. I see every game this year he has committed a turnover, except he got lucky against the sorry ass Raiders. But he's committed turnovers already.
Big Nick, you realize Michael K is literally like pouring gasoline on himself right now. He is enjoying every moment of this.
How many times has your quarterback been sacked this year? How many times have your quarterbacks been sacked?
What does that have to do with anything, Dick?
Your team has improved, right?
Allen, what's he been sacked? Three times? Was he sacked three times?
You know what improvement is? You know what improvement is? Is having your quarterback only hit twice and sacked once in 3 games in the NFL. That's improvement. That's improvement.
What offensive line did you play? What offensive line did you play besides the Patriots?
What?
What offensive line did you play, or defensive line did you play besides the Patriots?
Do you
actually think the Chargers? Do you think the Chargers had
in the first game of the year? We played against 2 All-Pros, Khalil Mack and Rick and Bosa kid. You forgot about that?
We played the Chargers.
You forgot about that? And then
we Broncos. We played.
And you almost lost.
And then
you almost lost.
Well, we almost
scored 70 points against the Broncos. What are you talking about?
You almost lost in Buffalo. You almost lost. See how almost only applies to you? See how almost only applies to you?
Wait. Okay.
Right?
You're right,
you're right, and then we went up. Went up against, some might arguably say, is arguably the greatest coach, if not the greatest defensive mind in NFL history. We went up against him, and then we just went up against Sean Payton, the man that everybody wanted.
Great. You know what? Great. You go up against the greatest coach of all time, and if he was coaching a bunch of nobodies, you think they actually have a chance to win?
I don't know, but we beat him when he had the greatest teams all the time.
So
we beat him head up. When he had one of the greatest teams, Mike, when he had one of the greatest teams of all time, we beat him head up. Y'all lost twice that year. We beat him head up.
Great.
So come on, don't come for my franchise when your franchise is the only one in our division.
Hold on. Are you hating on the Patriots when they beat you by throwing the ball 3 times in the game?
So what kind of game was it?
So what do you mean?
What kind of game was it?
It was a game where y'all lost, and the quarterback didn't even have to throw the ball.
Hey,
we lost. What was your record last year? What was your record last year?
Michael K. Florida State is known for why
the same record that y'all had. No playoff.
I'm just saying. You're saying a coach that has no team. So the Patriots had a team that year, or did
y'all win the Super Bowl? Hey, did y'all win the Super Bowl?
You don't think the teams could lose? You don't think the good teams can lose every once in a while?
Hey,
do you think the Kansas City Chiefs are better?
Y'all lose all the time when y'all a good team. Y'all lost 4 times when y'all was the best team in the AFC.
You don't think good teams can beat other good teams every once in a while?
Well, you guys make it sound like you're going to the Super Bowl already.
Hey, Michael,
I seen your clown fan base.
To the Super Bowl.
They've already printed the tickets, bro.
Yeah, the tickets already. The hotel reservations are already in place. Hilton's honored. Honored.
You said good teams can't lose once in a while. Yes, they can, but your team lose all the time. Your team has been the best team 4 times and lost.
Great. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I did opt in for the home playoff tickets already for the Dolphins, so I mean I'm there already.
Hey, Michael K. When we beat y'all Sunday, do you know we're gonna be 4-0 in the toughest conference in football? Have y'all ever done that?
With a 2-game lead on you guys.
2-game lead.
Have we ever done that?
He wants to talk about the pressure
2-game lead
on
in the
us.
division.
That's hilarious.
And it's all by ifs. Ifs. You got clowns in your fan base. You got clowns in your fan base.
Fair enough.
Right. A-Chain runs for 237 yards.
Hold on.
A-Chain runs for 237 yards against the defense that already broke.
Okay, so let's talk against the other way. Wait.
He was around.
Hold on. Let's talk in ifs the other way then, Michael Case, to be fair. If you guys win, you'll only be a half game ahead of us.
Okay,
and we'll have seven more home games. Because we already played 3 on the road.
If you took away all of A-Chain's touchdowns and yards, we still win that game by 3 scores.
All right, well, guess what? How many A-Chain yards were after the Broncos defense gave up?
I know the Broncos had 2 games
How
before
many
us and nobody.
How many of A-Chain's yards?
Hey, Michael K. The Broncos played 2 games.
Just be quiet.
The Broncos played 2 games before they played the Dolphins, and nobody scored 70 on them, and nobody ran the ball for 350 yards. I know that.
And the reason the Broncos defense gave up is because Tua hit him over the head with his dong, and the game was over in the second quarter.
Well, these guys are clamoring over this A-Chain who gets 237 yards. How many of those yards came after the Broncos defense gave up?
Hey, Michael K. How many times have Josh Allen
quit asking questions without answering the question.
None of them. They never gave up. Patrick Surtain was on the field to the end. Patrick Surtain was on the field to the end of the game. He was on the field to the end of the game, so they didn't give up at all. Russell Wilson.
So earlier, people were saying that
every snap of the game, they never gave up. But I want to ask you a question.
What does that have to do with the defense?
I just answered your
question. What does that have to do with the defense, little
Sorry, Jay. I'm the only one with controls right now, and I'm on my phone. Sorry about that.
How many times has Josh Allen had more touchdowns than he had incompletions?
What does that have to do with anything?
This is Dr. Steinberg calling from the psychiatric hospital. Can I have a word, please? This is Dr. Steinberg.
You don't want to answer the question, you say that.
Hang on, Jay.
Because it's stupid statistics.
Yeah, but the ultimate statistic is 3-0 and 2-1. That's the ultimate statistic.
I don't know. Maybe you should put Effordent in so your fucking teeth don't start clamoring all over.
This is Dr. Steinberg. Excuse me, everyone, please. Doctor, excuse me, Nick. Can you shut up, please?
Let's give Jay.
Hey, Nick. Hold on. We'll get back to you and Michael K.
People with facts pound
Dr. Steinberg here.
Pound the table.
All right,
Michael, we're concerned about you
guys in a second.
at
Go ahead,
the Amherst Psychiatric Hospital. We know you played with your feces quite a bit 2 weeks ago at the Las Vegas home game. Can you please not play with your feces? We like to get you on your medication. No LSD. We like to help you. We're all waiting for you to come back here to Amherst. We know you're mentally ill. Okay, so just don't play with your shit. Don't play with your shit. It's not healthy, shit wiper. Okay, shit wiper, we want to help you. Take care, shit wiper.
Fucking Canadians. Unbelievable. Third world country.
Shit wiper.
That's all you do. You can attack people personally because you can't attack their team. You have nothing, buddy. People with facts pound the facts. People without facts pound the table. You fucking table pounder.
What facts, Nick? The Bills were 13-3 last year. What were the Dolphins?
Last year was
That's a fact. That's a fact.
Hey, last year, I fucked this chick so fine I've never seen her again.
How much did you pay, Nick? How much did you pay?
That is irrelevant, buddy. That's irrelevant. The fact is I never seen her again because it was last year.
Michael K., you keep talking about record, but you guys had a remote control at the end of last season watching the Super Bowl, just like everybody else did.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And I've never, And I've never wanted to blow up the Buffalo Bills more than they were worth blowing up. But you got guys that are.
Nobody don't believe you. That's a lie. That's a lie.
When have I ever blown the Bills up?
You just trying to get the heat off you and that trash that never won shit.
Really? Ask anybody. I've never defended them. I certainly never defended Josh Allen.
I don't have to. Hey, that's what people do. You throw stones to hide your hands. Yeah.
What does that have to do with anything? I asked, you
at
asked
least he's
questions.
not playing with his shit, Mike. You got to give Big Nick credit for not playing with his shit and wiping it on his fucking
Listen,
face.
can we talk
Oh,
about
are you talking about the Canadian that's
No, I'm talking about you. I'm talking about you.
No.
That was you. That was you.
Yeah,
we
that was
heard
me.
Dr. Steinberg
We're
earlier. That
talking
was
about the
you
guy
playing
that
with
got
your
shit
shit.
stains. We're talking about the guy that got shit stains in his toilet and let his dog drink out of
No,
it.
he wipes them on himself. He wipes his shit on himself, Michael K. He needs psychiatric
Absolute
help,
nonsense.
like
Typical
Dr.
Canadian.
Steinberg
Doesn't have
said.
anything intelligent to say. Lives in a
You still
third
You're a
world
got
shit
country.
wiper. Shut
You
up,
still
shit
got
wiper.
Why
in your
does the
toilet
Bill
bowl?
fans participate in that though, Michael K?
Buffalo shit wipers.
And the
So-
Canadians are their
Why
biggest
do they
fan
do
base.
that?
Canadians have more love for the Bills than you motherfuckers do because you are Southern Canada.
Did your mother, Michael, teach you not to play with your own shit?
Oh, really? This fucking clown?
He's such a fucking idiot, bro.
What a fucking clown this guy is.
You're a fucking clown, Michael Cat.
Didn't your mother teach you? Didn't your mother teach you not to talk shit to a team that scored 70 when you lost to Zach fucking Wilson?
You're probably playing with his own
70.
shit right now,
Yeah.
Nick.
Take the victory. Take the week 3 victory lap.
Finger
We don't have to
painting,
take shit. We
finger
earned it.
painting,
We don't have to
finger
take shit. We
painting.
earned it.
Take the week 3 victory lap.
We earned
Y'all
it.
get on
We
Pete.
earned it.
Y'all get on Pete for telling the truth because you don't like what he has to say.
Yeah, I know. Did you take the victory last week?
What are you talking about?
Did you take the victory last week?
Stop it.
Did you take the victory against the Commanders?
I don't think I've ever heard Pete tell the truth.
Huh? This man is the most hypocritical dude I've ever met in my life. He's gonna tell us to take a win, but he just had a win against the Commanders, and his dick is hard as fuck because of that little win.
He's also talking about like point differential.
Hey, color. Can you hold it down for 1 second? I gotta go get something real quick.
Sure, I can't promise I can hold it down, but I can certainly try.
Well, maybe Michael K can hold down his shit at least and not fucking play with
We
it.
got some big personalities up here, you know. I'm just kidding, Crypto.
All right.
You know what? Hold on.
Hey, Michael K. The next time your team win a Super Bowl, it'll be the first time.
That's great, Nick. Absolutely great.
So Michael, are you going to play with your shit during halftime?
Hey, Michael, how many points did the Bills score after Washington gave up in that game?
What's that? You mumbled that. What was that? I didn't
How
hear
many
what you
points
said.
did the Bills score after Washington
you
quit
heard
in that
me.
game?
Don't play stupid. Are you going to play
After
with your
Washington
shit like
quit.
you did 2 weeks ago? Shit wiper.
Yeah,
Are you going to
after
play with your
Washington
shit?
quit. After
When did
Washington quit, how
Washington
many points did the Bills
quit?
score?
Washington never even started because the Bills' defense is that good.
Oh, but the Broncos quit, right?
The Bills actually are ranked top 5.
We're going to be fucking ranked number 1, you asshole. What are you talking about?
What, your defense? Your defense is going to
The
be ranked
team.
number 1?
Yeah,
I don't
the
think
power
so.
ranking, the
Shut
team.
up, shit wiper. Shit
team.
wiper is
Real
not
here.
allowed. Shit wiper. Nick, he's a minority
While
like
the
you.
game-
He's a
while the
minority.
game-
He's got psychiatric
Look.
problems. You got to respect
While
him. I'm being
everybody
too
was
hard. My
still trying-
apologies,
look,
Michael.
While
You're a good
everybody
man.
was
Just
still
take your
trying to play
medication.
yesterday, while both teams were still trying to play yesterday, it was 42-13 at halftime. That's before anybody quit anything.
Well, we're 30. We had 35. We scored 35 in both halves.
You sure? I'm pretty sure it was 42-13 at halftime, bro.
No, it was 35.
No, it's 35. It's 35.
Okay, fine.
We scored
Okay,
35
fine.
in the second half.
Okay, fine. But the point still remains. People were still trying to win at that point.
Hey, Color, let me ask Michael K a question. Would, in the history of the Buffalo Bills, would they ever go for a 4th and 1 on their own fucking 30-yard line and then fucking make the team punt? You want to talk about defense? Do you even have the balls to go forward on your own 30-yard line, 4th and 1?
What? That's just stupid. I mean, that's just stupid logic. How'd that work out going 4th and 1?
They punted. They punted. They punted. They didn't get shit out of it.
Just absolutely stupid.
They punted the ball from our 30-yard line. They had
Mike,
to punt.
what medication you taking for that shit wiping episode, bud?
Hey, Color, I thought
medication
timeouts
you
were
on?
in effect.
Seriously, what medication you on?
That boy said their defense got
Michael
better.
K with the $10 donation. has now timed out Jay. Bye, Jay. Enjoyed the third world country. I'm sorry, Jay.
Great, he spent $10, so now he won't eat because he has no money, so there'll be no shit on him.
I love
Great.
it. I love it.
Let's see. We are at 1648. All right. I'll get you back at 1658, Jay.
Michael K, I can shit on your team all day, man. Let's go. Keep
You're
going.
absolutely right, Nick. You're absolutely right. Just like you
Keep
shit on
going.
everybody else. In fact, you shit on own members of your fan base.
There you go. Why you bringing other people in? I specifically called Michael K. Specifically, man up. Man up. Fuck everybody else. Man up.
Man up. I'm 1,500 miles away, and I'm going to man up.
So
But
can I just go?
I'm 1,500 miles away too, and I'm manning up. I'm talking over the internet. I'm talking about man up. Stop bringing in other people and man up and come from Michael K's perspective. Stop worrying about what I said about other people. I'm talking about you.
Can I please give you guys some matchup numbers here? Look at this.
Fucking Trump supporter.
Total yards going into this is the matchup page, right, for Buffalo versus Miami. Total yards: Miami 552, Buffalo 392. Yards passing 363, Buffalo 242. Yards rushing 188 for Miami, 149 for the Bills. Yards allowed, 388 for Miami, 275 for the Bills. Pass yards allowed, 255 for Miami, 165 for the Bills. And rush yards allowed, 130 for Miami, 110 for the Bills. Keep in mind that 130 from Miami is after a 250-yard rushing performance put against them by one team. So we have obviously
and also,
progressed
Color,
back to the meeting.
Don't forget, Color, when you score the ball in 2.5 minutes, every fucking time you touch it, the other team's going to have opportunity to put up a lot of yards on you because you're giving it right back to them with 7 on the board.
Mm-hmm. The over-under is 54.
Right. That means the opportunity is there. And defense just got to step up.
Game time temperature, 62 degrees, partly cloudy.
And your mighty Buffalo Bills only had 3 points because they're at home.
I'd actually be impressed with Buffalo's pass defense if they didn't play the 3 worst quarterbacks in football.
Okay.
And one of them beat them.
Yeah, well, you guys, it's funny because you guys just
Zach Wilson is not playing on a schedule every week.
The only bum quarterback you played against freaking Justin Fields.
Hold on. Both Tyreek Hill and Stephon Diggs both have 25 receptions each. Tyreek Hill has 412 yards and 4 touchdowns. Diggs has 279 yards and 1 touchdown on the same 25%.
I mean, they got an elite all-world quarterback, right? And we got a noodle arm, concussed field, shouldn't even been an NFL quarterback, right?
All right, ready? James Cook, 44 carries on the season, 267 yards. Raheem Mostert, 41 carries, 240 yards, and 6 touchdowns.
How many touchdowns came? How many touchdowns came yesterday? 5?
I'm sorry, I don't know.
4.
It's the same number of games.
That ain't the point. Here's the point.
Hold on. No. That is the point. That is the point because what's 60 times 3? 60 times 3 is 180. That's 180 minutes of football played between both teams. It don't matter when the points were put up. And secondly, lastly, but not leastly, Josh Allen, 80 for 110, 728 yards, 5 touchdowns, 4 interceptions. Tua Tagovailoa, 72 for 101, 1,024 yards, 8 touchdowns, and 2 interceptions.
1,024 yards already?
Yep.
Yeah, that noodle arm got us over a stack already.
Yeah. The Bills have played the ranked 34th, 28th, and 24th quarterback.
Hey, 309 yards in 45 minutes of play.
Matchup predictor from ESPN Analytics, 51% Miami, 48.6% Buffalo. In their house. In their house.
Defense, right? But Buffalo got a better defense, right? Right, Michael K?
The Dolphins have played the rank 2, rank 8, and rank 20th quarterback this season.
The Miami Dolphins, Tua Tagovailoa has beat 10 Super Bowl winning head
Oh,
coaches
wait a
in a
minute.
row.
Wait a minute. Kirk Cousins has 1,075 yards in passing already.
Yes, Kirk Cousins is leading the league in yardage right now. You are
That's
correct.
ranked first, and he's 0-3.
Yeah, but
that's why I played Kirk Cousins on my DFS lineup this week and not Tua. What is that?
See, that number is skewed, Color. That number
He has 37 more throws.
How many minutes did you say? How many minutes did you say, Color? It equals to how many minutes?
Well, every team's played 180 minutes of football, right?
Right.
60 times
Tua,
3.
and you take 15 minutes off of that for Tua, right?
Oh, right. Forgot. Yeah, we took him out of the game yesterday. That's right.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Cousins has 30.
About that, Big Nick. Good point.
Cousins has 37 more throws.
And Cousins have how many more yards than he?
Wait, real quick. You're right. Roberto, I think, is bringing it up. Let's see what Kirk Cousins' attempts number
How many
is
minutes? How many minutes did he play?
96 completions and 138 attempts.
Hold on.
Those other quarterbacks played more minutes too.
Yeah, they played more minutes. Because my quarterback missed the whole freaking quarter.
Well, that's why I just go on attempts and completions. You know what I mean? So, Kirk Cousins has 643 attempts, 424 completions. Oh, wait, no, that's 2022. Hold on a second. Sorry. Kirk Cousins has 138 attempts, 96 completions. Tua has 101 attempts, 72 completions.
What are the yards after catch? Just curious.
We got.
Do they have that stat?
We got 8 yards per passing play.
They do it by yards gained per pass completion.
Right.
And currently yards per completion. Look, bro. Look, I'm gonna just run through the numbers real quick, okay? Completion percentage. Tua is number 6. Josh Allen is number 3. Yardage. Tua is number 2. Josh Allen is number 12. Touchdowns. Tua is number 2. Josh Allen is number 9. Touchdown percentage. Tua is number 1 at 7.9%. And Josh Allen is number 9 at 4.5%.
Skip to yards per completion.
Percentage.
Skip to yards per completion.
What's that?
Skip to yards per completion.
I'm getting there. I'm almost there. First downs. Tua, number 1, 53. Josh Allen, number 7, 38. Success percentage. And this is passing success rate. A successful pass gains at least 40% of yards required on first down, 60% of yards required on second, and 100% on third and fourth down. Denominator is pass attempts plus times sacked. Tua, number 1 success percentage. Number 1, Tua, 63.7%. Josh Allen, number 10. At 48.7%. Long. Tua, 54 yards. Josh Allen, 40 yards for a long.
No, it's impossible. Josh Allen can throw from Buffalo to fucking Maine. Don't do that. Don't say that.
Yards gained per pass attempt. 10.1 yards for number 1 is Tua. Josh Allen is where you at, Josh? God, I got to go that far down the list. 21st. Josh Allen is 21st at 6.6 yards per attempt.
Wait a minute, who has the rocket arm? Who has the rocket arm, fella?
Hold on, yards.
Okay, again.
Hold on, guys. Damn. Yards per. We're almost finished. Yards per pass completion. Tua Tagovailoa, number 1 at 14.2 yards.
Oh, my God.
And Josh Allen is, where you at, Josh? 29th at 9.1 yards per.
Hey, just for the record, Josh Allen currently has more yards after catch than Tua on the season. He's got 290. Tua has 277.
Okay. And
Josh, there's no way Josh Allen
has got more.
Where did you get that stat?
Okay. Yards per game. 341 for second place for Tua. Josh Allen comes in at 14th at 242 yards.
Where's he elite at again?
Passer rating. Tua, number 1 in the league, 121.9. And Josh Allen is 17th with 90.3.
How the fuck is he elite with all his shit is past 15?
QBR. Tua, number 1, 83.2. Josh Allen.
All you gotta do is be 6'4",
number
6'4"
7
with a
at
big arm,
69.6,
and you'll be considered elite. All you gotta do is be 6'4" with a big arm in the NFL, you'll be considered elite.
Yeah, Brock Purdy leads the NFL in yards after catch right now.
Net yards gained per pass attempt. Tua, 99.99, number 1. Josh Allen, 15th at 6.
How the fuck is that elite?
Fourth quarter comebacks, a whole bunch of people have 1, including Tua, and Josh Allen has 0. Game-winning drives this year. Tua has 1, a bunch of other people do as well, and Josh Allen has 0.
He had the opportunity to, but Zach Wilson said, fuck you.
Not looking good for Allen. Not gonna lie, bro. I mean, you know.
Hey, the man just reading stats.
You know, Allen's only one of 53 players.
Oh, nah. So why you don't hold that same energy when Tua didn't play well? Why Tua didn't get that same energy?
When did I not give Tua the same energy? Why would I care? Why would I care, little dick?
Exactly. Why the fuck are you on the Dolphins tailgate?
Because I can get under skin like you.
You don't get under my skin,
because I can ruffle feathers. Because I can ruffle feathers, and then when I get off this thing, sure I do. Sure I do, because you can't answer a single question I ask.
The country has 350 million people. The chances of me ever seeing Michael K are very minuscule. You never get up under my skin, buddy. I don't fucking know you. Like, I don't even remember your voice until you get on here. So stop it.
Okay, I found it, Nick. Pass yards after catch per completion. So this is Yak after completion. Tua, number 1 at 6.7. Josh Allen is 21st at 4.6.
So he's throwing it under.
Allen needs to light a fire under his receivers' asses. That's all. That's all. That's all.
Window. So Josh Allen is throwing into a 5-yard box.
So wait. So somebody said that Josh Allen had more yak than
he
Tua.
does on the year.
How is that possible?
He has 290 on the year.
Because Tua is throwing bombs, dropping dimes.
Hey, Color, real quick. I'm on my desktop, so if you need to take a break, let me know.
Look in the private chat, Michael K. I linked it for you.
Can you also read Liz's member chat? She's using her monthly member chat to make basically it's a free super chat for the members.
Bills.
Get out the way.
Right.
Get out the
way.
Where am I going? I'm not going anywhere.
So much.
Bye. Bye.
Not time out.
But you spend some money, Nick?
No, she didn't time him out.
Oh, I was supposed to bring
that's a little
I'm supposed to bring Jordan back if he's still in back.
No, he's not back here.
Yeah.
Okay, he gave up. All right.
Yeah, it's been Buffalo trash. We owed him extra 2 minutes.
Said Buffalo trash.
4 minutes, my bad.
So I mean, look, man, it's looking a lot like it did last year with Tua leading all these stats. Let's be real here.
Go Dolphins.
And we're talking about 2 road victories. You know, an obliteration coming back home. I mean, right back on track for Tua. And if you're talking about
she's right,
the way
Buffalo
he's
is
landing
trash.
now and the way we're protecting him, I don't foresee his health being an issue going forward. So let's be real here.
Yeah, wait till he gets hit. Wait till he gets hit.
Well, he haven't gotten hit. Josh Allen has gotten hit. Not my quarterback. Don't worry about that. Worry about your quarterback.
Wait till Tua gets hit.
When your dirty ass player freaking shoves him 5 seconds after the whistle blows, we'll see.
That's funny, Color, because the NFL didn't see it that way. He didn't get a fine.
Don't mean
he finishes tackle.
the NFL didn't find what was his name that knocked your quarterback, that knocked out the quarterback that we had, Kiko. They didn't find him either. Everybody know that was a dirty hit. So the NFL don't see everything.
Well, that's because the NFL didn't like what you know who was doing at the press conference with the whole Shea Guevara shirt on and shit.
Come here.
It wasn't very polite to the Cuban community.
This
is
just a question, Michael K. Do you think the Buffalo Bills gonna cross the 50-yard line in this game coming up?
Caller, I'd expect that question from Little Dick. But yeah,
you go again talking about a man's dick again.
I was just curious. I was just curious, Michael K. I'm just,
Is the case?
Come on, Crypto. No offense, Crypto. I you know what? I consider you one of the Dolphin fans with intelligence. That question was just ridiculous.
Nobody gives a fuck what you consider as a Buffalo Bills fan.
But listen,
you have no cachet. You have no cachet.
You probably thought it was ridiculous, but listen. I've witnessed many games where teams never cross the 50. I'm just wondering. That's all.
All right. Well, let me ask you this: do you think the Bills can cross the 50?
Nah. Well, you do, but
they will.
Little Dick, I wasn't talking to you. The adults are speaking now.
They may cross it in somewhere in the third quarter. I give them that. You're right. They're gonna.
All right. So what do you want to bet?
Why you so
Crypto? What do you want to bet?
Why you so
Little Dick, just be quiet. Just quiet down, Little Dick.
Michelle Cunt, why are you so upset with my male member? Michelle Cunt.
Yeah. What's up, Ali?
What is up? I have a question for Michael K. actually, and not really a question. I just have a statement. I want to address something he said about our quarterback getting shoved down or hit, and Color said something about, well, yeah, after a hit comes in 5 seconds after the whistle's been blown, and Michael K. said something about, well, the NFL doesn't see it that way. Well, let's talk about the NFL. The NFL is a profit-shared league. It don't matter who's being sold where, what tickets are being sold, what player is getting traded or what. Money is made across the board. We all know this, right? And it's all, and this is just my opinion, but in my opinion, whatever you're doing for the league, when it comes to money, the league is going to support you. Josh Allen and the Buffalo Bills were getting all the marketing because they had a hot team a year ago or 2 years ago. At least that's what we thought. We thought they were going to be the next best thing. They're going to go to the Super Bowl. That's what everyone was telling us, right? And it's been nothing but failed attempts. Now, what is the hottest thing this NFL team? I'm sorry, what is the hottest thing in the NFL right now? The Miami Dolphins. So that call that we may not have gotten a year ago or 2 years ago, you better be damned. You better believe the NFL is going to get that, or the NFL is going to make those calls now. And I'll tell you why. You're fucking with their money, and they don't like their money fucked with, right? I guarantee you.
Wait, so
the calls that you think
you're telling me. So wait, you're telling me, Ali, with your reasoning. That because they didn't find Milano, the Bills donated more money to the NFL?
I didn't say that. That's not what I'm saying. Go ahead.
What he's saying is now the NFL is going to protect the number 1 rated quarterback versus the number fucking 29 rated quarterback. That's what he's saying.
Right. The NFL is right. The NFL is going to protect their investment now, which is a healthy Tua, because let's face it, he brings in the dollars when the Dolphins are lighting it up, bro.
And here's the other part. Here, I'll even take it another level. I'll take it another level. What game do you think has potential to make more money than any other regular season game right now? This season. What game do you think that is? And it's not versus Buffalo.
Dallas, Miami, KC, Miami.
Kansas City versus Miami, because it's on the international stage. They have potential to make way more money than any other game this season, right? And because of that, they will protect Tua because of that. Because they want the best quality NFL on the field for that game.
There's going to be F-16s following that 747 over to Germany. Bet that.
So that's why. And if you don't know anything about how money is made in this league, then you don't really know the NFL. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
So how does fining Milano the $15,000 for?
I wasn't talking about the fine. I was talking about the call. They didn't make a call on him when
They
even though
made
it
a
was a late
call.
hit.
He got the call.
All right. Well, regardless, all that
Because
chump
that was-
shit that
what
they don't
Ali's
make
saying
calls
is
on you.
that was- But Michael,
all the
what
chump,
Ali's saying is back then.
the chump shit that you guys get away with, you ain't getting away with anymore, bro.
Right, that's what he's saying. Back then,
Ali, don't move on from that.
it didn't
Don't
matter
move
back
on from
then,
that. That's
Michael
a
K.
lie. Milano was not fined. There was no penalty flag after that Milano hit.
There was a
Don't
penalty
lie.
called.
I don't
There was a
remember at this
penalty
point. I
called
don't
on
really care.
that play.
All I care is don't tell me that they're not going to call that shit. Whatever.
Are you guys talking about the concussion or the cracked ribs?
We're talking about the hit on by
Push down
by
the back
Milano.
when he got up and stumbled. Remember when he got up and stumbled? Everybody thought it was his head.
Yeah,
but it was his
they
back?
threw a
That was
rough
the
and
Milano play.
Now
they
had
threw a
a
rough and flag on that.
They didn't
course
give him
they
a
did.
fine.
Oh, Big Nick,
All
don't
right.
be
They didn't throw a
slipping in
flag
that
on that.
everybody thought it was. No, that was, bro. Come on, man.
Hey,
You
Big
know
Nick,
what it
it was,
looks
they
like.
threw the flag, but they just didn't fine him.
But when the
Regardless,
NFL
they're going to
never
protect
fined
their
They never
investment,
threw a
bro. That
flag.
still doesn't change what I was saying.
But they didn't throw the flag on that play, Crypto. They did not.
Yes, they did. They threw the flag.
They threw it.
Oh
Hey,
my!
Ali,
They
V21
threw
for
it. They
$2.
just didn't
Thank
fine
you.
him, Big Nick.
Hold
They
on,
didn't fine him.
V21 for $2. Thank you, V21. He says you got to draw it for Special K, Ali.
Yeah, I guess I have to draw it because the thing is what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say is it's not just the hits on Tua they're gonna do. They're gonna make sure that the calls are more heavily weighed to what's making the league more money. And Miami scoring the way they are, playing the way they are, and what that means for that Kansas City game means more money. That's basically what I'm trying to say. I know I hate saying this because I don't want to pretend or try to say that the league is rigged, but it is kind of rigged. Just going to be honest.
Well, like Ali, this morning you said there's no way in hell that the Dolphins will ever be underdogs. Everybody's going to favor the Dolphins.
And
How
guess
come
what?
Vegas
It's
hasn't-
already happened. Color just told you that. Color just showed you in your own fucking home.
How are they -2 or plus 2.5? How are they plus 2.5?
What did you, Color? Did you not just say that? What did they favored us at? What was the winning percentage?
At home, you moron.
Well, so ESPN and I suspect SI. I haven't looked at SI's site yet, but ESPN Analytics has us winning the game probability of 51% to 48.6%.
So if they have you winning probability, that means that you're favored for the fucking game.
Well,
really? Vegas doesn't see it that way.
Hold on. Now, as
Vegas
far as
is like 3 years behind, asshole.
Ali, hold on.
What the fuck?
As far
Vegas is 3 years behind.
Yo, hold on. As far as the spread goes, they are 2.5-point favorites at home. Vegas gives you 3 for being on the road.
Vegas
They're giving
gives you
us
2.5
right off
Vegas
the bat.
gives you 2.5.
So we're actually a half-point favorite going in, X's and O's wise.
Vegas gives you 2.5.
It don't matter anyway, Michael K. Even at 2.5, it's a pick 'em for a home game for you guys.
But the money line hasn't started shifting on that yet, right?
But as powerful as Miami allegedly is, how come there's not a bigger spread then? How come the Bills ain't underdogs in their own house?
Because the fact of it is, if you factor the last 3 meetings, it has been an average separation of 2.6 points.
Color.
The way Vegas works, they look at your 3-year average, not really what's going on for that year.
Let me try, because this dude, I believe Michael K, I believe he's an idiot, but I don't believe he's a fucking complete idiot, right? So he's trying to use word
Hold on,
salad, right?
we'll see what the bettors think by the end of the week, is what I'm
he's
saying.
Trying to use word
It'll
salad.
change by the end of the week.
He should know that by virtue of playing at home, the home team gets 3 points. By virtue
It's
of playing
2.5.
the home
It's
team
2.5.
gets 3 points. The home team
It's
gets 3
2.5.
points by virtue of playing at home. And then he says,
Okay,
why
but
is Miami a
half
bigger
point and
See,
zero and
nobody
even is
is
still
saying Buffalo
even.
is
It's still a
garbage.
pick 'em.
Nobody but
Okay,
Miami
hold on.
Dolphins.
I'm going to say this slow so little Dick can understand it.
There you go
Vegas
again,
isn't. Vegas isn't.
Michelle,
Vegas.
no matter how much you talk about my dick, I'm never going to put it in you, Michelle. So move on.
Vegas will not come out with an even point spread where there could possibly be a tie because they can't win money on the game. So if somebody picks, if it's 3 points,
right?
You get 3 points for playing at home, you idiot.
Right. If the home team is favored, hold on. If the home team is favored by 2.5, it's still a pick 'em, Michael K.
You're right, but it's not 3 points. Because now what happens is there's a possibility of a tie where it's a push. So Vegas wins no money on that game.
Have it at a half point. That's why they have to have it at a half point. So it's not 3 points,
it's a half a point.
Right. So it's either you guys are favored by a half point in reality or we're favored by a half point in reality. ESPN analytics says it's us.
What I'm saying is if Vegas doesn't handicap by 3 years.
Hey, check this out.
It's their last 3 games running total, running average.
No, because everything changes from year to year.
No, they do that for scheduling, but for scheduling, for records.
Go ahead, Shake Money.
Hold on, I just wanted to say, Color, yesterday I was talking to Crypto. This was live on there. When I was looking at the Buffalo ESPN app and the Buffalo and Buffalo and the Dolphins, yesterday it was the other way around. Buffalo was at 51%. Now they flipped. So yesterday,
you're saying before our game yesterday, it was the other way around.
Yeah, exactly.
Before we started.
No, it was probably like that after the game until they went back and looked at it and said these motherfuckers lost to Zach Wilson. Fuck that shit.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, they looked at the numbers I just pointed out. The totals on offense. Look at the game. Look at the matchups page, bro. You'll see why it's 51% to 48.
Okay, so
by your reasoning, in games that Buffalo should be favored by 10, because they lost to Zach Wilson, they're only going to be favored by 4 because they
Buffalo didn't lose to Zach Wilson. Josh Allen did.
Look, if you're a person, who don't matter who you're a fan of, if you're a person that believes we are a half-point favorite going in when it comes to X's and O's, you could actually see like a 14-point victory by Miami in that scenario. Because you're going into a highly hostile environment and you're still favored to win, even if it is a pick 'em. You could look at a 10 to 14-point victory by the underdog, or by who most would say is the underdog, being Miami.
Hey, Color, what is the health of the Miami Dolphins going to be on offense by the time we get to that game?
Do what? What was that?
What is the health situation of the offensive side of the ball for the Miami Dolphins by the time we get to that game?
I don't know. We gotta hold on. I was just gonna get to that. We've got a list of questionable players, and they have none right now on their list.
But I think everyone's going to probably play if they can play, though.
Yeah, the 2 most important ones, there's 2 people, right? Waddle, obviously, which today Mike McDaniel said that they're very optimistic about Waddle. So that really shouldn't be an issue. He acted like it's no big deal. Yeah. And then you got Connor Williams. That's the more of a bigger question mark. I don't know. We haven't heard anything. They haven't really said anything. River Craycraft, they didn't say anything about in what I was listening to, but I don't know.
Craycraft not playing this week from what it sounded like.
Well, with Jalen Waddle competed in a Saturday practice, which means he progressed through the protocol.
Anybody questionable at this point is playing because this is a barn burner.
With Connor Williams, it was said that if he needed to, he could have continued the game, and he left the facility, he left the stadium without crutches or the senses of anything.
Waddle's still in concussion protocol as of today, though.
Bro. It don't matter. Anybody questionable at this point is playing.
Yeah, see, you have to. There's with how the concussion protocol works. You have to practice. I want to say how many days in a row, Color? We had this conversation last year.
No, you have to practice once a week. I mean, at least once that week, and you have to have 2 days. You have to have 2 symptom-free days.
Yeah, it's something like it was something to that. They kind of changed it a little bit, but regardless of that, dude, by the time this game is going to be played, he can be well out of that concussion protocol. I'm not worried about it.
And look again. And as I said, anybody questionable at this point is playing because
70.
this is a barn burner.
Yeah, we scored 70 points without him. And by the way, if you're worried about River Craycraft, if you're worried about River,
Ali.
hold on, real quick. This is my last take. This might give me my last take. If you're worried about River Craycraft, he only had one reception, and I only think he got targeted once before he came out with the shoulder injury. So that being said, we don't really have to worry about him not being there either. Just to be honest.
So we scored 70 points without Waddle. How many points did we leave on the field? How many points did we leave on the field?
At least 50, bro. I'm going to tell you because that's how it looked.
Hold on.
That's how it looked.
Hold on. I will address that right now because we operated a plus 90 efficiency on scoring. Out of all of our total possessions we had, we scored on 11. And then one of them was only a turnover on downs, and the other one, Mike McDaniel, kneeled down. So we only could have scored a possible 77 points. Legitimately 77.
Right.
So
our output was so high.
Every time you put that out, Crypto, you forget that we did punt the ball once.
No, what he's saying is our backups came in and scored a touchdown. So
okay, but what I'm saying is all our possessions, we scored on every possession except the turnover on downs. We punted once and we kneeled down.
But here's the other part of it though. If our starters stayed in, that probability or possibilities could have changed because we would have scored faster,
quicker. Right.
Yeah, we could have scored quicker and we could have gotten the ball back quicker, that much quicker. That's what.
Yeah, but there's something peculiar about
the speed in which the backups scored. It was equivalent to the starters. That's what I.
Do you hear this? The guy's like, "There's something particular about how you guys won."
No, there is because I'm going to explain it, Ali. Because
okay, go ahead.
What's really bizarre to me, and this would give me it would give me pause as a Dolphins fan.
It's so bizarre.
It's extremely bizarre, Color, because the Patriots,
it's so bizarre.
In many respects, slowed down. The Patriots slowed down the Dolphins in a lot of different ways. And you could say, well, the personnel is not that different from the Patriots and Broncos. The Broncos have good defensive players, and you could say, well, Belichick's a little bit better. He's not that much better. So
you want to know what the difference was?
I really think
I'm not
finished yet. Hold on, I'm not finished yet.
Okay, go ahead and finish because then I can answer
it. I really think a lot of that 70-point game is the toxicity going on in Denver. I truly believe that.
I'm going to call bullshit on that. I'm going to call bullshit. Hold on. I want this first. Please.
Okay.
And then you can clean it up on the back end, okay?
Well, he has to answer the question that everybody else has if he's going to say that. But go ahead, Ali.
Okay. So the biggest difference between that game and this game, Miami was completely balanced. They had a running game versus a passing game. The running game was providing just as much production as the passing game, right? So that's number one difference. The other part of that difference is that I'll give it to you when it comes to that defense. It's not the toxicity. It's their coach. That's the reality of it. That coach doesn't really know how to coach that defense. That's the
reality. I'm not trying to troll. I think a lot of it's Russell.
You already spent a whole bunch of calories that you don't even have to because in order for it's Josh Allen, right? Is that I'm talking to?
Yeah, go ahead, Color.
Right. In order for Josh to invoke that, he has to answer a simple question that nobody so far wants to answer that takes that position. Pete wouldn't answer it. Nobody would answer it, right? How many points do you give back to the Broncos to account for all of that? The toxicity in their organization, the fact that they're just a bad football team, if that's what you believe, whatever it is.
No, Color.
How many points? Hold on.
Color, I'll answer it.
How many points do you account for that?
Color, I'll answer it. It's because the toxicity would account for. You would say
a number.
Oh, the toxicity would account for. You wouldn't say the Dolphins are a 70-point offense every week, right?
No, I don't. That's why I'm asking you.
What was the score for the Patriot New England game?
Guys, please.
So that proves it.
That's why I don't believe that. That's why I'm asking you how many points. Give me a number of how many points you account to that.
40.
I would say around 35 to 40. Yeah, that would be a standard block.
40. I'll give you. Well, let's be liberal. Hold on. Let's be liberal. Give them 40 back. What's the score?
It would have been what, 40 to 20?
It would have been 30 to 20.
We still win.
But Color, that's the point because the Patriots, the Patriots.
And hold on. No, wait. One other thing. it's likely in that scenario we wouldn't have been lazy and wouldn't have given up the special teams touchdown. So it likely would have been 30-13.
No, but the Dolphins were they being lazy versus the Patriots?
No, I'm talking about when we're up by 63 and we give up 56 and we give up a touchdown on special teams.
Okay,
it's more rational to assume that 70 points is
hold on,
anomaly.
let me get on that. Since
no one said
when was the last time at the beginning of the season when the pundits on the NFL Network or whoever picked the Patriots to not make the fucking Super Bowl? I mean, the playoffs. The playoffs. You know why? Because Bill Belichick. You ain't gonna come up here and say the coaching wasn't that much different. You're not gonna do a 6-time winning.
Big Nick, you think coaching is the difference between 30 and 70 points? That's irrational, dude.
No. If you think 36 points, 24 points, and 70 points, what is the common denominator in all those points?
No, the common denominator is that 70 points hasn't been done since 66. So the question you have to ask yourself, the question you have to ask yourself, is that an anomaly or is that the Dolphins offense?
Wait, hold on. I already asked the question that you have to ask yourself.
One at a time.
I already asked the question that you have to ask yourself. How many points do you attribute to that?
We scored above 30 points on two teams, and what was the one team and one head coach that we didn't score 30 points on?
Well, we should have scored 30 because we missed 2 field goals.
Well, it's likely that we wouldn't have given up a special teams touchdown being up 56-13. Okay, it's likely we wouldn't have given up a special teams touchdown. And so if we only scored 30 points yesterday, it's likely we would have won the game 30-13.
And we only
even if we do that because we have
we had one block too, so it's 2 field goals you missed.
They still win by 10 points.
That's not a miss, that's a block.
I think it's particular
failed
that the
field goal.
Patriots. I think it's particular that the Patriots allowed.
I'll give him back the touchdown. I'll give him back the touchdown because if there's not all that toxicity, then it's likely they're more productive on offense. So we still win 30-20.
How many points did the Patriots? Was it 30 points?
Listen, hold on.
Still a 10-point win.
All I'm saying is, listen, this toxicity shit. Don't give a football analysis on things you learn on couples counseling, please. Thank you.
Damn.
I think
you guys are going too into other organizations and stuff.
Everybody's reading way too deep into it.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Particular to Josh Allen's point though, because he's talking about particulars.
That's a good one.
How much toxicity was with the Commanders yesterday? How much toxicity was with the Commanders yesterday?
Considering, I can answer that. Big Nick, I can answer. Well, there was no toxicity. Hold on, Big Nick. There was no toxicity when the Commanders were 2-0. Was there?
I have questions. You know what I find particular?
Toxicity in Vegas.
The difference between
the Raiders were 1-0 when they played the Bills.
Well, I think what's particular is that the Patriots held the Jets to less points than the Buffalo Bills did.
This is so amazing because you guys are acting like I'm trolling, or all I'm saying is nobody is a 70-point offense.
No one is saying we're a 70-point offense.
By the way, there was no toxicity when the Denver Broncos lost. Only 3 points.
So you're literally arguing that they're a 70-point offense?
We think you are. No, we're not. That's why we think you're trolling, because I've sat here and told you that I don't believe we're a 70-point offense, and I'm asking you. You already said the answer. 40 points we can attribute to that. So take off that 40 points, and how much do we win by?
No, 30 points I meant to say. 30
Right. Okay, fine.
We're a 30-point offense. That's what we are. Any given week, the floor should be 30.
That would have been an appropriate score right there.
Let me ask you a question. Jacksonville made it to what? To the conference champion, to the division championship or the conference championship last year? They were the darlings of the NFL. They were the darlings of the NFL coming into the season. Do they have toxicity because Houston just kicked their ass yesterday?
Well, no, because the reason I would say there's toxicity, like all seriousness, dude, there are serious problems from players being reported with Russell Wilson, dude.
Yeah.
This guy is serious. Like his locker room, the way he leads the locker room, people hate
Right, but
this
I
guy.
just gave you 40 points for that,
No,
bro.
Color, I'm agreeing with you. Color, I'm agreeing with you.
I don't understand why we keep going back to that point.
I think there was a combined 5 points from being 2-0, Josh. There was a combined 5 points from being 2-0.
Are you going to deny that there's no toxicity going on with Denver?
Are you going to deny?
Are you really going to deny that?
Raiders
No, I'm not going to deny that.
Commanders?
I'm not going to deny that. Are you going to deny that they were 5 points away from being 2-0?
Who did they play?
It doesn't
The
matter.
same people you played.
Of
Of
course
course it matters. They were up 21. Hold on, Denver was up 21-3, and they let up against the the Raiders or the Cardinals? I can't remember. But they were up 21-3, and they let up a massive lead.
They were 5 points away from being 2-0.
Big Nick, the only point is it's a great win. And I've said before, you can't diminish what Miami did because of the talent. I've told you about Waddle and Hill. But you can't come
what you're doing.
If the Bills won 70-20, there's no way anyone in their right mind would say, "Oh my God, the Bills are really that type of team." That's insane.
If you knew all that, weren't you one of the ones arguing about the trap last week?
Of course I was.
Then if you knew what you're saying, because that was my argument against worrying about the trap.
Color, do you know why it's a trap? Do you know why?
The toxicity.
No, because Miami hasn't arrived yet. They haven't done anything yet.
I think we proved yesterday that the trap was never in play.
Of course, in one game.
No one.
Miami hasn't. Color, you even said
Color. You're going to use the same argument to explain why
You're proving my point by you saying this is going to be the real first test for Miami. You said that.
Well, yeah, of course. This is.
That's just
Buffalo.
fit. No.
Next time
that's not true.
Yeah, next time
there's
you get
there's a box being checked this week.
Nobody. I don't believe this is going to be the real first test for the Miami Dolphins, especially when nobody picked us to beat the Chargers in the first game.
You went on the road West Coast to on the road East Coast, bro.
Why didn't nobody pick them to win?
Let me speak to that point, because all I'm saying is it's another box to check this week that we haven't checked yet. Get rid of Buffalo and go 2 games up on them in the division. That's a box to check. That's a milestone.
We had the maximum travel distance possible on the road for our first 2 games. If that's not a test, then what is?
Wait, what?
I don't know.
We went out to LA and came back to New England.
That's what I'm saying. It was the maximum possible travel distance. That's insane.
No, it's not. It's not. Seattle to Buffalo is the longest.
Seattle to Miami.
Yeah, Seattle to Miami.
Wait a minute here. Wait a minute here. No, wait a minute here.
What has Buffalo even proven this year themselves?
I can't believe you guys are actually going to entertain this argument. Stop. It
Are you
doesn't
really
matter
asking
if
that
it's a
question, Ali?
100-mile difference. It doesn't matter if it's a 10-mile difference. They came back to play at home.
No, Color. We understand that, Color, but we're just doing semantics right now.
We came back to play another
Seattle
road team.
When it comes to Miami, Seattle and Buffalo is the furthest distance you can play in the NFL. That's all we're saying.
But we came back to play another road team.
Yeah.
Now, Color, I will agree with you. Like, it's just all the trash talk aside and all the bullshit. I don't, as a Bills fan, okay, I'm not trolling. I'm being honest. I don't know how, not just the Bills, any team, consistently can stop McDaniel's combination of play calling. We've talked about this before, and how he plays off the spacing that Waddle and Hill create. You know, it's just one of that's gonna be extremely stressful.
He has QB1. That's why he's able to do that.
I believe him. I've defended 2 on here many times, dude. I believe it.
Let me ask you a question, Josh. You guys play Denver this year. Buffalo plays Denver this year. If Buffalo don't score, blow them out the water, will toxicity have any bearing on yesterday's game?
It would depend on that framework of the game. You have to watch the game. If the Bills won like 40-3, you gotta let me finish. Big Nick, you asked me a question. If the Bills won like, you have to let me answer it. If the Bills won like 40-3, but there was like no turnovers, it would still, of course, it would still be toxic, dude. Because NFL teams aren't that bad.
Okay, do you think the Buffalo Bills are going to beat them by 50 points? Bills wouldn't do it.
No, I would say just because pride will usually kick in for NFL players, I think the Bills will probably win by a few scores.
So pride overrides toxicity?
Yeah, sometimes it does. Usually late in the year. Yeah. You don't think a team that's 0-6 or like 0-16 or 0-15 in the past, pride kicks in?
No, not if they're dysfunctional. There's no pride gonna save that.
But that has happened. The Dolphins did it in
I don't know.
2007.
Did it kick in for the Detroit Lions?
Yeah,
It kicked in for the Dolphins. I know that.
It kept us from going 0-16.
It kicked in for the Dolphins, dude.
But everybody said that pride. Everybody said that pride was going to be used to get right on us by Denver, and it
I
just
don't know.
happened.
It's so. Why do you guys keep arguing for the legitimacy of 70 points? It's just weird.
You're the one that brought it up, bro.
No, because
we weren't
it's
even talking about the 70 points, and you brought
weird
it up.
energy. It's a weird energy, dude.
What I think is weird is that you think you're going to come up here on Buffalo Week and question everything and trying to say that we haven't proven anything. What has Buffalo proven so far?
Buffalo's won the division. Buffalo has won the division
I'm talking about
3 years
this
in a
season.
row.
Hey, hold on. See, you guys come at us when we live in the past. Well, I'm not going into the past. We're talking about this season right now. What have you guys proven? You guys lost to the Jets. You lost to an Aaron Rodgers-less Jets, right? You lost to an Aaron Rodgers-less Jets. You beat a Washington Commanders, which I don't even think they're that great of a team, and they don't even have a quarterback, right? So I already gave you guys that win. And then who else did you guys beat? What was it? The Raiders you guys played? Right?
Josh McDaniel.
Yeah, who's a trashy coach, trashy team altogether, and Garoppolo is better at doing porno stars than playing quarterback. So I don't really care. I don't really care what you've done. You haven't done shit so far.
That's another bizarre thing. It's not just you,
No,
Ali.
it's not, dude.
It is
And
bizarre.
I waited, Josh.
Garoppolo's been to a Super Bowl.
Hold on. I waited until last night to see the Raiders for myself because I haven't been watching their games. And after last night, I felt better about playing Buffalo this week.
That's kind of strange, Color.
But the point is,
bro, that team is absolute. Dude, Jimmy Garoppolo is absolute garbage, bro.
Like Ali said, and the Pantheon things and the big scheme of it all.
Fair, Color, there's still a
year.
I don't care what you guys think about Garoppolo. It's just my opinion. I don't like the guy. Just going to be honest. Go ahead.
Josh, who's the better team this year so far?
Who's the better team? We're gonna find out. We're gonna find out on Sunday.
Who's the better team?
We're gonna find out on Sunday.
No, we know right now.
No, what does Vegas think right now?
I said as of right now,
Vegas is off of an average, bro. They don't even look at what the current events are.
Vegas is telling you no.
Wait a minute. Let me. So you're telling me they go on an average of the last 3 games? What about when you only play a team every 4 years?
Color, do you want to explain it to him?
Vegas is telling you if they played on neutral turf, the Dolphins are favorites right now.
Right, exactly. By a half point.
We don't even have to do that. We don't have to do that. All I'm saying both teams have played 3 games so far this year. Who's the better team out of the 3 games we played?
Buffalo has the better defense, and Buffalo has the better quarterback, dude.
What has the defense?
Big Nick, let me finish, dude. Until proven otherwise, Buffalo has the better defense and the better quarterback right now. Now, if Miami goes into Buffalo, Tua outplays Josh Allen, and that continues into the season, and you win the division, then yes,
Josh,
the Dolphins will be. They will be.
After 3 games by both teams, who's the better team?
Buffalo is the better football team.
Okay, let me show you how this goes. Let me show you how this goes. Color. Out of 3 games, both teams have played 3 games. Who's proven to be the better team?
I'm looking at the fucking matchup right now. The Dolphins are.
No.
Why? And what makes them the better team, Color?
Total yardage in passing and rushing.
No. There's only one thing makes them the better team. There's only one thing. One haven't lost a game in the same amount of games. One is 3-0, and the other is 2-1.
Yeah, you are what your record says you are.
No.
Yeah.
It's going to be settled on the field.
Bro, but my question is, we were talking about toxicity. How much toxicity are you going to contribute to points that we score on you because of the toxicity between your wide receiver and your QB?
Well, if you watch Ali, if you watch ESPN, Ali, if you watch ESPN,
I'm sorry, when your wide receiver has to come up to your quarterback and say, "Play smart," that's an issue. I'm sorry, it's an issue.
That's weird because every single team does that. Every player does that. Every receiver.
I don't see Tyreek coming up to Tua saying "Play smart."
I've seen arguing it with Marino. I've seen it. It's just. This is what happens, Ali. If you're literally giving credence to what ESPN and legacy media talks about to generate clicks, I feel sorry for you, bro. I really
forget
do.
about what your eyes see, Ali.
Generated
Don't worry
clicks.
about what your own eyes see,
so
Ali.
that generated clicks that, let's see, mainstream media has actually written articles about, mainstream media has talked about, mainstream media has interviewed people about, mainstream media, actually not even mainstream media.
Exactly.
The players involved even removed Buffalo from their social media.
Legacy media.
So don't tell me that I don't know what I'm talking about when it's being played out live on TV.
What's being played out? What's being played out live on TV?
So you're saying, Ali, you trust what reporters write about?
Stephon Diggs cussing out Josh Allen. Stephon Diggs.
That's actually not true.
I'll tell you what I don't trust. I'll tell you what I don't trust. I'll tell you what I hold on. I'll tell you what I don't trust. 2 bum Buffalo fans on here that think they know something inside their building when they don't. That's what I trust.
How do you know I don't know something inside the building?
You trust writers. You just quoted writers on what they said about the Buffalo Bills. You trust them.
I'm talking about people that are in the know, bro. Not just anybody.
The amount of reputational loss the media has suffered the past 5 years, it's unbelievable.
Oh my lord!
That didn't happen until one individual came. Nobody ever questioned that shit.
But let's talk about the football. Let's talk about the football game instead of bullshit.
They're worried about if a receiver gets along with his quarterback or not, which has been proven to be not true.
That's very fucking important.
I'm sorry. Just because listen. Just because your organization decided to diaper up your QB1 to make sure that make sure the shit don't stink when you know he shit his pants. I'm sorry, doesn't make it not true. So
what do you mean?
What's true? Tell us what's true, Ali. With your intelligence, Ali, tell us what's true so we know.
Ali, do you mean like how Mahomes shit his pants in the Super Bowl? That type of shit his pants?
I'm talking about when you have the term shit, you know what it means when people say don't act like your shit don't stink. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, right? Personality issue.
Your organization decided to cover something up.
Cover what up?
Just so they could have in the media because they knew the toxicity was getting better of them, bro.
No, but Ali, what is it? What is it?
Because you can't tell me a guy like Stephen A. or Florio or a lot of other people that are in mainstream media
Mike Florio and Stephen A. Smith
make up something that they didn't have any validity to.
Ali, they do it all the time. They do it all the time, Ali.
There's 3 words that
the Dolphins fans that are on this panel, this is what you have to deal with on a regular basis with Buffalo fans.
3 words every Miami Dolphin fan should be saying to a Buffalo Bills fan, and those 3 words are Zach fucking Wilson.
And what happened? What happened, Big Nick? What happened in the Jets game? Did the Bills lose that game, or did Josh Allen do meth and throw 4 and have 4 turnovers?
The Bills lost the game.
No.
Your quarterback lost the game.
See, this is
the entire team lost the game.
No, the quarterback.
Okay.
Lost the game.
When you look at a record book, and you have a record sitting there, right? Does it say the quarterback's name was 0-1 or 0-2? No, it says the Buffalo Bills was whatever your record was.
That's such a profound point.
A loss is a loss. It doesn't matter if it came from your quarterback or your defense or whatever, bro.
That's such a profound point. I'm still trying to understand the nuance. Did you watch the game?
Oh my god!
I mean, Josh.
If you're trying to figure, it out,
I just look at the football game and look at the box score. I just look at the box score.
Hey, Josh. When Tua beat Buffalo last year in Miami, did Tua beat him or did the team beat him?
The Bills beat themselves last year. The Bills beat themselves last year.
So the Bills lost to the Jets because of the toxicity.
Because there is toxicity. There is toxicity in Buffalo.
What toxicity? Big Dick, Little Dick,
you fired the defensive coordinator. They had a toxic relationship, so they fired him.
They didn't fire him. All right. You know what? Now you're wrong.
Let's just talk about the football game.
If he was fired, he would have got another job.
Let's talk about the matchup.
Michael K, that's what you don't get. We can be wrong about your team, and we don't give a fuck because we don't look up shit about your team. So we're gonna be.
Well, no, you're sitting there saying that they fired. You're saying there's toxicity because they fired the defensive coordinator when he actually quit.
If I'm wrong, I don't give a fuck because I don't look up your team.
Did he really
quit?
Because
you just puke up.
How do you know he really quit?
Nonsense.
How do you know he really quit?
Yeah, that was my question. How do you know he really quit?
Because he would have another job if he didn't.
Maybe okay.
You don't think Leslie Frazier would have got a job somewhere?
So you don't think? Wait. You don't think that Vic Fangio wasn't offered a job and he took a year off?
Oh no,
maybe he wants to take a year off. Sean Payton took a year off.
Was he under contract? Was he under contract, Ali?
Michael K, you don't think Stephon Diggs?
He wasn't at the time.
The thing is, Leslie Frazier.
You don't think Stephon Diggs hates Josh Allen?
Just because you guys make up narratives or you want to listen to whatever doesn't make it true either. I'm just gonna be honest. If you're gonna say that about us, it goes for you too. Keep it 100.
You can't
keep what 100? Keep what 100? You guys are puking out the fact Leslie Frazier would have been here because they had a top 3 defense for the last 4 years or 5 years. They were a top 3 defense. There was no way Leslie Frazier was getting fired.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. Has anyone ever heard of? Because this is a legit thing. I know for a fact it is. So if you tell me you don't, then you don't know what you're talking about. But you guys have heard of people will be like, okay, we're gonna fire you, but to make this kosher with the media, we're gonna say you resign. Are you okay with that? You've heard of that being done before, right?
Well, no, Ali. What happened was, Ali, are you listening?
Obviously, I'm here. You don't have to act if I'm listening. I'm here, right? Listen, this is fucking TFTG. So if you're gonna sit here and talk to us like any way the fuck you want, go do that on a Buffalo Bills channel. Don't do it on my channel.
Ali,
he won't even admit that he played with his shit a couple weeks ago. Michael K won't admit that he played with his poo. You're a poo player. Your mother should have taught you better. She let you down. You like to play with your shit.
Yeah.
You know, Jay, Jay, you should be sitting there with Big Nick and his kids with that, because that's all you got, because you have nothing intelligent.
Or was that your Down syndrome fucking son, Michael K? Was he playing with his shit, Michael? You going after Nick's son? I'll go after your fucking Down syndrome son, you fucking goof.
Let's just talk about the football game.
Just relax. People from first world country are talking.
No. You shut the first world country, buddy. We were fighting the Nazis before you guys, so shut the fuck up.
Ooh.
Why are we?
I don't want to get into that conversation because, to be honest, we did have to come save everybody. Just to be honest, but
really, the Russians beat the Germans. If you want to put it down to one country, Ali, learn your history.
Don't get into this argument with me.
No,
let's get back. I don't want to fight with Dolphin fans. I don't want to fight with Dolphin fans today.
Let's get back to
let's get back to football. Do you think the timing when Frazier left was because the Bills fired him one day before the draft?
Do you think who knows? Who knows? How do you know that's when they actually decided to do it? That's the thing. Unless you're in the building, you don't really know what is what. You don't know what really is going on. And just because they have come out and made an announcement on something doesn't mean that's even fact. That could just be something they're just saying to keep everybody off the trail of what's really going on. That's my whole point. That was the whole point of what I was trying to say.
Well, you're right, and the whole point is Frazier walked away. Somebody would have scooped Frazier up and paid him $2.5 or $3 million a year.
And how do you know it hasn't happened? How do you know someone didn't offer him? Maybe he wants to just take his time and figure things out for his own because he didn't like how things ended.
Because he wasn't fired. He could have worked for the Bills. He could have worked for the Bills and made that money. He walked away. He was under contract.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but
Lackawanna. Nice place you live, Michael K.
You don't even know where I live, Jay.
Ali, what's your score?
You're giving half your money to the Queen.
Lackawanna, Tonawanda, Cheektowaga.
You're giving half your money to the Queen.
Yeah,
you can't even stand on your own.
I'd rather give money to the British Royals than to fucking some crack dealer dealing LSD
what do the British Royals have to do with Canada?
What are we talking about? I don't understand what
you were buying that LSD. That was you, Michael K. You were all
high to that Buffalo Bills fan that got arrested.
Oh, the LSD guy? Yeah.
That was
whack, dude. I don't know. That's crazy.
No, that's toxicity. That's actual toxicity.
He's playing with his shit. What do you want? That's Michael K. He plays with his shit. Gets
Ali, what's your score? Ali, what's your score of the game? What's your prediction for the score?
As of right now, which would be too early, it could change based on what happens for the rest of the week. But it's 32-24, Miami, obviously.
That's an interesting score. Do you think? Yeah, I could see that happening.
So That's kind of where I'm at with it. We said it earlier. We're a 30-point offense no matter what. I think we score 30 points in every single game. Just being honest for the rest
I would
of the
say
year.
higher, Ali. I would say Miami's probably
Yeah,
like a
obviously,
30,
but I'm going to go with
33.
30 is the minimum for me. That's
You know,
what I'm saying. So that's why I said 32 to 24.
So I don't. The thing, if you guys want to talk matchups, like that's at least as a Bills fan, that's the thing I'm most concerned about. It's not even necessarily the big plays Hill and Waddle can make. It's how smart McDaniel is to play off of those two guys.
So your guys' biggest problem, and this is you guys kind of questioned it earlier, and I didn't really get to respond to it. What McDaniel does to make this so complicated for a defense is that he's constantly moving players around and he's creating the open lanes without even them knowing that they're creating open lanes, right? And because of that, it's so hard for an opposing defensive coordinator, or in your case, your head coach, because your head coach is your defensive coordinator, right? That's who's calling your defense, right?
Yes, that's correct. Yes.
It is going to be even harder because he has to look at it a lot of different things, not just that. And, in my opinion, he's going to have to react very quickly, and it's going to be very, as you said, I think it was you, Josh Allen, that said it, that it's going to be very chaotic for somebody to go through an entire game doing that.
As a Bills fan, I'm just being honest here,
Yeah.
and I'd like to talk matchups instead of just nonsense. But like, for instance, the Bills, if you don't count turnovers inside their own red zone when Josh Allen puked all over himself, the whole entire, yes, you do have to count them. That's why you have to let me finish. The Bills defense has only given up all year one legitimate touchdown. But I don't necessarily think that's how, are they really that good? Or is Zach Wilson suck? Does Jimmy Garoppolo suck? Does Sam Howell suck? So yeah, the Bills defense, like they had 9 sacks and they only, it was basically a shutout next week.
You guys played the Raiders prior to the Commanders, right?
That's correct. And so this is going to be
the score of that game? What was the score of that game?
38-10, I think.
38-10. Okay, because this is my opinion, all right? And this is solely my opinion. You guys could have and should have scored more.
Oh, I agree. Yeah.
Based on your potential of your team, and I know who's on your team, you guys should have scored more. Now, can you or will you? That's where I think part of your issues is not even your personnel, it's your coaching staff, call plays, and also what your decision making from your quarterback that's holding you back.
Yeah, I was gonna say it is the quarterback too.
Well, I will say this too. I will say this: McDaniel's not going to make the same mistake twice. Let's say Miami goes up 10-0, or they're up 14-10, or whatever. And if Buffalo if Buffalo is still playing light boxes and Miami has a lead, I think McDaniel's going to stick to the running game. He's still going to get Waddle and Hill, but he's not going to just abandon the run like he did last time. So,
but Josh, you do know up until he abandoned the run, we was averaging like 7.1 yards per carry, right?
Well, there's 6 guys in the box. The Bills part of that game plan is the way the Bills look at it is it's like an amount of possessions, and if you're inviting the run to happen because you can't match up with Hill and Waddle, you're trying to make the Dolphins take as long as possible to get 3 points.
That doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense because Tua wasn't playing when we averaged 6.1 yards per carry. That doesn't make sense.
You're talking about the game last year?
We're talking about in the playoff game, we averaged 6.1 yards per carry.
I mean, that playoff game was very fluky, man. The Dolphins dropped some passes. The Bills had some crazy turnovers.
I guess my point is, this should be directed to Michael K. And I'm sorry for cutting you off. This should be directed to Michael K. because he's on this shit that the Bills defense have improved so drastically when we average 6.1 yards per carry with undrafted guys and a bullshit put together offensive line.
Big Nick, I will say that the Bills defense is as good as the stats and analytics say if they can hold Miami under 20 points. If they hold Miami under,
it ain't gonna happen. I'm sorry, but
nobody has done that.
Look, we had a bullshit defensive coordinator here, right? And a defense that I don't think was as talented as where we're at now. To be honest, I think we're a little bit better now, personally, because we are healthier in that aspect of the fact of we have Agba and other players. My thing is with this is this. My thing is this. You guys, when we're talking about matchups and when we're arguing about, what happened the last time and, what's going to happen this game, we always think that the experiment is exactly the same, and it's not. It's a different experiment. The experiment now is that Miami has a legit running room, right? Their running backs are legit now, right? They've been put on notice,
though, right,
and
Ali?
they are a lot better than where we were at last season.
Ali, I agree with you.
In addition, our receiving core has depth to it. It's no longer has to be just Tyreek and Waddle. It can be Tyreek, Waddle, and Barrios. It can be Tyreek, Waddle, and Ekozama. It can be Tyreek, Waddle, and Craycraft. It could be anybody, any combination, right? And that's the difference, right? That alone. And you're also getting, in my opinion, one of the healthiest offensive lines that we've had in the last 3 years, to be honest.
And the Dolphins have more continuity this year. I agree with you 100%, Ali.
And that opens up a whole nother aspect of the playbook that we may not even have seen last year at all when we played you. So the experiment is going to be different. So as much as, people want to say, oh, well, we only beat you. You guys only beat us by 3 points. Or you guys want to say, well, we beat you and we put up these amount of yards and everything. That's all in the past. It doesn't matter.
Translate. It doesn't
what matters now
translate.
is what is your team going to do with what they have, as well as what can they do to go against, each other. For example, I'll give you an example.
Playing in the same offense for the first time since high school for a second year.
Does your defense? I don't think this is a disadvantage for your defense, right? I don't think they have seen the type of motion that Miami has been calling this year in the last two or three times we played you. I don't think that they've seen that. They haven't seen Tyreek do what he did to the Chargers with the motion, and he goes take off running almost full speed by the time the ball is hiked. You know what I mean? There's a lot of things. There's a lot of minimal things that are being done that I think your defense is going to come in a second after halftime and be like, dude, they're doing shit that's confusing.
Ali,
you know what I mean?
That's why I said, like, if you want my honest prediction, what I think, what I honestly think in my heart as a Bills fan is this game is going to be a shootout, like 37-34, and it's just going to come down to who has the ball last. But here's the hypothetical. I'm not predicting this will happen, but I'm saying if this does happen, if the Bills do keep the Dolphins under 20 points, then that means the Bills defense is probably the best in the NFL. But I don't think that's going to happen. But if it does happen, you would have to agree with that, correct?
Yeah, if they do that would be an out-of-body experience for y'all defense, of course.
Yeah, I kind of that could be accurate. I mean, there could be some.
They hold a team that just scored 70 points and broke the scoreboard under 20, and the 6 days later.
Let's say the Bills won. Let's say the Bills won like 37-17, and the defense dominates. Will you come in here after the game and say, "Yeah, the Bills have the best defense in the NFL"?
What happens if Jesus Christ comes down to the we all see him? That's not going to be happening. Your defense is not going to hold us to 17 points. That's a
I don't think either. I don't think they will either. I'm just saying I want that on record, though, if it happens.
Yeah, you guys will be probably the best defense. Consider y'all hold a team under 70 that scored 70 under 20.
Go get your shoes
but
on.
You guys are followed up
let's go inside
by giving up 40 points to Zach Wilson again. Then what would that do to that whole argument? You see what I'm saying?
Say it again, Crypto.
I said, you guys, if y'all hold us to under 20 to a team that scored 70 points, but then y'all turn back and come back around and Zach Wilson beats you again by scoring 40, then what does that do to y'all legitimacy on defense?
I think that would mean that I said this before. The Bills are the type of silly team where they could be 15-2 and lose to Zach Wilson twice. That's bitter. We lost to the Jaguars in 21, dude. 9-6. So the Bills have a history.
Y'all would be feeling good about yourself if y'all did that, but then y'all turn around and lay an egg against Zach Wilson.
I'm not. I think the Dolphins have the best offense in the NFL. The only reason I would not pick them is because of the history with the Mahomes and the Chiefs. But I would say right now,
Big Nick is going to love me for this. Big Nick's going to love me for this. You guys only have one hope and prayer to win this game, and that's keeping the ball out of Tua's hands. As long as Tua has the ball, there's no way you're stopping this team, bro.
What if it's a shootout, though, Ali? I could see a shootout happening.
Yeah, but if you look at the historical aspect of, okay, I'm on the phone. You're being very rude. Let me finish, and I will be there in a moment. So, if you look historically and go watch all the games that Josh Allen has played in, right? There's been more cases where he tends to F up at a certain point in the game, and Miami has the offense to take advantage of that. They're going to score on those F ups where I don't know if you're going to be able to win the race if you stumble. That's the issue. When it comes to hold on. What I'm saying is that Miami has the speed, the accuracy, and the play calling to start a race that I don't think you guys are fast enough to keep up with. That's what I'm saying.
I mean, I would disagree, man. I think there's only one quarterback in NFL. When Allen's playing his A+ game, it's Mahomes can match it, dude.
Man, you sound
All
crazy.
right, we'll see. We'll see. You guys will find out on Sunday.
The jury's still out on that, Michael K. I mean, Josh.
Let me ask you this.
The problem is that Josh Allen doesn't play his A+ game enough. That's the only problem.
He also doesn't play his A+ game this early in the season. That's the issue.
God, Michael
I'll give you that, Ali. I'll give you that, Ali.
Who has a better opportunity to embarrass a defense?
So I'll ask you this question, Josh. Michael K. wouldn't answer it. When has Josh Allen ever had more touchdowns than incompletions?
In the playoff game versus the Patriots, he had 5 touchdowns and 4 incompletions. He had a perfect.
Thanks, Josh.
He had a perfect playoff game. He had 7 possessions, 7 touchdowns, no punts, kneel down.
Michael K. didn't know that.
Ali, so let me ask you this: Who do you think has a better chance? The Bills' defense against the Dolphins' offense, or the Bills' offense against the Dolphins' defense?
The Dolphins' defense.
I'm not gonna.
So you think
Michael? I'm a Bills fan.
The Bills have a better chance of embarrassing the Dolphins'
I'm leaning
defense?
Michael, I'm leaning towards a shootout, man. I'm just being honest. If the Bills I'm going to keep saying it. If they hold this offense with Tyreek Hill and Waddle and this offensive mind with Tua under 20 points, I'll say it right now: the Bills are not going to lose another game and go to the Super Bowl.
I love you.
No,
I love you. At least you can say that. I appreciate that.
That is a bold take. Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that.
I would only admit that you guys will definitely be feeling yourselves after doing something like that.
I don't think that's going to happen. I'm saying if they hold that offense to like 17 points on 20 points or under, yeah, they're not losing another game.
Hold a 70.
But you know we have to play y'all again, right? You know we have to play y'all again, though, right?
It's the last game of the year, and that could be for home field in the AFC.
Last game of the year. We play y'all on the last game of the season.
I doubt it's going to be for home field, man. I really do.
The last game of the season.
I really do doubt it's going to be for
something. It might
home
not
field.
be for something. Put it like this: both teams.
I don't even think QB1 to be playing that game.
I'm gonna be at that. I'm gonna be at that game, January 7th.
Shake Money. Yep, Shake Money gonna be in the building.
I got some money saved up. I actually might come to if that. I'll make a wager. If that game in the last game of the year, Miami comes down to the number 1 seed, I might actually come down and tailgate with you guys. I might come down to Miami and meet some of you guys in person.
Hey, I just said I hope Tua's not playing. Like if it's all wrapped up and Tua don't even play that game, I just changed my mind because I remember when Buffalo had it all wrapped up and them motherfuckers played 3 quarters and beat the shit out of the Dolphins, but they had nothing to play for. So
when are you talking about?
The first time, the time we made the playoffs, not the playoffs, we needed that game to go to the playoffs. Buffalo had already clinched, and the motherfuckers played Josh Allen into the 3rd quarter, and they beat the shit out of us. And they weren't gonna move up. They wasn't gonna move up to 1 seed or anything. They was gonna be stuck at where they at.
In position. Yeah, they was locked in. Yeah.
And they played Josh Allen into the 3rd quarter, and the motherfuckers beat the shit out of us. So no, I hope Tua plays, and I hope we beat the shit out of them when we had nothing to play for.
I understand that sentiment, Big Nick.
Especially if they need to win to get in.
Josh Allen, if you come down here, I'll buy you a Tua jersey, bro.
Get in so it could hurt even more.
Ali, I've always defended, dude. If you buy, listen, I don't drink anymore, but I'll definitely wear the Tua jersey.
Man, for a Buffalo Bills fan, the guy wants to wear a Tua jersey. I'm just saying.
How can you do that?
Because I'm not insecure. I love Tua. I've said Tua's going to be a great quarterback since he was at Alabama.
So he's kind of like crypto with Justin Jefferson. He loves Justin Jefferson, and he's not a Viking fan. I get it.
Listen, we talk shit to each other as Bills and
Justin Jefferson.
And don't forget Devontae Parker fan too. So
Bills
yeah,
and
crypto
Dolphins
loves
fans.
Devontae Parker. If you want to really make his Christmas, get him the special edition Devontae Parker #1 Hall of Fame jersey.
Get him the fatigue color because he was in the Army. So get him
that's even better. Yeah, that would really make it.
The Dolphins permanently.
That's brutal.
I would get you an Alabama jersey. I wouldn't do you like that, man. Come on, man. You can get Alabama jersey. You don't. I mean, and I'm a Dolphin fan. I'm telling you, don't do that, man. Don't do that.
I will say this: Dolphins
I guess
fans.
you could get a college jersey.
The Dolphins fans permanently scarred Bills fans. It's a very intimate relationship, Bills and Dolphins fans. 20 straight victories over the Bills in the 1970s. Total domination by the Dolphins.
One whole
decade.
So
Crypto, what you're telling me is you want a Louisville Devontae Parker jersey.
Oh man!
This is listen. I gotta go.
All right, I'll talk to you later, Josh Allen.
I'm gonna get this is my final prediction. I'm gonna say 37-34 Buffalo. Tyler Bass hits a 59-yarder to win it with the time running out. See you guys later.
He actually can kick that far. You really?
Hey, by the way, Josh. By the way, yeah, like I said, this Wednesday, Red, White, and Bills is going to be on the Smoke Lounge. It's like I said, we're trying to promote each other's channels. And Thursday, I'm gonna send you the link, Michael K. If you're not too much of a bitch to back out of it. I understand.
Yeah, right. It hurt your tongue just to say that, didn't it, Shake?
What's that?
Because what do you mean if he's not too much of a bitch? Stop. When has he never been too much of a bitch?
Little Mac.
Oh man, Shake buddy.
But Red, White, and Bills is going to be here Wednesday.
Ali, so. I know. I wanted to say this while Ali was up here because I know he was still kind of full of himself when Ohio State barely beat Notre Dame. But a dog shines on a sunshine on a dog's ass every now and then. So
I thought you were gonna say a dog shines on a son's ass.
what was what did he say prior to that? I missed it. He cut out. He said something. I thought I heard something about a team. Listen, what was it?
I was like, I know you was feeling yourself about Ohio State barely beating Notre Dame.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
I know you on cloud 9 right now. So you guys are going to be brought back down to.
I don't know, bro. I don't know because listen to this. Today on ESPN there was a whole article I read about it, and then they reported on Bleacher Report too. So based on the teams that they have to play, including Michigan, they actually believe that Ohio State's going to win out.
That's an L. There's no way they beat Michigan.
I don't know, bro. This is what they're saying. I didn't think. I always thought Michigan could be a loss based on what I've seen.
They got a top 10 prospect.
But I guess that because we held Notre Dame so well, they think we can actually overcome whatever Michigan brings. I don't know.
But Notre Dame is going to drop one every time.
Hey, this is for Shake Money right here. When you was watching the last UM game, and we all know you were watching, did you happen to hear the commentators brag over and over again about the depth of this young team in the top 3 classes coming in next year? Did you happen to hear that?
I think they got some dual sport athletes
I don't
too.
watch. I don't listen to the commentators when I'm streaming a game.
When you're wet.
I don't. No, I don't listen.
He was doing the streaming the game.
Oh, okay.
We were streaming the last game. I don't listen to the commentators.
Well, I'll bring it to your attention. They couldn't stop ranting and raving over the depth that the University of Miami currently have and all of the talent that's coming in. So I just wanted you to know that.
Yeah, but they all the same. The commentators also slob on Josh Allen's nod. So I think that would bring us up.
No. Yeah. You mean tell me Tony Romo's doing our games?
Yeah, he is. Real it is. It's gonna be Jim Nantz and Tony Romo is gonna be calling the Buffalo Bill game.
See, y'all so young. Y'all worried about Tony Romo, but y'all don't remember when Dan Dierdorf used to do
Actually,
our
I feel
game.
bad for the fans. If the fans really want the game called properly, they should listen to
Him
TFTV
and Frank
and watch the game on
We used
TV
to
at the same time.
We used to lose every game Dan Dierdorf did on CBS for the Dolphins, and I hated it. I hated when Dan Dierdorf was a commentator because he hated the Dolphins. I know he do.
Hey.
Bro, I'm with you, man. Dan Dierdorf was the freaking worst, bro. Oh my God, he was the worst.
Yeah, he was.
I think Tony Romo's the worst. He's just going to sit there and look at Josh Allen
He's a
drooling the
poor
whole time.
man's Mr. Belvedere. That's what he is. That's what Dan Dierdorf is. He's Mr. Belvedere. That's who he remind me of.
Hey, you guys know who's calling the game in Germany, right?
Who?
One or two of his biggest supporters, Rich Eisen.
Oh, okay.
Rich Eisen's gonna be over there.
Yeah, he's a he's a known Jet.
Oh, it's on
he's a
NFL
known Jet
Network.
fan too. You know, Rich Eisen is
No,
a known Jet fan.
He admits he's a Jet fan, but he's a big Tua fan too.
Yeah, he loves him. He loves McDaniel
Yeah,
too.
he does.
He loves him some McDaniel.
He's got that dual personality going. This is one person
we all know
like
that
the Jets, the Patriots, and the Bills.
We all know the play-by-play guy. We all know the play-by-play guy that's biased to the Miami Dolphins' favor. We all know that guy, right? Kevin Harlan, man, he loves the Dolphins.
Harlan,
Yeah.
Kevin Harlan.
Yeah.
He's got Waddle.
Speaking of commentators,
Right.
real quick, did you guys see what Ryan Clark had to say?
Oh, he said something about the game yesterday.
Oh, he's saying Tua's praises, the Miami Dolphins praises, MVP, the whole 10 yards.
No, I only listen to the one guy. What's the Louis Riddick? That's the only one I listen to.
Louis Riddick?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, listen, I'm gonna tell you something. Ever since Jim Mandich passed away, I don't care who the fuck is calling Dolphin games. He was, to me, was the best color commentator.
Yeah, because I can't listen to Joe Rose because Joe Rose is horrible and he hates Tua and he's just hard and it shows through his broadcast.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah,
Joe
I don't know about
Joe Rose made the last 40 years off of being the first person to catch Dan Marino's touchdown. And he's never let. He's like Rudy Giuliani, a verb, a noun, and 9/11.
Yeah,
pretty much.
Hey, listen,
that was his stick.
you know who should be the color commentator in my opinion, Bo Camper.
Bo Camper.
Yeah, but you see now, he keep messing up names.
I tell you, he's got some
Yeah.
good food at his restaurants. I'll tell you that much. Shake.
Yeah, that's on my bucket list. Hey, by the way, man, we should go
restaurant.
there.
Yeah, you gotta do that.
When you come down, we should go there, man.
Okay.
Hey, Mandage's restaurant. I've been there, but
Cool.
Mandage had the best restaurant, and Dan Marino's had a good one too. It's called Dan Marino.
What about Shula? What about Shula Steakhouse?
Yeah,
too
they had the
expensive for me,
Shula
bro.
burger. They had the Shula. I had the Shula burger at Bo Kemper's when I was down there.
Yeah.
That was pretty good.
Brother, when Shula's was big, brothers couldn't. We ain't going to goddamn Shula's. Are you crazy? You know how much Shula's is?
Yeah, it's expensive. It's probably the hamburger was expensive. It was like what, $18 or something for a damn quarter pounder patty. It was ridiculous.
Yeah, I'm like, goddamn, I better get some sucky with that shit.
You know when Bo Campus blew up because we had a restaurant here called the Quarter Deck. It might still be around, but
Yeah,
the Quarter Deck was a type of restaurant that'll keep feeding you alcohol after alcohol after alcohol. And he fed this cop, the state trooper, alcohol, and he went the wrong way down the exit ramp or the entrance ramp. He was going the opposite way, and he killed some people. And kind of find out he was partying that Quarter Deck.
Oh,
So
yeah.
after that shit
Oh, you
happened,
talking
they
about
got a
he killed
bad
the two
rep.
brothers? It was two brothers.
Yeah,
Literally
two
and
Asian brothers that I knew that lived in the neighborhood that I live in now. And they tried to blame the Haitian brothers for it until the investigation proved wrong. But the point is, Quarter Deck knew this man was drunk and continued to serve him and tried to help cover it up. So they kind of like kicked him and then everybody went to Bo Campers after that.
Okay. Yeah, that's crazy. That sounds like a place that also served good seafood just by the name of it.
Yeah, dude.
Quarter Deck does
they have
sound
a
like
mahi,
a seafood.
mahi. They have like a
Yeah, it
real
sounds
mahi,
like a
mahi.
seafood place that'll serve some good seafood,
Mhm.
some crab and some lobster.
As a matter of fact, when Alex Donald was on 5 Reasons, that was one of his sponsors, Quarter Deck, the grilled mahi mahi.
They had seafood. They sell. They
yeah,
sell.
yeah,
Like,
yeah,
okay.
yeah. One of their signatures is mahi mahi.
Mahi mahi. Oh, okay.
Mahi,
Is that the one with they be putting like pineapple on it and like tropical sauces on there? Is that the
I have
fish
no
that they
idea.
serve with tropical sauce?
I have no idea.
Oh, okay. Maybe I'm thinking of another picture. Maybe I'm thinking of a like a cod or something, like Alaskan cod or something. They put some tropical sauce on it.
Probably though.
That's good. But yeah, Bo Campers was good when I was down there, Shake. You'll like it.
Yeah,
Pretty nice. They got some
It's
good
on my
drinks
bucket
too.
list. When are you coming
Yeah.
down here? What day are you coming down here?
2 weeks.
Okay, and I'm saying no, what day? Like a Saturday?
I'll
Or
be
you
there
coming
on
in-
the Saturday. Yeah. I'll
Color, what
Saturday
game are you
morning.
coming for? Or not color. Crypto, what game are you coming for?
That's the
Giants.
Giant game. That's the weekend.
Giant?
we
I'll
play
be
the
there.
Giants. Yeah.
I will definitely be there.
I get in
I would
the
love to
morning
see you, bro.
time. I can't do the afternoon flights and stuff. I just get it in the morning. It's much better to get it out the way. That way I got a lot of time during the day to do whatever I need to do during the day. I got to fly out of DCA Reagan Airport. It's like a 2-hour flight. Same about the same nonstop. I can't do layovers neither. Layovers is a bitch to deal with.
You gotta know why I don't go to Dolphin games. You know why I don't go to the games? This is God's honest truth. It's the same reason I don't go to the Heat games. I prefer them on TV. I prefer them on TV. No, I prefer them on TV.
Well,
I mean, it's free. Yeah, first better view.
It's not about free. It's not about free, but football is a TV.
No, I'm just saying that's an added benefit.
Yeah.
I'm just saying it's an added benefit.
Well, Big Nick, let me tell you something. To be honest with you, if it wasn't for the fact that I'm on YouTube now and I'm trying to network, I want to be at the games either.
Yeah, me personally, I prefer it. I don't want interruptions. Don't be talking to me. Don't be tapping me on the shoulder. Don't be none of that shit. I can't do it.
I
would prefer
to be
it
watching
too.
TV.
Yeah, I'd rather watch it on TV too. But getting that fan experience of being there, if you know the kind of game it's gonna be, you like, okay, I'm gonna come here just to chill and hang out, have some good food, have a good time or whatever. But yeah,
but like I said, it's also good. It's a good chance for me to network and get myself out there. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
and it's light on your pockets.
You know, over the last, I say 4 years, they've started getting social media creators media credentials, right? You know that, right, Shake?
Yeah.
You know, I don't know what the criteria. I don't know what the criteria is, but you know, that's exciting to know that you can
like
start on
passes.
YouTube and get media credentials. No, actually, in the locker room, in the media box.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I'm just saying it probably operate like a press pass. You know, where you can get that access.
Yeah, man.
I think they might require you to have like what 12,000 subscribers or something like that.
I don't know what the requirements are, but I know every year that a select group of social media guys, podcasters, that's not mainstream, gets invited to training camp. They get to go in the locker room. They get to go to pressers, stuff like that. Now it's not a year-round thing. It's just
it makes sense because they're trying to have a different perspective versus mainstream media versus social media.
Yeah.
No, social media people more hands-on.
Hey, by the way, tomorrow, Crypto, tomorrow I'm gonna celebrate with one of these victories. And I got some. That's another bottle.
Pugner.
Now that's a bottle of Prosecco, and I got some orange pineapple juice.
Oh, that's the smaller version of it.
Yeah, that's just a little smaller. I'm not gonna open a whole bottle for it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That'll be good. Give me for one good glass. I'm good to go.
Lamarca, that one.
Yeah,
I still got the bottle, but it's empty.
I can't believe Clemson let us down like that, Shake.
Why is that?
They had him. They had him.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
hey, look, that's gonna be. Listen,
State.
I'm gonna be along with Color. I'm gonna be calling the game. So Color's gonna be calling the game. Actually, what I say, I'm gonna be his co-host. For the
a real college team not only have to play Florida State, they have to play Clemson, but they also got to play the Gators too. That's what a real team do.
Mm-hmm.
Hey man, look, like I said, we the SEC we have restrictions, so that's why we couldn't play the Canes anymore.
Right.
But hey, we play y'all 2 years next year and the year after. So I'm hoping Napier puts you guys more on the schedule but then again, there's now because of fucking because of
how much
Texas.
hold
on. Wait a minute. Now because of Texas and Oklahoma, there's teams in our conference that we can't play every year now because of Texas and Oklahoma.
Let me ask you a question, Shake. How bad are you triggered when you hear the name Brock Berlin?
I'm not.
Brock Berlin.
He left that shit and came to a real school and beat that shit.
Hey,
now I don't even sound real when I try to go against the Florida Gators because I don't hate them, so I need to stop that.
It's all good, man. Listen, man.
Until they do what Ohio State did. Until they take one from us like Ohio State.
Yeah. I don't hate Florida.
No, look, I ain't gonna lie to you. I don't hate UM either. It's just some of the fans I hate. They make me hate them. So.
Well, we hate you too, then.
Yeah. Exactly.
Well, yeah. Mine's a love-hate relationship with Florida and Florida State.
Oh yeah.
It's more like a love.
I mean, all of us are love-hate. We're supposed to hate each other.
If you guys play Ohio State, I might be leaning towards you guys. Now, if Ohio State plays pretty much anybody in the Big Ten, I'm rooting against Ohio State.
Mm-hmm.
Even if they play Illini, I'm gonna be rooting for them.
See, the problem with Florida State is that they recruit the exact same places that the University of Miami recruit. Florida recruit North Florida, Central Florida, and Georgia, and Alabama, shit like that. They don't come down here fucking with our players. So, but Florida State, God damn it, they have two brothers, one at UM and one at Miami. I mean, one at Florida State, because they recruit down here just like we do.
Mm-hmm.
But Florida don't come all the way down. Florida got the whole Central Florida to themselves.
And the West Coast, too.
Miami's got the biggest recruiting class.
Hey, but you know what?
Not the Southwest. Miami got the Southwest on lock.
No, we recruited a lot of good players from Southwest Florida.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, we did. But, hey, look, next year's class, we're the top 3 recruiting class for next year.
Oh, okay. We've been the top 3 for the last 4 years.
Not next year. So I don't know what you're talking about, bro. What you watching? Listen.
Oh no, Miami got the top.
I don't know what. Maybe you were watching your recruiting stuff from 1994. You still got the booklet from 1994, but no.
Hey, Miami has the top 3 class coming in. Hey, what are you talking? Hey, State. No, go look it up. Miami has the top 3 class coming in next year, man.
No, you don't.
Or a top 5. A top 5. Maybe not top 3, but a top 5.
Yeah, we got top 3.
That's because we already got our quarterback in waiting.
So yeah, we got DJ Lagway from Texas coming in next year. So who's a 5-star recruit?
Yeah, we already got we got a 5-star backing up our starter right now. That's what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
That kid's a 5-star.
Yeah.
He beat out the kid that was already there. Last year, even though, we sucked last year after the quarterback got hurt, but the true freshman is the 2nd string quarterback.
Yeah, that's what. Look, at the end of the day, I'm expecting a growth from because we're playing all our young guys. Billy Napier is. So next year he's about playing his young guys. So I would say within the next 2 to 3 years, that's when we're going to start making some noise. I'm not worried about this year or next year.
He better win before Tebow decides he wants to be the head coach.
Yeah, he'll probably become
he should have been the head coach already.
No, I think he'll become like a coordinator before he becomes a head coach first. He's
Spurs Jr.
Man, look, they let Tebow come into the league after being out of the league about 5 years. They let him come back and be a tight end. Come on, man. They're gonna let Tebow do whatever he wanted to do.
That's true.
Well,
but he didn't stay though, and he played baseball too. And he played baseball too.
He takes spots from people that deserve him.
Yeah, he's the beloved.
He took a baseball.
So did Michael Jordan.
Yeah, But see, Michael Jordan was suspended. Michael Jordan was suspended. So
yeah.
Well, didn't Michael Jordan do that when he tried to play baseball?
He was suspended for 18 months.
Well, unofficially, it was
unofficially, he was suspended.
Nobody said it, but you know what I mean. We knew.
Yeah, you can't suspend the man that literally saved the NBA. You can't suspend him outright.
Yeah, because it makes no sense. Here's the thing: why the hell are you going to come in?
That's who David Stern is. That's David.
Yeah,
Stern.
why are you going to come in 3/4 of a season in the second year and come in with the number 45?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the number 45 was strictly by that. He owed that to the league. He let the league make $1 billion off of that. He owed that for not announcing that his ass was suspended. You know what I'm saying? So that was just a money grab for the league with that 45.
Mm-hmm.
No, he made do out of both numbers. he maximized that. Just like Kobe did with his two numbers. Number 8
There are a lot of people buy 45 jerseys.
Well, Kobe did it. Kobe did it because he believed he was better than Jordan, so he wanted to one up him. Yeah. That's the only reason Kobe did it.
Did it the two numbers just like his idol. But the thing was, like you said, all over Chicago, it was both numbers shake money. I had to deal with that mess being in the Windy City for a damn near half my life at the time. That's all they had in cap. Michael Jordan could put his number on a freaking a rat hole. And they freaking start buying it.
You got whatchamacallit? I forgot you root for the Utah Polka. That's right.
Hey, yeah. If you had a chance to get that first number 45 game worn jersey from Michael Jordan, the first one he wore, what would you do with it? Would you frame it or would you sell it?
I'd frame it.
I sell that motherfucker as soon as I get it.
Mm-hmm. I'd frame it and give it.
If it was given to me, I might try to flip it.
I'd frame it and give it to my best friend who's a big Jordan fan.
Oh man!
For real, you just give it away?
You give it to him?
Well, I mean that's my partner since I grew up. The one I grew up with. You know what I'm talking about? The one I grew up with.
And he's a lifetime Jordan fan, or he like Bulls?
Yeah, he was big. He actually he like me. He's damn it. Who's the coach?
Phil Jackson.
Phil Jackson fan. He followed Phil Jackson wherever he went.
So if you gave it to your best friend and he sold it, how fast would you have him in court?
Oh no, he wouldn't sell it. If he did, I wouldn't be mad at him. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, he's on disability, so I'll let him.
I got you. Friendship will still be over though, because I know how much that shit probably worth.
No.
Hey, listen,
me, bro.
I'll take it, sell it, flip it, and then we both could share in the profits. He could buy him another replica.
And I'm taking first thing smoking, because you ain't gonna come in and insult me with this jersey. So anything you come with gonna be yeah, get here.
I'm sure those things sell like hotcakes.
Shit, but it ain't gonna be nothing like a 23 game worn jersey.
I guarantee you that 45, that game worn jersey, the very first one he came back 45, is worth more than any 23 he's worn.
His rookie 23?
Not the 23 rookie one. Yeah, I would say the rookie one.
Yeah, that's tough.
The rookie 23 is like,
or the last game he played as
breaking the bank.
When he beat the Utah Jazz.
Oh, stop it! That was in the jump. That's a trash one.
But look,
that was probably got no 45. Value
because he only won 45 for what 3-4 months only. Hey, that's it. That's the value.
Mm-hmm.
He only wore it for less than half a season.
Well, yeah, Shake. That jersey that one has no value. That last one where he had that offensive foul. Yeah, that one was no value to that one.
I don't like the man, but that wasn't no offensive foul. That's a normal basketball play.
That was a Jordan-esque non-call. I'm gonna use Jordan words. The referee swallowed the whistle. I'm gonna use Jordan terms. He swallowed the whistle.
Because it was a normal basketball play.
Only for Jordan. Everybody else in the league is not normal. That man swallowed that whistle. I'm gonna use Jordan language on that one.
Crypto, you the dude that'll take a point away from Tyson every time he throw a punch and just happen to keep going through in that elbow catch every time.
Nah, he should have never bit Holyfield. He bit the man.
Holyfield should have never headbutted that man 5 times.
That's a part of the sport.
No, it's not. And Mills Lane,
part of
not
the
Mills
sport.
Lane. It was a black referee. The black, he's dead now, but the black referee, he just looking at
Mills
it
Lane's
like,
the white guy. He's the white ref.
Oh, that was Mills Lane. That wasn't Mills Lane. That was the black guy. That was the black guy, the bald head guy. And Tyson kept telling that man through the whole fight, "Hey, he headbutting me. Look, bitch, I'm split open. This man ain't hit me in the face 9 times with his fist."
Well, the referee, he pulled him apart momentarily, and then he got close to him. You gotta use a maneuver to separate yourself from the player.
Okay, if you gonna headbutt me, then I'm gonna bite the shit out you.
Now, biting is not a part of boxing. Headbutt is. You can do that.
Neither is headbutting.
I'm telling you, that's he was within the rules.
Dude,
then he tried to do it again.
I never forget in the locker room after the fight, and they wanted to talk to Mike Tyson. You know what Mike Tyson said, man? Look at me. I got to go home to my kids like this, man. Because that shit wasn't right, man.
That's because he rearranged the tattoos on his face. That's probably why. He was mad. He got rearranged on him. That's what it was. Tyson like, man, you making me, I can't go out tonight. That's what you do when you box for a living.
And now, right now, you can go on YouTube and you can pull up a Holyfield headbutt, and it'll be a lot more fighters other than Tyson that he did that shit to.
Well, that was part. That's what I was saying. It's a part of his repertoire. That's a part of his.
After he ducked the man, when both of them was in their prime.
Nah, Titan was in his prime already.
No, when both of them was in their prime, he ducked that man. It was $100 million winner take all offer for Holyfield, and he wanted to stay his ass down there in light heavyweight where he had done beat everybody, and there wasn't nobody down there for him. And why did he stay in light heavyweight so long? Explain that to me. Why did he stay in light heavyweight all that long time?
Because he had to win down there before he could move up.
He was the champ. He was undefeated. What do you mean?
But the
He had
thing
beaten
is,
everybody.
you get to dictate your opponent, don't you?
Listen, he had beaten everybody. Riddick, all the boys is up in heavyweight. All the big dogs is up in heavyweight. You know how I know? Because Tyson was fighting all of them. And this motherfucker was still at cruiserweight somewhere fighting bums.
And then once he got up to the heavyweight size, what did he do?
He ducked Tyson, and Tyson went to prison and didn't want to kill no more.
Yeah, okay. Tyson was still 240, 250 at the time. Still, he probably got bigger in prison. He probably got bigger.
I think Tyson heaviest fight was like Tyson heaviest fight was like 218.
Well, that's why I said 220. But listen, either way it go, you get stronger in prison, don't you?
No, man, you can't run. You can't
run 12 miles a day.
You can't run 12 miles a day. There's no speed bag.
Just run around the yard.
There's no nutrition and proper nutrition in prison.
I don't know about that, but you know, he had the opportunity.
Speaking of that, Crypto, leave it up to you. He would have never went to prison, would he?
Yeah, he would have went to prison.
No, she was gold digging, wasn't she?
Nah, it all depends. Nah.
She would have went. She would never went. Mike Tyson would have never went to prison for me.
He wouldn't have went to prison to me, but that doesn't mean I'm gonna blame the victim. I just don't think it went down the way she did, and here's the evidence behind it.
Here's
the evidence behind it.
That thing wasn't with him. Perhaps she was doing a little digging, but
Mike Tyson was the most notorious man in America at the time. He was the most notorious man in America at that time. Everybody knew Mike Tyson's reputation. And this woman, who proclaimed to be a fucking Sunday school teacher, decided to go hang out with Mike Tyson, break curfew, sneak out, and go hang with Mike Tyson at 2 o'clock in the morning. Come on, man.
That's called adult consent. That's the whole thing, everyone. Adult consent across the board is adult consent.
Mike Tyson said, "I still got to walk that bitch downstairs."
Both of them are grown individuals. Nothing was so. If he forced himself, then that's when he broke the law. Once he becomes the enforcer.
Mike Tyson said I should have got my ass up and walked it downstairs.
Damn.
Well,
because
Mike Tyson, he's a smart guy.
Nobody ever accused Mike Tyson of that, but you.
So let me ask you a question. What do you think on the Big Nick?
Well, that was tongue. That was all tongue in cheek.
Do you still want Taylor, or are we good where we at, Big Nick?
Who?
Jonathan Taylor. You still want Jonathan Taylor?
Now you trolling.
No, you said you like him. You said don't let great be the stopper of great of good be the stopper of great, right? Isn't that what you said?
No, what I was doing was I was making an argument against the people that were saying they didn't want him. So I never advocated one way or the other because he wasn't on the team. I can only root for my team, right? But however, when people were saying we don't need him for this reason and that reason, then I was saying that's crazy because now you're letting great be the enemy of good. You're letting good be the enemy of great. So I was advocating for that reason, but I was never saying let's go get him any means necessary. You can't pull up a tape where I said that about him, where I said that about Dalvin. None of them. I don't celebrate until they're on my team. If you tell me you're gonna give me $1,000 shake right now, if you say, Nick, I'm gonna give you $1,000, I ain't gonna jump up and down until you knock on my door and hand it to me. That's just how I am.
Yep.
That way I don't have to be let down. But if Chris Greer say, hey, we just traded a 7th round draft pick for Jonathan Taylor, I'm gonna do a fucking backflip.
Why do it have to be a 7th round? What if it's a 2 or 3 first rounds and he still did it?
Then
Why
I'm
would
gonna
your
go down there
backflip
and cuss
change?
Chris Greer ass out. Then I'm gonna go cuss him out. Because Mike McDaniel said
you already
himself,
said it's on there.
Mike McDaniel said it himself. He said, I would like to use a 1st round pick myself, you know.
Right, he got the 2026 to use it. He'll be still coaching then. He never said he's going to do it in perpetuity.
Kill yourself with that.
He'll just come with Mike McDaniel and say, "Yeah, congratulations, you got your 2026 first round pick."
We can have the number.
What's up, Papa Paul?
What's up, guys?
We can have the number 32 pick.
Same old.
Pick in the draft, and Chris Greer turn around and make that shit, flip that shit into the number 14 pick.
So what's going on here?
Well, so why should it matter if he gave up 2 firsts for Jonathan Taylor? Then if he could flip anything to a high pick.
What's going on, Papa Paul? You missed it. We was killing Buffalo Bills fans in here. We was united. For one time in our lives, we was united today.
Well, that's good.
He was on here earlier. He left. He just left prior to Michael K getting on.
Well, I had to try and do some things around the house. You know, I can't stay on all day long. I wish I could.
One Buffalo Bills fan came in hot trying to diminish the 70 points the Dolphins put up by saying the Denver Broncos was a toxic team.
Yeah, he tried to use a term he learned. He tried to use a term. He tried to use a term he learned in marriage counseling.
Yeah.
Toxicity.
I mean, it could be both could be true, but you still have to play your part in making sure that they look even more toxic.
So I guess the Giants, there must be
Dolphins still played a role in it. They just exacerbated
toxicity in the Giants, then, right? Is toxic in the Giants and the toxic.
Well,
Anybody
well,
who's
Shake,
from that, there's toxicity.
Jake, I know you didn't see it earlier, but this is the shirt of the week. All aboard the A train.
Oh yeah, and I see it on your.
For some reason, it looked like a Marlin
nice.
shirt.
Yeah. Well, they need to open their eyes.
I thought so, Papa Paul. I thought that was a Marlin shirt for a minute.
The real OG, what's going on?
I'm gonna ask you guys the same question I asked other panel. I'm asking you guys the same question I asked other people. How the hell, and this is something we gotta ask Savon Ahmed. How the hell you get fired on your day off, bro?
Who says
Savon
Ahmed
Ahmed got fired on his day off?
We mean fired on his day off.
No, he didn't.
Savon Ahmed got fired on his day off.
How you get fired on his day off?
How's that? How's that possible?
David, I'm just trying to say Devin A. Chain, man.
No, first of all,
Devin taking his spot from him permanently.
Well, I think his spot was gonna get taken away regardless, because the only reason he didn't start week 1 was because, remember, he got hurt during the preseason.
That's right.
That spot was been taken, so he didn't get fired.
Don't say start. Don't say start. Don't say somebody. Oh yeah, that's another thing. Somebody said, I forgot where it was, but somebody said, "Do you think A-Chain start the rest of it? Start where? You don't know how good
it's Mostert. It's since from the beginning of the season, they had the team. It's going to be Mostert, A-Chain, and then maybe Ahmed. So A-Chain was going to always be over Ahmed.
Don't forget Jeff Wilson come back next week.
Yeah.
Jeff who? Who are you talking about? I don't know no Jeff Wilson. I said it from the time we drafted him. Keep an eye out for A-Chain.
Mm-hmm.
And if you saw any of my talk shows or anything, you'll know I have talked A-Chain up all summer.
Yeah, I was on that. I was on that A-Chain train as well, Papa Paul.
I know you were, Lewis. I know you were. And I appreciate you. But 11.3 yards a carry yesterday is what he averaged. 203 yards.
I can't take the credit for being on the A-Chain, but I damn sure can take the credit for being on the AJ train. I can take that credit for being on the Austin Jackson train.
Well,
that train had small caboose coming into the season. That didn't have no legs behind that.
I jumped on it. I jumped on it.
Yeah,
all I know is the offensive line has balled out for all 3 games. And with Armstead in yesterday, that man was laying them guys on their asses.
Yes, he was. Great performance.
Yes.
That's always the job of the offensive line, to keep your laundry bill at the lowest possible price. You know, you want the laundry bill to be real low, the offensive line, when it comes to your quarterback and your running backs. At least your quarterback. You want him to be able to go week by week without taking his uniform to the laundromat.
Hey, Shake Money.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Emmanuel Ogbah had more sacks than Christian Wilkins did yesterday, correct?
Yeah, he did. They're tied right now with 1 piece.
Yeah, that's where's Monty Fins at?
I was just wondering. That was just a quick question for the homie Shake.
Hey, Shake Money, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question.
Where's Monty Fins at?
After Christian Wilkins didn't practice with the team and participate in team drills for the last 4 weeks of training camp, and we got gutted after game 1, what happened when he got back into the groove?
Whose fault was that? That was his fault. He should be out of here.
Yeah, I'm saying, but what happened? What happened after he got back into the groove of things?
Oh, you mean when he got run over? He got ran over a bunch by Denver players yesterday?
No, I didn't see that.
I saw it. He got ran over.
He increased his trade value. That's what he did. He increased his trade value.
Christian Wilkins is overrated, in my opinion.
Somebody say Van Ginkel is too.
Hey, I'm never gonna.
I don't know if he'd be trading Van Ginkel anytime soon. Van Ginkel ain't asking for $23 million a season.
Because you know he ain't worth it.
If hey, listen, if you want 20 million,
even if he thought he was worth it,
and that's stretching it, I'm like, yeah, I'll give it to you. But other than that,
it's arguable that you could say in this defense, Van Ginkel is more needed for this defense than Christian Wilkins.
Mm-hmm.
The way he's been playing.
You could argue that
he might just ask for $17 million after this season. Van Ginkel.
Well,
can you imagine that?
I'm not in the business of disparaging any of my team, so I love them all. I hope all of them get paid.
Mm-hmm.
Well, damn. How much money do we got to give around? That's the case.
Oh shit! Because I know all I know is there's one player. There's one player that needs to get paid for sure, and that's Holland. He's gonna be up for the contract next year too.
We need to pay Ferguson too, because without his
Holland is going to get paid.
Yeah, you need to pay me.
Robert
That's
Hunt.
right.
Robert Hunt.
Robert Hunt definitely needs to be paid. That's priority number one. If we want to sit here and be honest, Robert Hunt should be priority numero uno.
Yeah. Get him out the way. Yeah, get him out the way. All right. You don't want him going
and
to the
everybody
season.
everybody with the snapping issues with Connor Williams. Don't look so much about the snap issues because that haven't costed us no game. Have you seen Connor Williams after the ball is snapped, where he grades at, where he ranks at? Do you see when you throw on the
post-snap
film?
grade?
When
Yes.
you see him after the play, when he's in his
probably high.
blocking,
He's third in his position. Yeah.
he's a monster. So for all these people saying Connor Williams, oh my God, the snaps, oh my, what are we going to do? The sky's falling. Look at him after the snap, and you tell me if that guy shouldn't be paid.
That's right.
He will, but he's not getting Corey Lindsley number.
Well,
yeah.
I'm not again, Crypto. I'm not telling anybody to break the bank for him. What I'm saying is this narrative that goes around like we don't need Connor Williams, bro. Connor Williams is a monster. We can be in their feelings if we want to because of the snaps, but after the snap, bro, he is a monster of in the pass blocking and run game.
As a matter of fact,
that might be true. That might be true, but I didn't see a drop off yesterday when Eichenberg did. I didn't see a big drop off.
Yeah, and think about it. The only one missed snap was Eichenberg.
That's a good problem too.
Yeah, Eichenberg did pretty good. I mean, I think the numbers was kind of similar as far as his pass protection, his run blocking after the snap.
He had one, not terribly bad, but high snap.
And we scored on that one, I think, if I remember.
Connor had a high snap. Connor had a high snap, and he had 2 holding penalties.
Hey, well, right here, I get what Dolphinier is saying, right? You can't keep everyone Lewis. I would agree with that, Dolphinier. Let me ask the question,
you can't,
though.
No.
Oh, okay, now.
Chris Greer has done it before. Why not? He did it before.
Well, okay, that's fine. Whoever wants to have the opinion of you can pay everybody, that's cool. You're entitled to your opinion. I will pose this question like this. From what everybody has seen from Tua Tagovailoa this season, right? It's undeniably, and let me be very clear. I don't give a shit that Patrick Mahomes is in this league. I don't give a fuck about all these other strong quarterbacks. After 3 weeks, Tua Tagovailoa, as of this year, I'm not talking about career stats. I'm not talking about what they've done. I'm talking about 3 games into the 2023 season. Tua Tagovailoa is the best quarterback in the league.
MVP.
That is what it is. So I'll pose this question like this to Dolphinier. You can't pay everybody. In my opinion, Tua's going to get his contract, right? That means Tua's going to be here. What is the main objective? If Tua's going to be here and you find your franchise quarterback, ain't that to protect your franchise quarterback? Wouldn't that be it? So stop trying to feed me this narrative that we're going to give Christian Wilkins $25 million, because I'm not here to protect Christian Wilkins. Christian Wilkins ain't protecting Tua Tagovailoa. He's not. You know who's here to protect Tua Tagovailoa? Robert Hunt. You know who's here to protect Tua Tagovailoa? Connor Williams.
Okay, but we ain't bashed on the team. We ain't bashed on the players since Pete left. We ain't bashed on the players.
Well, first of all, if you think this is bashing, then that again, whatever. That's your problem. I haven't bashed nobody. What I'm saying is
except Christian Wilkins.
Should be
except Christian Wilkins.
How did I say that? I just said he's not protecting Tua Tagovailoa.
Hey, Shake Money, let me ask you a question. Did Ogba have an interception?
You know what? Never mind. I'm going back on vacation.
What you say?
Bye.
I bet you see, now, see, no. I'm trying to play nice.
Oh, here come Pandas in the butt.
No lo haga caso, no lo haga caso. Él lo quiere, no lo haga caso.
Fuck you.
Well, then go then. Bye, bitch. Exactly. That's what I was just about to tell you, bitch ass, when you said bye to me. Nigga, this is my channel, ho.
No lo haga caso. No lo haga caso.
Hell no, Cap. Nah, fuck all that. I was trying to be nice. I was trying to be respectful. I didn't say nothing to that fucking hoe. He ain't gonna come up here. He ain't gonna come up here on my fucking channel, right? And tell me to go fucking myself and tell me bye. That bitch can go suck a dick. Don't nobody give a fuck about little Nicky. Now, anyway, gentlemen, like I was saying, when I was trying to be respectful and polite to that hoe, the main objective here is to protect Tua Tagovailoa, correct? Ain't that our
That is the
main
ultimate
focus?
goal. Keep them upright.
So
Keep the
there
jersey
you go.
clean.
And that's all I was saying.
That's the
That's
only
all I was
objective, to
saying.
keep the jersey clean. Yep. Yeah, you
Yeah,
got to
bro,
pay
it's
those
not
guys up front first, and then pay Tua. I mean, protect.
Bro.
Keep them in house, and then pay your quarterback accordingly
Yeah.
based on market
Hey,
value, and then just go from there, and then sprinkle in the weapons. Who you think is most important as far as keeping them on the team or keeping them on board.
Crypto, since when this is your show on Mondays? What's today? Monday, right? You got shows on Monday?
Yep. On Mondays is me here.
Yeah, Crypto.
From 12
Yeah,
until whenever, man. But
I'm retired from from hosting a show on Monday.
What happened, Shake?
Shake is temporary retirement. So
I need a day
cross
off.
over and bleed into
Yeah, it was a long weekend,
time.
bro. Hey, no, not for nothing, bro. This weekend got me exhausted, bro.
But yeah, Cap, I'm here. I'm here on Mondays, man.
That's good, man. That's good stuff.
I'm not doing anything. I'm not doing anything right now. But if I had plans, I'm making plans of doing something with the
preview the
missus
next
or something
coming
like
game.
that. I'll be with there.
Yeah, bro. Hey, if you guys are doing the game this weekend, bro, let me know, bro. I couldn't come on last time, but if you guys are gonna do a weekly thing like that, bro, I'm down, bro. I'll be here.
Yeah, usually it's Crypto and Lewis on Mondays. But Lewis is on vacation, so that's why one reason I didn't put his name in the title this week, because I do.
He's
Crypto,
chilling
I
out
mean,
in Vegas.
Color.
Spending
I haven't
all that
heard
money.
you. Hey, I haven't heard Crypto. I haven't heard Shake. I haven't heard you. Talk to me, bro. Give me what's your thoughts, bro. You were out there.
Oh, Color's been talking all
No,
morning.
Color was there at the game. I wasn't. I was at last week's game. Color was there.
I was there at the game.
Talk to me, Color.
I wasn't in the building.
Papa Paul, you were there too. You saw history. Talk to me.
You know what the chant for late night XL this week is 10 more for Buffalo. 10 more for Buffalo. 10 more for Buffalo.
Right. That's gonna be
as you know, as the crowd got going when they went ahead with that fourth down no-go. We were all chant, "We want more. We want more."
Oh God, I'm so proud of you guys, bro. I'm so proud of you.
It was, I mean, between the game yesterday, talking at tailgate and screaming and yelling at the game, talking on the phone all the way to the drive home, my 5-hour drive home, talking on the phone last night after I got home, talking on all the shows I did today, plus on the phone, my freaking jaw hurts. Not my throat.
Yeah, but it makes you feel alive, right, Papa?
Oh,
you feel
God,
alive today, boy.
Oh God, yes. Oh my God,
let me answer this question to the guy in the chat, Dolphinaire. Yes, in you in New Jersey, the CBS affiliates in most major cities are going to broadcast the Dolphins game because that's been elevated to a national game.
Nice. Hey, I want to say, Cap, to give you if it gives you a little idea what I feel like what I saw yesterday. There is something to be said about the NFL, wanting certain teams and certain coaches and players and blah, blah, blah to succeed because it sells tickets and sells merchandise and stuff like that. Well, here's an example, and it just dawned on me. After watching what I saw from the stands yesterday, I just renewed my NFL Plus subscription so I can see the All 22 this week.
Oh shit, this is legit, bro.
I want to watch it over and over and over again, man.
Are you allowed to play it on the show or no?
Well, we're working on a way to invoke fair use rights to be able to present content and illustrate stuff with it. But we're working on that. But yeah, there is a way we can, but we just can't willy-nilly show it and play it. You know what I mean? And all that. There's certain things certain guidelines we got to follow. We're working on conforming to those currently. But even if point was, I had to see it. I had to be able to have control and pause and rewind that stuff and watch it over and over and slow-mo it because, man, it looked great from the stands yesterday, man.
Oh God, it did.
TV wise, guys, bro, they were giving us so much hype, bro. and they were dogging Denver. I mean, the commentators were dogging Denver more than they were giving us hype, bro. It was great.
Well, I tell you what, it was at my end of the stadium when Tua did that right-handed shuffle pass to A-Chain. And that was just like, it just blew your mind because you weren't really expecting it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I heard some today in the press conference. A-Chain was talking about that we're pronouncing his last name wrong. It's Achan or something like that.
It's A-Chain, yeah.
No. He says his name is it's A-Chain?
I didn't hear nothing. I listened to the press conference myself.
Yeah, no, he was talking something about that's not the way we were pronouncing his last name or something like that.
I don't think yeah.
But yeah, man, I mean, whatever. I mean, besides the point being is we got a rookie, regardless if his name is A-Chain or Achan or whatever, the guy is freaking running like a train, bro. Like literally the guy that, I mean, the guy that's wearing the t-shirt right now needs to sell more of those t-shirts, bro.
Right there. Right there.
I need that in my life, bro.
I'm selling them. I got them for sale at all tailgating games.
You know what it is, Papa Paul, to go through a week without no complaints whatsoever, or no criticism whatsoever, or no anything whatsoever, but hearing nothing. But like, you better be wary. Like, you better be wary and ready for this team. It's a complete like difference from last year. And if, like I said, if we keep doing this week to week, I mean, if you really want to make me shut up and make me eat my words, you go through December the same way you're going through now, and I swear to you, bro, you have no choice but to reprogram a lot of people, and I'll be one of them.
Hey,
but
and who's this guy imitating you, Crypto?
I don't know, man. That's an imposter, man.
Well, that's what they say. They say imitation is the best source of flattery.
Cat for life, you must have missed Pete earlier, bro.
Hey, Shake Money. I think we got to report that guy.
Nothing. You said that you didn't hear any criticisms or nothing. And I'm like, you must have missed Pete earlier.
Yeah.
Hell no. What happened? What happened?
Oh, Pete was nothing but negative. he's chatting up a storm in the chat. Miami Dolphins suck. Oh, this is nothing but the same thing as last year. They're going to start losing after this week. They went 3-0 last year.
Yeah, he usually does that at rush hour when he knows everybody's listening.
You know what? We didn't hear squat out of Pete after we beat the Chargers when he was saying we were going to lose and everything. And everybody, he is not a Dolphins fan. Everybody should know he's all for the Falcons.
I won't say that. I think he's a fan.
No, he's a fan. His brother's a Falcon fan, but he's a Dolphin fan.
I think he's just scorned.
It's just that, you know, at this point in time right now, it's like,
how scorned can you be that even after something so great and good, you're going to find something negative?
And I understand what you mean.
It's
but
like
some people it's kind of like the battered spouse. Well, you know, finally, it's a bad analogy, but I'm just saying, you know how it is when you find a way just to keep coming back. You know, it's the opposite. It's like the inverse of that. He's finding a way to separate himself.
I have
regardless of how many goods. You know,
I have a better analogy. He's like that bitch mother-in-law that you can never do anything right for your daughter.
Yeah, it's the inverse of it. You know, it's like, okay, no matter how good the person treats you, you still find a way to keep them at bay.
Mm-hmm.
That's what
the mother-in-law.
Hey, I get Papa by week 8, and then he'll be like, "Oh Lord, here we go again."
Right. Actually,
you get used to it.
Philosophy.
He's like that mother-in-law that you could get his daughter, you know, your wife. Hold on, a $10,000 ring, right? She'd be like, "Well, how come you didn't spend $12,000?"
Yep.
Yeah, right. Papa, you get used to it. That's how it is, man.
I know, but I would just love to hear something positive out of his mouth.
Hold on, Pete. Hold on, Papa Paul. This is the deal with Pete, right? I always use the steamroller analogy. Have people stands in front of it, like the Austin Powers steamroller. You know, Shake Money could be so kind to bring that image up. That's what Pete is. Pete is the driver on that steamroller.
Yeah, bro.
Those are like us fan base is standing there in front of that driver on the steamroller telling them to stop.
I
we
know
got
what
ample
you're
enough
talking about,
time
yes.
to move away. You know what I'm saying? We got a whole bunch of time to move out his way, but yet we're begging him to please stop. You know, that's how it is.
Hey, with that being
There
said,
it is
though,
right
I
there.
mean,
You see that?
personally for me, I would never want him to change,
that right
bro.
there is that's the fan base right there, and that's Pete on steamroller. And we got like, why are we telling this guy to stop? And all we have to do is step aside and move out of his way.
No, but what's hilarious is we all go through this. We all say this all the time. But when he's missing for like 2 weeks, everybody's like, "Where the hell's Pete?"
Right. You see how far away the steamroller is, and keep coming.
Oh yeah, yes.
We know it's coming. We see it coming a mile away, but yet we still telling them to stop.
You know, and it's like even talking with Dolphin winners, like, where the hell is Pete? We haven't seen Pete.
And here's another strategy. This is what we should do. Pete heard it. He kind of agreed with it. He said all we have to do is encourage Pete to be negative, because every time he's negative, positive things happen for the Dolphins.
Reverse psychology, yeah.
So if he changes that behavior and all of a sudden be positive, then I might be afraid that negative things will start happening to the Dolphins.
Well,
yeah, we don't want to break the cycle. Yeah,
it's never in sync with Pete.
I am also.
So we want to keep encouraging Pete to be the way he is, so the Dolphins can keep winning.
That's fine. But I'm also a witness to color wearing the Tua #1 shirt yesterday.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
No, hey, color knows me, and I'm the big papa. If you don't know me that well, I've been his biggest critic. But if you keep doing what you're doing, and you keep doing the way you're acting, like I don't give a F about what anybody thinks no more, I'm gonna do it my way. We have no choice but to be like, bro, all right, you guys need to think about restructuring some contracts here.
Well, I said it, you know, last week, and it's a totally different Tua that we are all seeing. He's a leader. I mean, he's a
man. He's grown before our eyes in the span of what we take it for granted, but it's been 4 years, guys.
I know. I
time has
know.
gone by.
I don't even count the first year really, because that was just a fuck up, plain and simple. You know, he shouldn't have played at all that first year, but you know, Florida was just kind of
all about getting his name. That was the owner want his toy to be on the field. So
I know.
Because he was getting antsy because of Herbert and Burrow had already played a lot of games, and he wanted to see what his guy was going to be.
And you know what? He has proved to everybody that he's better than Herbert. He's proved to everybody that he's better than most.
No, let me tell you this, Papa. If things go the way they keep going, not only Greer gets the renewal, not only Tua gets the renewal, but Stephen Ross gets the respect that he earns after all the shit that's happened the past 2.5, 3 years. Like, if you end up getting an organization back to their feet after all this controversy on the winning way that we're going right now, that man will be God compared to Shula, what he was before. And
let me say this.
And
let me say this about Tua playing in that first season. Everybody wanted him to be redshirted. I think that was vital for him to play 10 games for his overall development, his career to be fast tracked, so he wouldn't be completely 1 year behind the power curve. So you could kind of look at it as a positive that they still played him, because he had enough time to get into the NFL, get game speed, you can see what it's like to play an actual game. You know, the way
I agree somewhat with you, Crypto. It was less than a year from the time he had that major incident with that hip, and I just really don't think he was ready. He could have went in a month later. He didn't have to go in right then and stuff.
Yeah, I get that. But I'm just saying, but that 10 games was enough for him to say, hey,
yeah,
I could it's a learning experience as far as NFL playing time.
And by the way, I think I just figured it out about Pete. It's not that he's not a fan of the Miami Dolphins. I think he's just not a fan of being a fan.
That could be it too. That's interesting psychology. Not a fan of being a fan.
Yeah.
In other words, the Dolphin fandom it bores him, I guess.
That's deep.
No,
That's one way to look at it.
he may have at a younger time in his life, maybe he was a Falcons fan or something, and I think he became a Dolphins fan out of loyalty to his hometown area and all that, whatever. And I just think he doesn't. I think he is not a fan of being a fan.
Being a fan. Yeah.
He doesn't want to be associated with the rest of us that are having a good time.
No, he's out there. I seen him earlier. He's out there. He's just right now. He's got his own business. So right now, the business for him is booming right now.
And I heard that too, Cap. It's more.
Yeah.
He's more of a.
But yeah, man. I mean, what's your highlights, bro? I mean, like, I know it was 70 points, but what a part of the 70 points got you like, man? Like, was it the defense? Was it the offensive?
The distribution of how efficient both sides of the ball is, irregardless of volume.
That hot knife through butter on our running game, man.
The balance, the running game, the O-line.
See, a lot of people would say, well, 40 carries and all this other stuff, whatever it was. It's more so the efficiency of those carries becoming touchdowns. That's what I'm excited about.
It was the whole game overall to me, because it was so balanced between the run and the pass, and it wasn't averaging, 2-3 yards a run. We were averaging way more than
almost
that.
A first down a run.
Well, A-Chain alone was averaging 11.3 yards a run yesterday.
Yeah, between everybody, it was more like 8 yards per play.
Yeah, it was. Bro. I think it was 8. Actually, I think it was closer to almost 9. I think it was 8. Like 8.
Whoever had those guys on fantasy, I think Mostert had 48. A-Chain had like 50 plus. Whoever had those two guys,
it did, because on my two fantasy teams, I had one on one of my fantasy team and one on the other. I didn't put both of them in that.
There was a guy I met yesterday. He's friends with Jaconda, and he had both Mostert and A-Chain on his fantasy team yesterday.
Oh, he cooked, man.
That's your league.
I still
right
won
there.
something. I still won a little bit of money, but I would have won more had I put them both on there as my pair running back. Because I had enough money.
Oh, you did it on the daily? You did it on the daily one?
On the daily ones from DraftKings, yeah.
I'm trying to try that one day.
Yeah, DraftKings. I put them on. I put one, so I was just splitting them up, putting them on different teams. But if I'd have just paired the two running backs and then hit Hill, I would have probably hit the grand prize.
Not even that, bro. Whoever's playing Denver, just play their running back.
Yeah. You can do that, yeah. The points, they're going to be like probably 31st now. Their numbers are so skewed against them, just like it's skewed for us. We're going to be first in every fantasy
game.
thing.
Oh God, that's crazy.
It's going to be against Denver. They're going to be like ranked 31st against everybody's, metric.
Well, it's like right now, Tua is averaging like 355 yards a game. It comes out to over 5,800 yards in the season. If he can keep that average up.
If you keep that same average.
Man, I think my highlight of everything that happened, besides the Congo line I saw, which was very creative and very done well with very good choreography. I mean, I just think Tua going up to the mic and saying, look, bro, a middle finger to all you that's doubting us right now. That, for me, was like, I know they're listening, I know they're watching, and I know they're doing what they need to fucking do. And that right there for me was like growth right there, right before my eyes, bro.
I also thought it took a lot of bravado to start talking about what the city of Miami is starving for, you know what I mean, the other day and all that. I thought it took a lot of balls. And then to go out and put 70 points up. Like,
I don't know
what I mean? That's backing up your words right there. That's like, yo, in case you thought I was being foolish the other day, here's 10 touchdowns to ease your mind.
Damn it. It sounds crazy when you say it, 10 touchdowns. Oh, my God.
Yep. Okay. That's what it did, man. That 10 touchdown performance.
Now,
like
did
I
you all
said when I
see
started the show, we got it. We got the
They showed Shannon Sharp. They showed Shannon Sharp, Papa, real quick. I heard this earlier. I got to let this out. Shannon Sharp was so pissed off about the loss. He was saying you had a 50-piece hit to the dome plus an extra 20 pieces of flats on the side, and you think it's okay. That man said this is unacceptable and something needs to be done now.
Now,
yeah, the defensive coordinator would probably be out the door, you would think.
Did you all see the article where Miami Dolphins paid tribute to the slain California police officer?
No, what was that?
If y'all just it was on September 16th. There was a slain California police officer that was ambushed in his police car. Officer Ryan Klinkenbroomer. He was a lifelong diehard Dolphins. Miami paid tribute by hanging a jersey with the number 1 and his name on the back of it in a locker at the game before the game yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
And then they turn around and deliver a 70-20 romping over Denver. You know, they gave my prayers go out to his wife and kids and everything, his family, but they paid homage to that man by doing that, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I didn't know that until I seen it under the articles today.
Right.
And I thought that was really cool, though. I mean, it was just shows a lot of respect.
Man, look, from what they've been doing, what Jason was doing, you know, rest in peace, and what his wife is doing now, I mean, that's one thing no one can ever take from the Miami Dolphins front office organization is they're always out there in the community. They're always out there nationally, you know, through the social media outlets. And the same way we get to know each other nationally through the websites, the same way they reach out to people, bro. Like, they are hearing us. They are hearing our voice, but a certain select that really need to have their voice or that need to be heard, I'm glad that they're reaching out to those people. And that's proof right there, man.
Yeah. Now, you think there's going to be an upset tonight between the Bucs and Eagles or what?
No, I don't think so.
I don't know. I mean, for me right now, it is what it is.
I got the Buccaneers.
I think this is what Philly outclasses them. They're probably going to be 48-12.
Nah.
I think it's going to be a close game, if anything, but I really don't care who wins. I know Dolphin Winners on my show this afternoon, we talked about it. He would love to see both us and Philly be 6-0 when we go to Philly.
And that's what the league wants. So that's why I don't think Buccaneers have a chance.
Hey, listen, if Buccaneers lose, it's because of the toxicity.
Yes.
That's what
it's toxic.
Hey, I was hearing that today. What's going on with that? I was hearing that all day. What is that?
The Bakerneers.
The Yuccaneers.
Yeah, so anytime a team loses, it's because of toxicity.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's what we're doing? Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Apparently, because Josh Allen is the next Carson Wentz was saying that the reason why we blew him out because Denver is toxic. I'm like, dude.
Look, let me tell you something, man. And I've been saying this all morning. No one said shit when Jacksonville ran up the score 62-7 on Marino's last game. No one said shit to Buffalo when they did it to us. What, the year before last, or when was it?
Yeah.
Like year before last, 3 years ago.
Look, man,
nobody said anything to John Harbaugh when he fucking was passing the ball inside the 30-yard line with a couple minutes left when they're already up 52-10.
You feel me? But when it's us, it's a problem. You know what? If we're able to do it again, you do it again, because I say this every year, but I want this game so bad I can freaking taste it. Like, I want them to freaking not by 3, not lose by 3, not win by 3. I want us to just look, listen, they're legit. They're for real. I mean, I don't think that's too much to ask at this point, because you cannot go backwards after that performance on Sunday. You cannot. I'm sorry. That's the way it is.
I mean, it's, to look and see that we're averaging.
I'm sorry, Papa. When we as Dolphin fans complained about the lack of class from John Harbaugh, we got told, this is the NFL. You need to be able to stop them.
Nah, bro. McDaniel didn't have to explain, but he did anyway, and I'm glad he did because at the same time, I didn't want to put Jason Sanders in a predicament where if things go wrong, like, we don't want him to end up missing a kick for no reason that didn't really
they
cost
would
us a
have
game.
blamed him for not breaking the record and all this other shit. I wouldn't have held him out to dry either, man.
Yeah.
So at this point, I'm glad what we got.
Protecting this kicker.
I know in my heart, you guys know in your heart, we broke that record, bro.
Oh yeah, most definitely. Because just think what the score would have been if we left Tua in.
We also needed like 8 yards to break the most yardage in the game. Also, I believe, if I think I'm not mistaken, but I think we could have broke like 3 or 4 records. And it's just like, okay, you didn't do it, but at the same time,
the yardage record was put up in 1946. That's not even the modern era of football, let alone the Super Bowl era.
We have the most yards in the Super Bowl era.
The score, same thing. 66 was not the Super Bowl era.
That's crazy.
Not at the end of that
72.
season.
I think 72. Yeah, 72 was the record for the modern era. 73 was if you count playoffs or championships. I think the record is officially 73.
When was the first Super Bowl played?
Well,
it was in the 67.
72 was the
17. The season.
No, when was the first Super Bowl played between the Packers and the Chiefs?
65.
Okay, so it's 65. Just inside the Super Bowl era.
Yeah. And then
but it's not inside inside the NFL era, the unified NFL era.
No.
Yeah, I think the record is still 73 if you count playoffs and championships.
And remember, the whole reason they were holding a Super Bowl at that time was because nobody believed the AFL players were of the quality of the NFL players. So for somebody to put 72 points on somebody wasn't like, that's like not the same era. That's not the Super Bowl era technically. That's not the AFC NFC unified under the NFL era. That's not under the NFL standard. That's some AFL team or some shit, or some different. You don't understand what I'm saying? They're like, I'm telling you, they're not. It's not the same, man.
I gotta say,
besides the fact that we're talking about 57 years ago.
Exactly, yes. But I'm praising Javon Holland, 33 combined tackles. He's got 17 solo tackles. And
we didn't have Waddle, so you could argue that there have been plenty of teams throughout the last 57 years that had the same level caliber of players that we had, and not one single quarterback in that entire 57 years has put up 70 points. Not one of them have commanded an offense to score 70 points.
Yeah, only one team came closest to that. I changed what I said.
What's that?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Only one team came closest to that, and that was the Jacksonville was the last team.
Yeah, 62, right. In a playoff game.
Right. They're the only ones that came closest to it.
Now, they still have the largest point differential. 62 is
Color. That they are listening to your show, bro. We were talking about this last week when we were talking about we wanted more, and they gave us more.
Well, what did I say, man? I was like excited about my seats because I was going to have the Madden view to see what McDaniel had to cook for me, man. And he must have been listening because I got every dollar worth, bro.
Well, I love my seats where I'm at. I'm in the corner of the end zone, third level, 338. I'm right in front of the bar up there in the corner. But there's only one row of people in front of me, but they sit down lower, so I'm on the railing.
So you got like the ultimate seat. No heat. You can walk to the bar and you can come back without a problem.
Yes, sir. Exactly.
And when I go to that Dallas game, I want a picture with Color, Papa Paul, Cap. I want a picture with all you guys.
I told you, Pete's going to the Dallas game.
Bro, you let me know when you're there, bro. I'll be right there, bro.
Texas?
I'm to be honest with you, I might go to a game before Dallas. I do want to go to a game
Christmas
before
Eve,
the
Miami.
Dallas game. I do want to go to a game before the Dallas game, but for sure, 100%, I'm at the Dallas game. But I am gonna try to go to like.
I'm a pagan. I got Yule.
We'll link up, bro, for sure.
Well, on the next home game, which is a Giants home game, I have Paris Love sitting with me. That game.
Oh, shout out to Paris.
He gave his tickets away to some people for the Giants game, so he's sitting up there with me. But at the New England game, I will be sitting down in his seats for that game with him.
Hell yeah, bro. You see Paris Love too. He went through a lot, bro. Now he's here with us, bro. And you know, God is good, bro. God does not like ugly. He always loves good, bro.
Yes.
Pete, talk to me, Pete, bro. Talk to me.
Pete.
Tell him how
listen
great
to
our
me.
performance was yesterday, Pete.
Pete, listen.
And how you believe it's going to
You have to
and
tell
how you
me,
believe
Pete.
it's going to continue into December, just like you told us. You said, well, this is going to keep going into December.
Hey, Pete, listen to me carefully. Never forget. If I want to come to that Dallas game with you, never forget. Listen to me
I
carefully.
can't wait to meet you, Crypto. To be honest, I've done my rounds, and I'm actually shocked that there's only like a handful of doubters on my side right now. There's literally 4 or 5 guys. Everybody is on board. I love it. There's nothing wrong with believing and being on board. I love it, but I just, you know what,
bro, Pete? It's about having a buffer, man. 70 points obviously is an aberration. We get it, bro. But you're talking about a buffer. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, I know.
We made plenty of mistakes, like you keep pointing out. We made plenty of mistakes yesterday, and still bludgeoned.
What's your thoughts on the game, Pete?
Well,
What's your best highlight?
That's the whole point of today's show. A team without mystique doesn't capitalize on that. If we didn't have the mystique we had, we would have lost yesterday's game based on that one mistake that would have changed the momentum.
Cap, to be honest with you, my thing to that game yesterday was the control that Tua had. Even if it was a simple game plan and he had to just do a little because the running game was effective, his game that he was able to do yesterday was just like phenomenal. And I don't know, this quarterback is just starting to shut people up week after week. I'm just gonna hold strong till he keeps proving me wrong all the way through.
Yeah, and you still have a case to be made about December. You have a case to be made about games like we're about to face this week with what we have to earn. I agree that we have some internal pressure. In other words, there are things we need to prove to ourselves. There's a milestone that can be achieved this week. But when you're talking about season pressure and the outcome of this season, no, it's on Buffalo, bro. Seriously, man.
That's really like the only
you
team
could argue
pretty
that
much
it's
in our way
split
right now
between the two.
If you look at
we have our
Kansas
own
City,
internal pressure. We have our own demons to exercise, basically, is what I'm saying. And that is pressure, but it's not the same pressure, man.
Okay. These guys, there's a couple of guys thinking Super Bowl I was January 1967. That is impossible when Super Bowl VII was 1972.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was 65.
It had to be 65, exactly.
It had to be 65.
We won Super Bowl VII.
But the
the
merger
Super Bowl was the only 7th Super Bowl?
But the merger
January 5th.
didn't happen.
The first Super Bowl was January 5th, 1967.
But I thought
67.
NFL was
NFL was on forever, but how can this first Super Bowl be in 67 when Super Bowl VII was in 72?
That doesn't add up.
Tell me that. That doesn't add up.
Yeah, the math is kind of bad.
Oh yeah, because
actually, no. Actually, Super Bowl 7 was in 73.
1973, January something, 1973.
Yes, it was for the 72 season. It was for the 72 season.
But it would still make the first one in 66.
Yeah, 66, 67.
66, 67.
Who won? Bart Starr won the
Right.
first Super Bowl ever?
Yeah, Bart Starr.
Wow.
Against the Chiefs.
What I'm saying, the first Super Bowl cannot be January 15th, 1967.
Yes, it can.
Yeah, it can because it's 73. That's 7 years.
Hold on. Let's do this out
Somebody
loud.
just Google it.
60. I did.
No, we did it
67 is one, right?
All right.
62, 67, 68 is 2. All right. 69 is 3. 70 is 4. 71 is 5. 72 is 6.
I see what you. No,
7.
but you got to do
73 is
65
7.
because it was the 66 season that the Super Bowl was in. So I think you got to start
No,
at
no,
65, right, Shake?
66, 67 was the first Super Bowl.
67 was the first
Oh,
year.
so the season
for the
started
Super Bowl.
66, and then the first Super Bowl was
Super Bowl was
67?
actually in 67, right?
Yeah,
Okay,
January
I'm just
6th.
making sure that's what it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm with Papa Paul. It really doesn't make sense. Then it's only 6. We're 7.
Yeah,
No,
73.
It makes sense. It's just the way it looks at it. And so you got to Super Bowl 7 was in January of 73. But
and just subtract 7 years from that, you get to 1, you get to 67.
Yes. And it's January 73, but it was the 1972 Dolphins that did it.
Mm-hmm.
Right. For the season, right. Because
Yes.
the playoffs started in January that year, of the following year.
Yes.
So,
And,
yeah.
it works. It works. I just counted it.
Yeah, it does work. It does work.
Wait,
so
Super Bowl. Wait. So Super Bowl's right? Because 66. Let's not do the 66, 67 thing, right? The season of 66 was Super Bowl 1. So 66, 67, 68, 69, 70 is 5, 71 is 6, and 72 is 7.
Yes.
Got it.
So the season of 72 is Super Bowl 7.
Right.
Yeah.
Yo, I'm not gonna lie.
Either way checks out. If you take the actual year that it was
And the
in,
reason it checks out is because we didn't have a Super Bowl 0. We were supposed to start from 0, but there is no Super Bowl 0, so that's why it works out.
No, you always start at 1.
Well, actually, Buffalo has 0 Super Bowls. So does that count?
Well, yeah, Buffalo does have 0 Super Bowls.
Well, yeah, Buffalo has 4 Super Bowl 0s. Yeah, you're
look,
right.
here's a Super Bowl 0 right here.
That's Vernon with his infamous Buffalo playing
Color.
the 49ers every year.
Color, you know what you left me with earlier when I was on the show and you were telling me about the takeaway 40 points and stuff?
Mm-hmm.
And I was thinking, I was like, at first it didn't make no sense, but then I brought it into my own terms, right? And because I kept thinking about what you said. And I was like, you know what? If you even take away 30 points from yesterday, listen to this. If you take away 30 points from yesterday's game,
40 to
it's
20.
still 40. And we got there so quick before halftime. Color, listen, bro.
I
If
left
this
Big
thing
John's
is for
house
real,
at halftime, bro.
if this is for real, Color, and if we're averaging
Well, that's
40
what I'm
points,
trying to say. It was 35 to 13 when the real ball stopped.
Yes.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say, Color, and this is not even crazy to think as a Dolphin fan. My expectations might be crazy, but it's unbelievable. If we average 40 points per game,
You broke up. I can't hear you, Pete.
Just when he was coming
You're
around,
getting
Mr. Negative cuts him out, man.
I know what I'm telling you this all the way out to the Super Bowl. Nobody's beating us. Not one single team, Color. Not the Chiefs.
Wait a minute,
that's the whole purpose of today's show.
Remember,
Pete.
though, here's the part I think that always pulls you back to the negative side. Is that is dependent upon the level of execution that we have been putting forward the last 3 games.
Basically, the question is, can we sustain what
obviously.
we're doing?
Exactly. Now, my whole thing, Papa Paul, to that question is, so far, there's no evidence to see. Like, I'm an Occam's razor type of guy. And the least number of the Occam's razor, it's not as simple as people think. It's not the idea that the simplest explanation is usually correct. That's a simple way to explain Occam's razor. But what it really is doing is it is eliminating the assumptions. So it's the answer with the least number of assumptions that is usually correct. And so when I start eliminating assumptions, there is no assumption to think. There's only one assumption I'm making, that the trend we've seen the last 3 weeks will continue. And the trend we saw about over the last 3 games against Buffalo improving each time
will continue because the trend of us improving against New England each time it continued. You see what I'm saying? So I'm boiling it down to one assumption, that execution, that we're going to execute. Yes. Everybody else is adding other assumptions. Oh, it's a trap game, or oh, it's a this, or oh, it's this or that. It's
I agree with you, Color. The one thing I see is the fact of, everybody was worried about depth in our team. Well, what I've seen in yesterday's game, in the previous game, both the previous games, really, our depth is there, really. We have depth because...
Oh, yeah. And I guess it's a long way to say the old Freud thing. What? Sometimes a cigar is just a cigar.
Yeah.
Maybe we're just freaking good. And maybe we are, like, contenders, even if we don't win every freaking game, even if we go lay a stinker this week. I don't think that changes anything.
No. We lay a stinker this week. It changes everything, Color.
By the way, Alco's Razor sounds like the latest Motorola phone.
If we lay a stinker on Sunday and we lose 35 to 13,
to your point, we've been playing at a high level of energy and a high level of execution. Regression to the mean would not be outrageous if we did lay a stinker. It wouldn't. It would be explainable, bro.
But Color, I'm gonna explain to you the difference before we get into a big fight with Paul and everybody. Let me just explain so you could understand.
Big fight with me
this week versus Buffalo. There is no excuse for a stinker.
Get out
if
here.
You tell me it happened to the Giants or the Panthers because we overlooked them, then I could agree and accept that. But this division game versus Buffalo, no. There's no such thing as a stinker.
Yeah, but we've been stinking on them, bro, and they've got a lot to prove too. And the fact of it is, the pressure's on them. If they rise to the occasion, they could just physically beat us.
No, Color, because they're still looked at as a better team than us.
That's what I'm saying.
So if the pressure is on us to prove to the world that we're for real.
Nah, bro. The pressure is on them to prove that they are the beast that they've been claiming to be for the last 3 or 4 years.
I know what you're saying, and I get it. I just don't agree because I still feel like the pressure is on us. It's up to us to go now in Buffalo.
We're the ones with the offensive. Here again, eliminating assumptions.
We just need to put half of what we put up
Again, eliminating assumptions. We are the ones with the high offensive output, not them this year. We are the ones leading in point differential, not them. We are the ones that have won all 3 of our games, not them. They are the ones that got trapped by the Jets, not us.
Yep. I see what you're saying.
We put 70 points on the team that was supposed to trap us.
What happened?
And they hurt Aaron Rodgers, man. This team, I'm gonna tell y'all right
now.
But
I don't know if that was really supposed to be the true trap game.
Man, Buffalo's a dirty team, and y'all know it, bro.
Bro, man, don't
they
tell
are
me
dirty
that. I'm sorry. With all due respect, Crypto, as much as energy was thrown at me this week when I argued against the trap, I'm sorry. This was supposed to be a trap.
No, I'm guilty of that, Color. That was me.
Not just.
No, it was supposed to be.
It was a lot of people, Cat. It was the whole fan base.
I'm not saying it was supposed to be. I never said it was a trap game. I'm just saying they was just.
No, I was saying beware of a trap game. So yeah, technically,
I know, but I'm referring to the people that kept repeating that over and over again for anything you said. Anything that was said as to why we're going to win the game yesterday. People were just throwing out, oh, trap. Well, that just shuts down the conversation, and it's boring.
You know what I think we shut down yesterday, to be honest with you, Color?
But, you know,
fellas, you know what the real
like you know what I mean, Cap? Like, we only need to hear that once. Yeah, mindful of the trap. Okay. Now we're fans, not players. Now it's time to talk about how we're going to beat Denver's ass. And
you got to remember sometimes the fans, the players do take on the identity of the fans. That has happened before.
That's what I'm saying. Maybe somebody
from that, again, eliminating assumptions. If they would have done that, we would not have won 2 road games going cross country, and one of those being our division opponent.
If we go to Buffalo and we win on the road at Buffalo 3-0 on the road,
those games weren't considered traps. We was evenly matched with them 2 teams.
Well, at the same time,
just saying, man. There's plenty of things we did to ourselves the last 2 weeks that you could say. Any other, like you said it yourself, with the Mystique thing. If we didn't have that Mystique, there's reasons we could have lost both those games that normally we would have lost because of this or that.
Yeah, we could have lost it.
That's what I'm talking about.
Could have lost it.
That's what I'm talking about.
And you know, as you said, there's been many a times where players have taken on the looks or the outtake of what the fans see and think. But with our coaching system right now, I don't see McDaniels or Fangio letting them think anything of the sort except the next game.
I don't know, man.
If that was the case, then we probably would be 0-3.
I think they hear what we're saying. I really do think they hear what we're saying, man. Because if they're,
I'm not saying they don't hear what we're saying. What I'm saying is, Coach McDaniel said, okay, that's what you're saying, but this is what's going to happen.
Right.
Yeah. I think there's a compromise. I'll take it.
I just hope that the fans later on in the season don't start projecting it onto the freaking players.
That's what I'm saying. You don't want to set yourself for expectations of 50 burgers.
Bro.
That's why I believe that we should always take the Belichick approach.
Hold on. If Pete hasn't been able to project failure onto Tua by now, bro, we don't have the ability to project on the players.
You're talking about one individual versus 99% of everybody else. That's different.
Oh, man.
But no, man.
Pete has the inverse effect.
It's a good feeling, man. It's a good feeling to wake up and be like,
look, yeah, right, Cap. Again, Occam's razor. Look, we're the ones that are 3-0. You can't lose the season 3-0.
Hey, can someone call my Occam's razor? I lost it.
Yeah, I know. I was at speaking of razors. I was at Gillette Stadium. I never picked up a razor.
And I guess it's possible, but you really can't lose a game putting up 70 points either. I mean, I guess it's possible, but a pink elephant appearing out of nowhere is possible too. Not very probable, but still possible.
Well, a unicorn.
That will probably take. That's probably probable, but I mean possible. But it's probably gonna take. We're probably about 4 billion years of separation between that happening. That'll probably happen.
Not only a pink elephant color, but you've seen the unicorns lately, right?
I've met a unicorn before.
Bro, actually, Crypto, it's longer, but you're right. It would actually take the entire life of the universe for a pink elephant to appear out of nowhere. Like random quantum fluctuation. You know what I mean? It would literally take the entire life of the universe for that to happen.
About 12 billion years.
Right, exactly. Up to 26 billion. They're not quite sure still, but they think that we're still at 14 billion, but they think it actually might be 26.
Yeah. We'll come back during that time and make a final observation. We'll be back at some point. Oh man. What's up, Cap?
Did you see the shirt earlier?
Is that me? I can't hear Cap. Can anybody hear Cap?
I can't hear Cap either.
Can I go? This is what I was going to say. Can you? Oh, I hear you now, Cap.
Yeah, no, I want to see if you guys saw the shirt, that Will Chamberlain shirt with Tua's face holding up the 70 sign.
Yeah. I also seen McDaniel has one too. McDaniel has
that
one
was
too.
pretty funny, bro.
Right, because all the NBA players was holding up 70 when they scored 70. So now the NFL players could do it. Everybody in Miami could do it.
No, they had his head cropped on Chamberlain's body.
Right. Y'all remember
Here's the
Damian
thing.
Lillard did it last season. Donovan Mitchell did it. There's a lot of people scored 70 last year.
Really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, it was like 5 people scored 70 points last year.
One thing I'm thinking about.
Did you all see the picture of the Mike McDaniel lookalike in the stands?
Yeah, we showed it this morning on Ali's
No
show.
way, they got a doppelganger.
I see it.
Oh, he had a headset on and a clipboard and all.
It's like the Andy Reid.
Wait, that wasn't really Mike McDaniel?
No, that's a lookalike, bro.
Wow, I saw that picture on Twitter.
I saw it.
I thought that was really the coach.
No.
And you know what I thought about that? I was like, man, this guy is really good. This is the home opener. I really thought that was Mike McDaniel. I was thinking.
You thought he did it? You thought he did a Lambeau leap?
Yeah, I was like, man, this guy's the G. He's out here walking with the fans before the game. I thought that was good of him.
I wouldn't put it past him, bro. I mean, honestly, I wouldn't put it past him. You know, the guy is pretty cool, man.
It was believable to me. They got me. I couldn't believe you just told me that because I fully believed it all the way.
He's not going to be carrying around a $6 bottle.
If we were all at a party, literally him and Color would be off in a corner talking about quantum physics and shit. You know what I mean? While everybody else is having a good time.
That's hilarious. No, but here's a narrative that I think it was just based on yesterday's game alone. I don't know if you guys are going to agree with this, but there's been a sentiment, and it's not me, but I've seen it, that, let's say we would have started right now, Rocky. The narrative and the agenda would have been like, we got to trade for Jonathan Taylor. We have to trade for Taylor, but right now, based on yesterday's game, I think Mostert and A-Chain knocked that narrative out the door.
Bro. As of right now,
again, I would still make the move just out of durability issues. You know what I mean? Still, it's a long season, Pete. And I want to maintain the ability that we have right now running. I'm not saying Mostert ain't good enough. I'm saying I want to maintain that ability for our team.
I mean, at this point, I'm hearing a lot of rumbles about Baltimore being involved in Jonathan Taylor. So for me right now, I mean, I don't know, man.
Hear me?
I think we're okay right now.
I can hear you,
health being.
Did
you guys hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
No, just like I'm saying, health being for everybody, knock on wood, just for everybody, stay healthy, man. If you stay healthy, this is the proof of it.
It's just something is just rubbing me the right way. That is telling me, like, when you look around the league, look, Mahomes yesterday was limping on that ankle. He was jumping around. He's already a little dinged up.
Too, right?
I peaked that. He still played. He stayed in. You heard Michael K turn around and say Stephon Diggs started limping around, but he came back.
You think all the people that don't want to be embarrassed by Tua are starting to clear the way and pave the way for him?
They're clearing away. Look at Burrow. Now
I'm on my phone, everybody. I need to. I was stepping out. I'm on my phone, but yeah, go ahead.
They don't want the smoke. They want to have excuses. That's what's going on because they see this team is rolling. Think about it. We get to the playoffs, the only team banged up Lamar Jackson. We beat him. Then next thing you know, we have Vance banged up, limping Mahomes.
I ain't even worried about Baltimore, bro. They lost to the Colts, bro. But the Colts kicker beat them, bro.
No,
if you watch that game, they cheated the Ravens for sure. I mean, the Ravens should have definitely.
Didn't the Chiefs lose to the Colts early last season? Come on, we can't be doing this.
Yeah, but the Ravens definitely should have beat the Minshew-led Colts easily. That is a downfall. But still, in the overtime, they didn't call a pass interference that would have been a first down for them.
Yeah, I was surprised Tucker missed a 61-yarder at the end of the game. It was right down the middle, and just as short.
Though. Cost me like 8 points.
Yeah, he missed it.
Last week, too.
It was bad weather. It was bad. It was right down the middle. It just wasn't far enough.
Yeah, bro. I don't hear nobody else in the AFC. Jaguars aren't looking good. The Colts, the Colts are the Colts. The Titans are the Titans. That division don't scare me.
You're gonna have half these teams are gonna get it right. I mean, don't think that it's. I mean, by the end of this season, we're gonna remember this day and probably laugh at ourselves.
You have to wait down for 6 games. Something does just not look right with Derrick Henry, and then the AFC North, they're just beating the shit out of each other. Like, I don't know.
That's the way division's supposed to be.
Yeah, I like
the crap out of each other. Didn't do it.
Yeah. So far, we're clean.
Will Tua get the biggest bag out of all?
If he plays good, Pete.
If Greer doesn't wait until next season, if he waits till next season, then
Bro, if we absolutely slaughter Buffalo, I might lock him up on Monday, man.
It could happen
I
any
tell you
given
what,
day.
I tell you what, if he goes uninjured, doesn't miss a game all year, oh hell yeah.
Yeah.
Now the question is, if you're doing what you're doing now, and for some godforsaken reason don't get where we need to get past the first round, or we don't even
You
make the
see, the
playoffs,
thing
God
is,
forbid.
I'm not
Yeah,
even.
if we
I'm
start
more
off 3-0
concerned.
like last year, missed the playoffs, that would be disaster.
And
Everybody's
if
getting
I'm Tua,
fired.
which I'm not, so I'm allowed to say this, but if I'm Tua, man, Matt Milano comes in on a free rush on me, I'm putting the ball right on his face mask, dude.
No, Color. I'm gonna say one even. I'm gonna be honest with you.
I am absolutely drilling his face mask with a football, dude.
I'm gonna be real with you, Color. And
That
you
shit's
might
gonna
not.
be stuck right in the freaking crevice, dude. Like in the movie, you know what I mean? Like,
Yes.
Look, hey, listen.
longest
you
yard.
you guys might not like
Sweep
what
the
you're
leg,
about
get
to
back
hear.
up, and throw the ball.
You guys might not like what you're about to hear, but let's say Tua goes out, wins a Super Bowl, and Greer mistakenly tries to give him a team-friendly deal. I can see Tua doing the middle finger like Stone Cold Steve Austin and taking his talent elsewhere. He'll probably
won't
turn
because of the
burn us.
fact
You got to
of
let me tell you something. Don't say he won't. Because one thing about this business is you can be buddy-buddy with the general manager. You could be buddy-buddy with the coach. And the players might love you. But when the owner try to burn you, the owner's love is not there. Trust me. Money talks and he will walk.
Pete, if we would have released him after those two concussions last year, if we would have released him, who would have picked him up? Probably nobody. Or they would have picked him up as maybe a backup.
Who?
No, Tua.
Oh, you think nobody would have picked him up?
Not after a man. He's grateful for being given another chance. If you don't watch how the kid talks and what he appreciates and everything, he's grateful for still being in the game. He himself thought about retiring because of what he went through.
I'm just looking at a contract situation where he probably, if he sustains this, he's outperforming the highest paid quarterback today. He beat Justin Herbert.
I understand that, but it doesn't mean Greer can't give him a team-friendly contract to keep some of the best players that he works with and everything.
Exactly what I'm trying to explain. If Greer turns around and threatens him with a team-friendly deal because he needs to pay everybody else, and Tua is thinking to himself, I'm the man. I'm the man.
He doesn't
That's
think
where
that
the
way,
breakup.
though.
Yes,
Do you
he
not
does.
see it? He
Do
does
you not hear him? Bro, he said 466 means I don't care. If this was the beeper world,
he's constantly saying that I'm thinking hey, this is a team effort. This is a team win. He's constantly saying that.
If I would have beepered you, Paul, if I would have sent you a beeper text with 466 on it, you would have took it as I don't care. So all I'm gonna tell you, he don't care. He doesn't care. He knows that he's out here, he could ball. And there's a chance if he turns that around, he's gonna ask for the bag. And anything less
you're
of a
reading
team-friendly
too far
deal, he
into
might
things
take as
because
disrespectful.
He knows it's a team effort. It's not one person.
Well, I mean, to Pete's point, you just saw the Chiefs had to change their contract with Mahomes and re it up after what happened with these other quarterbacks getting paid. Like Mahomes is pretty much saying, "Look, I took the discount, but maybe his agents are like, look, man, it's time to pay up now because you never know what's going to happen mid-season." So I mean, that's the Tua's advantage.
Mahomes, shut the hell up.
Man, the dog is a little angry right now.
Mahomes is one that is not about the whole team.
Yeah.
Mahomes
the
is out
dog's
for
like,
himself.
I hear Pete. Let me at him. Let me at him.
Mahomes is about himself. He's not a team person. If you don't see that,
I won't say
All
that.
I'm
He's
saying
restructured
is-
a half
all
a
I'm
billion
saying
dollar
is this
deal.
could be a
Yeah, I mean, Joe Burrow. I mean, Justin Herbert's Justin Herbert. I mean, they got all paid. I'm just saying, like, Tua deserves to get paid if that's the case.
yeah, he does. But it doesn't mean they can't work something out where he gets, an incentive deal and stuff like that to make it more friendlier towards him, but also team friendly.
That dog wants to bite me like that.
Yes, yes, he does. Yes, he does.
Sounds like he's chomping on a rubber cheeseburger.
Hey, he doesn't need to know. He doesn't need a chef to know what a good rubber cheeseburger could taste like.
Actually, he's chomping on a stuffed raccoon.
You big boy. You big boy.
Guys,
Thank you,
what we
Mr.
saw
Polk.
yesterday.
Thank you out there, Mr. Polk.
What we saw yesterday, we're never gonna forget as a fan base. Never.
I'll never.
That surpassed the Miami Miracle. That surpassed Miami Miracle to me. That surpassed last year's Baltimore game, the comeback, the miraculous comeback.
Oh no, hands down.
And I'm just
the
like,
running,
I'm to
bro.
the point. I'm like, wow, dude. I'm actually shocked that the run game is working the way it did. Not even Ricky Williams and Ronnie Brown ever did anything like this. Think about that.
That's because we didn't have a quarterback, bro.
We had a wildcat offense. We ran.
Yeah, but Ronnie Brown and Ricky Williams didn't know how to snap the ball at the right time so their motion guy is in the right spot, dude.
Well, it was just nice seeing.
Like Pete, imagine you've been playing a game and you're going along, right? And you notice on these run plays, on these off tackle plays, you notice this one linebacker's like keeps shading over this a certain amount, and it's causing your running back to run into a brick wall, right? Like, and now you have the ability, you bring a guy in motion, and you're like, well, if I snap the ball a split second earlier, when that blocking receiver is 2 steps earlier in his motion, it's going to put him on the freaking perfect angle to nail that linebacker who's been shading me. You know what I mean? And then boom, a big old hole opens up for that running back because of that shit. That's the shit Tua is doing, bro. I'm not lying to you, bro.
And you know what McDaniel's doing? He's being consistent with his mouth. That's what I like, because it kind of seemed like there is a difference this year, Color. Because last year, it kind of felt like McDaniel was forcing Tua to be the MVP. Then we lost that playoff game. He came out. He put the blame on himself. He says he needed to stick with the run if it was working.
Yeah, and I think
honestly,
I think McDaniels didn't have enough to work on, bro. I mean, I think people just, regardless of starting out on third base or bases loaded and all that, he still had no idea what was going to stick, bro. And like, there's just a certain amount of time involved with the whole group and doing things. And I think we've been seeing, not just yesterday, but the last 3 weeks, a lot of shit come out that's like, okay, this is the kind of stuff now that he knows what everybody has the ability to do and what they don't have the ability to do. He's basically weeding out the stuff that don't work and keeping the stuff that does. It's maximization and minimization. It's the same thing as playing poker or anything else, man.
Well, I mean,
I would say that's fair enough, but a deception to that, Mike McDaniel killed that excuse by starting out 8-3. That's the only thing I have to say about that.
I'm not making an excuse. I'm not making an excuse. I'm simply saying why it's different looking now than it was last year.
Yeah, because
what I'm saying is that
you're not getting.
When I'm saying that he's born on third base, I mean specifically from a talent standpoint. Not a coaching standpoint.
Oh, yeah. Of course, he still has to know how to organize all that talent, and I think that took the whole, the season last year.
Well, it didn't take coaches like Phil Jackson to do when he got here.
He's not Phil Jackson.
But he was a brand new coach and he immediately started winning because he had the best player on the planet.
Let me ask you a question,
and he had nothing to shift, gears to.
Crypto, how do you feel the percentages?
No, he was already at the top.
How do you feel the run percentages now from run to pass?
I still feel the same. It was more the efficiency of it. We could have ran the ball two times and 6 times and we still would have had the same production.
But that's the difference that's happened. That's the difference that I'm trying to point out from last year to this year. Even around this same time, though, Crypto, think about it. Last year versus the Patriots,
no, it wasn't in the Buffalo
pass.
No, in the Buffalo game, we had the same ratios we had today. Yesterday.
I think I mean, look,
We
you can check
scored.
the stats.
We out of all the possessions we had against the Bills in the first matchup, we scored with the same offensive efficiency, even though it was only 22 points. But we didn't have the ball as much time, neither. On the opportunity given to us, we made most out of it.
Well, Crypto is kind of right, because if you think about it, bro, the production per run is about the same. It's quantitatively we're running more, because otherwise, how would we be able to run for 350 yards, pass for 300 something, and have enough time to do that in 60 minutes? That means that we're getting big gash runs, is what it means.
Yeah.
Right. We were scoring touchdowns with it. It wasn't empty calories.
It's already 3-0. The Eagles over the Buccaneers, and the Eagles have the ball again already.
Oh, that game already started? Damn.
Yeah.
Wow. I didn't even know it started.
Yeah, it started about 7:15.
Oh, that's an early Monday night game. Okay.
Yeah, well, there's another game also.
There's two today. Yeah.
Two again tonight.
Yeah.
It's 3-0, and the Eagles have the ball again.
I don't even know why they even put two like that. How they gonna make any money off these games? Not I care about the NFL making money hand over fist.
They're just making stressed out workers go the next day with their team losing and sleep with no sleep. Your team loses tonight, the late Monday night. You're mad at work tomorrow.
They should start them 3 hours apart, like they do with the afternoon game and the noon game.
Well, you know, they know it's a Monday. They know everybody's working, so they try to push it as late as possible.
You can start one at 5 Eastern, and then the other one at 8 p.m. Eastern. There you go.
Yeah,
I want to go back
to
to
the overnight crew.
Color said earlier. Color said we had 2 35-point games yesterday. Well, in a sense, we did, because in the first half it was 35-13. The second half was 35-7. But it was exact scoring where we scored 14 points, then 21 points, then 14 points and 21 points.
Right.
You know, and that's something a little unusual.
Right.
But I was trying to look it up, and I'll find it here in a minute. The stats, I know we did more. I think we did like 55 receptions or pass attempts, and 23 or 24 runs. So it's about a 70-30 percentage as far as, but the runs were very, as you said, long distance runs.
Yeah, we were effective with it, you know.
Very effective, yes.
We were scoring touchdown on the runs versus running in between the 20s.
Hey, can you guys find out if we scored on each turnover? Like, did we convert scoring drives on each turnover?
Yes, we did.
All of
them. We scored on every drive except
every
the one
turnover.
that Ingle didn't get, right?
Right.
Yeah.
And one punt. That was it.
And one punt.
There was only one punt during the game,
which was a terrible punt, right?
Yeah, he was motivated because he sensed the blood already with the way the freaking the Broncos were playing. So he said, "Well, this team has no shot in stopping us." Just look how that first drive was.
Hey, by the way, shout out to CB83. He says we're back in class tomorrow, man. I can't wait for that film breakdown, brother. Yeah, the film breakdown is tomorrow.
Oh, we're right here, CB.
Yeah, we already breaking it down, CB83. The film is here, man. There's no need to break down film like this.
And you know what, Papa Paul? I agree with you. We have to wait and see with the contract with Tua this year. But it's a must-win playoff game. And what if we go? What if we go 14-3 in the regular season, Papa Paul? Go first home game, we lose bad to one of the 3 teams. Let's say Buffalo beats us. We won the division and everything. They come to our house and Buffalo beats us again at home. Are you going to sit here and
that will be 19? That will be 1993 all over again. That's what happened in 93.
I don't want to live 93 again, but that sounds like a possibility.
Let me talk. First of all, we're going to have a bye week.
Yeah.
We're going to have
we won a division. 14-3, we won the division. We got the home playoff bye, all of that good stuff. And then whatever Buffalo does in the wild card, they win. They come to our house and they beat us, like hypothetically speaking. Do we still pay Tua?
You don't know it's going to be Buffalo.
I'm saying if it is Buffalo, do we still pay Tua in that scenario?
Yeah, you
Or
pay.
do we just
you franchise tag them, and you give them a 1 year deal from now on going forward until you do the Michael Jordan thing.
That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking if that's the case,
well,
if
either
that
way,
scenario were to happen, Paul, we just keep him and
You
play
pay him
him on that
the highest
fifth-year
of the
option.
three. I mean, whatever
We
they
play
have, the
him.
3-year average of the top three quarterbacks.
We don't rush to pay. We wait the 5th-year option. He can try to play on the 5th year, but let it be open competition. Let the
here's
better
how
man win.
here's how I'm going to put the playoffs. We win the AFC East. First, we're not going to lose a home game. I don't see it happening with the way this fan base is going to be and how loud that freaking stadium is going to be. I know I'll be right there in my seats, and I know a lot of other people will be with their season tickets right there in those seats as well. We won't lose to Buffalo at home. Never. Not this year.
But I know that. Okay, let's know that. But if I'm saying hypothetically speaking,
if that was the case,
and let's say Tua plays an amazing game, it's not even his fault we lost. It was a 35-38. Jason Sanders shanked the kick, and it was 37-35. I'm sorry, and then we could have won, but we lost.
Jason Sanders immediately.
And do we pay Tua or do we just run it back on his 5th-year option? That's all I'm asking. Do we keep him on that next
scenario,
year, $20 million?
In that scenario you just put, where Jason Sanders shanks a kick, you pay Tua and you cut Sanders quicker than tomorrow.
Oh, so you pay Tua? You give him the bag? He shanked the 47-yarder.
Okay, you're cutting freaking Sanders before he even leaves the field. And
then Tua gets the big bag, huge extension.
Yes.
Why not? Why wouldn't you? Nothing.
He gets it because it's not his fault. Because now you know you have your franchise quarterback because he's not the problem.
You ain't lying about that.
Because we already saw in the first 2 games that it was very easily those games could have been lost because of Sanders.
Oh yeah, the Chargers game too. That's why they got mad at me.
Both of them, the Chargers and New England.
When I was like, I project that one as a loss, even though we won. They ran.
I don't project it as a loss. No, because it doesn't matter how you win. We won. You can project it as a loss all you want, but we won that game. We won it fair and square. Nothing. No.
No, they missed they missed a few calls
on both sides of the field, not just one side.
True.
Yeah, if we would be 1-3 with this one big win, or 1-2, and knowing that Sanders lost those first 2 games, then yeah, he will probably have already been cut already.
Yeah, because I know for a fact, if we lost games because of him, especially a postseason game, he won't see another day of football on this team.
You think we would have cut Jason Sanders if we would have went for because we saw the threes on the TV, Papa Paul. They wanted the record. I wanted the record. I was mad. I don't care what anybody tells me, Papa Paul.
I
was
understand.
Like, man, why McDaniel didn't kick that field goal? I wanted that. I wanted
because
that
first of all, to be honest with you,
I get it, but the thing is, what I'm trying to say, Papa Paul, is what if McDaniel would have trouted out Jason Sanders to get the record and he shanks that? What you would have done there based on what we just recently saw versus the Chargers and the other game? If we wanted,
he probably wouldn't have made it out of the building. That's why Mike McDaniel didn't trot him out.
Because if I'm not mistaken, I was thinking, I agree 73 is perfect. You know why? Because the last time we won the Super Bowl, wasn't it the 73 season?
Yes. Yes.
That's why it was special to me. That's why I was like, man, the last time we won the Super
you know
Bowl
what?
was in 73. We need this 73.
If he would have went out there and missed it, McDaniels would have. People would have been blaming McDaniels for sending him out there for one. Two.
Do you think they would have flipped the script and blamed him?
Oh no, I think they're already mad at McDaniel that he called that pass to Robbie
No.
Anderson with Mike White.
You know what?
They hate him for that one.
No.
That's the
I
one
tell
they
you
hate
right
him
now.
for.
They talking to the fans like I talk to them at the home games and everything. They love
No,
seeing
I'm
the
talking
fact.
about I'm not talking about the fans. I'm talking about the owners around the league. They're mad. They're upset. They're saying that we ran up the score. That's not how you do things.
We did not run up.
Yes,
the score.
that is how you do things, Pete. What are you talking about?
Oh no, I completely agree. I wanted the 73. I'm just telling you what's going
wait a
around
minute,
the league
Pete.
for what was going on Twitter and the text and the
Pete.
tweet I saw.
Okay, Pete. Then
The owners have no legs to stand on.
They have no legs to stand on, especially in the fact of none of them said a word about this. What was it? The 65-7 loss again with Marino in his last game, and everybody back then was saying, "Well, that's football. That's what you do in a game."
Yeah, but remember, it's a respectable thing. You don't want to. You don't want to look right now. Every single Denver Broncos.
Yes, remember, never forget.
Look, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something, Papa Paul.
Wait a minute.
Let me tell you something, Papa Paul.
They did not respect us back then. Why should we respect them now?
This is what I'm saying. I'm with you. I agree. I wanted the 73. I don't think you're listening. But what the owners are mad at, the respect, especially the Broncos, their new ownership. They're trying to sell Russell Wilson, who they bought in a bad contract. They bought that team when Russell Wilson was just there his first year. So they got sold a bad dream. They look. Now you get Sean Payton. Now you're losing fans because you're 0-2 and they don't really like Russell Wilson in Denver. And you come to Miami and get disrespected by 50. You losing you're disrespecting the Broncos. You just made their fans not want to watch football no more on Sunday. They don't like the coach. They don't like the quarterback. They don't like the beatdown they just took. They're just at all hope. That's it. Broncos fans know deep down they have no hope for
they
this
told
season.
them a pipe dream.
They sold him a pipe dream, and the new owner probably feels like he got shammed, which in my opinion he did, but he still has a chance to turn around and do his due diligence and figure it out on who's gonna be the good quarterback for your team and what's gonna be a good leader for your squad. Because right now, I mean, it could end up being Sean Payton, but look what you did to him. The fan base now, how do you fix this as Sean Payton? This is what I'm saying. He's broken there.
You don't. He ain't gonna be able to fix shit at this point.
He ain't gonna be able to recover from this. I know what I'm telling you guys. This is a broken thing. What we just did to the Broncos. We destroyed them. Their fan base, the hope they had, the small little Russell-neers, it's out the door.
Pete, one question, Pete. Do you know what Tua's record is against Super Bowl winning coaches?
Yeah, he's undefeated. He's 10-0, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Hey, I have a quick question for Pete. I'm gonna get back up out of here, but I just got one quick question for Pete.
Lewis, I'm glad you're
Hold on.
in
Let
here.
me say this to Papa Paul real quick.
Hold on, Louis. Shouldn't you be losing your money right now?
I listen. I'm up and down right now. I'm breaking even, shake it, but whatever. We're still in the game.
Lewis, you trying to shake me down, Lewis? Hold on.
No.
Let Lewis go on.
I'm in Vegas, Pete. Right, I'm celebrating my birthday here with my wife. I'm in Vegas.
Happy birthday! Happy birthday!
I appreciate it. I'm up and down right now. I'm still in the game though. But Pete, I agree with this. It's amazing. I agree with everything you just said right there about the Denver Broncos, and I think it is time they're going to need to start looking at different options. Because Russell Wilson, it just doesn't look like he's it. I want to ask you a question, Pete. What do you think Denver would give us right now for Skylar Thompson? Because he's available. Skylar Thompson is available
Thompson
right
is
now.
not available.
Is Skylar?
He's
available.
He's not.
He's available right now. What do you think we can get for Skylar Thompson?
Right now, the quarterback
I would say a third
needs
round.
To be traded. Skylar Thompson is not going anywhere, buddy. You
listen,
enjoy your birthday.
We'll do a first
I
round.
thought I was gonna get
listen,
on that.
hold on.
My bad.
We'll do a first round, and a third
I just
round.
gotta point out Mike Evans just dropped a touchdown. I gotta point that out.
Real quick, a
Every
first
single
round
time
and a
I'm
third
watching
round.
this guy, he drops a touchdown, man.
Hey, Lewis, a first round and a third round We'll give him Skylar Thompson and Christian Wilkins. Boom.
I like it, Shake. I like it.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
I like
Papa Paul. You remember you said versus Super Bowl teams, Tua is 10-0.
Yes.
Well, you know what his record is in the last 7 games he's played.
Oh, here we go.
Well, here's the thing. Then Sean McDermott has a chance because he hasn't won a Super Bowl.
Right.
So that's what. So
Now, my question is: are they counting?
Let me tell you something, Shake. I'm glad you said that.
Mm-hmm.
If we beat down Buffalo Bills on Sunday, 35-10 slacking, let me tell you something. There's gonna be Fire McDermott signs all over that building. Guaranteed. We're gonna say if this continues the way
So
it is.
now you're willing to say that, but you don't think that puts more pressure on the Bills to win.
No, I'm telling you.
Precisely my point.
I'm telling you, if that happens, I don't think that's gonna happen. Remember what I told you, Color. So this is just hypothetically speaking.
Never forget, Color. Never forget.
Yeah, I don't have us beating the Bills. Are you crazy?
Oh, I know, Shake. It's a steamroller.
I think if they're saying Super Bowl winning coaches or at the time, because I want to semi-correct the record, even though the record is still good. I don't think he's undefeated against Super Bowl winning coaches because he lost to Andy Reid.
Boom.
There you go, True.
Show host comes off the top rope.
So I just like to correct the record because they're going to perpetuate this narrative and keep pounding it. It will be an inaccurate narrative. He's not undefeated against Super Bowl coach. He's got a great, outstanding record, but he's not perfect.
Mm-hmm.
He lost to Andy Reid.
Was he the starting quarterback and
Yes,
all?
he was. He started in that game.
Yeah, that was the Kansas City game.
Well, I'm just going by what I was reading earlier. That's my fault.
No, it's not your fault, Papa Paul. But once a momentum and the narrative gets started going, they go so hard in the paint on it, and they never think about what they're actually the statement they making when they make that statement when he's undefeated against Super Bowl winning coaches.
I agree with you, but did you all?
Hey, by the way, Tua is undefeated on games he won. Just so you know.
That's right. That's right. Did you see this little post in the comments over here? Jay put up talking to Crazy Dolphins. Did you read the story out of?
He's a little off sometimes.
No, you're talking about Crazy Dolphins.
Oh, Crazy Dolphins.
He posted it to Crazy Dolphins. Jay put it. If that really happened, a Buffalo Bills fan that wiped his shit on himself while high on LSD at the Buffalo's home opener versus Las Vegas.
Well, yeah, he was found in a construction pit, running from the police or something after crossing into the construction zone of their new stadium. And he fell into a pit, and then I guess he got up and started running again, fell into another pit. But yeah, he had smeared excrement all over himself from one of the porta-johns, and was found to be high on LSD and marijuana and a couple other drugs.
That sounds like a good Friday night in Buffalo.
And he was stark ass naked.
And no, Mr. So-called Rogers Goodell Burner. Papa Paul just reversed himself because he saw that same statement that people was putting out there about Tua being undefeated. That was the narrative. Matter of fact, it was repeated up here twice. It wasn't just Papa Paul, because that's something he saw and that was repeated, and that was the narrative. It wasn't just 10 straight wins. They said they used the term undefeated against Super Bowl winning coaches.
Yeah. And it's a complete platitude.
Thank you,
Chris. Right. It's okay to stout the record and say he's 9-1 or 8-2 or whatever.
You know what? And Papa Paul's man enough to stand corrected as he has. You know?
Right. And it's not Papa Paul's fault. It's just
right, exactly.
It was just something that was put out there.
Well,
and
that's what I'm
the person
saying.
that originally put it out there wasn't sure about the language that they used. You know, study saying 10 consecutive, they usually use the term undefeated. Undefeated means without a loss, without defeat.
Yeah, exactly.
Wait a minute.
The Philly game is tied at 3-3.
Wait, wait.
Who was?
What happened with this construction thing?
Oh,
It
no,
fell
never
into the
mind.
train
That was
track.
a different quarterback.
Anybody see that?
Hey, Crypto, is it either going to be a 6-game or a 5-game lead? Oh, speaking of which, he'll be here to explain the story. Go ahead, Jay.
No, I just wanted to ask people in the chat and on the panel an honest question. If you witnessed that, we just talked about that guy that was in medical distress, would you try to help him? Would you call the
Well, the police were
paramedic?
already chasing him, so I would leave it up to the authorities.
Because I don't like
to finish
calling the
their
police.
job.
I don't like the police.
No, but they were already
What
handling it. That's what caused the whole thing. They were already chasing him. You know what I mean?
They're already chasing, but hypothetical. If you saw a guy just like playing with his shit, he's high. It doesn't
No,
matter.
I would let
Miami,
the authorities handle it.
Okay, fair enough. I'm just curious. That's all I want to know.
Yeah,
and
I agree.
I'll listen to you guys
what we're
off the
dealing with
panel.
here, what we're dealing with here, though, is some people think that it shouldn't be the guys with the guns. That it maybe should be some kind of therapy people with guys with guns backing them up. You know what I mean?
Well, I don't like calling the police. The police might
That's
just
a
shoot the
different
guy.
story. You know?
They might shoot the guy.
Well, that's what I'm saying. But that's where we're trying to figure out a way to provide, maybe the guys with the guns should be providing protection for people that have more of an expertise in handling these people. You know what I mean? That's a debate that's raging in our country right at the moment. So,
Well, I've seen even in CFL games. I'm not in Canada now. I'm in South Florida working illegally and quite
we
proud to
can't
say
be
that.
held responsible for what Canadians do to themselves, bro. I mean, let's be real here. You know what I mean?
We can't do that, yeah.
I mean, we're not.
I mean,
I don't know really how to comprehend that.
They drink watered down, like thin maple syrup right out of the bottle, man, as a matter of a pastime. I can't help them, bro.
I don't do that, but anyway.
Oh, by the way, Jay, I got to tell you something, and I hope you don't take this the wrong way, because we've been.
No,
known
one
each
more
other a
thing.
while.
I'd advise people not to. It's the worst stadium in the league. It's a real shithole. Crypto was talking about he wants to see the Dolphins. Maybe he might go there. I'd advise you to stay out of there.
Is there like taped up outlines of people on the ground?
Okay,
and stuff?
I'll keep that in mind.
Is there like taped up outlines of people on the ground?
No, I mean, look, I'll just call it what I say. There's a lot of inebriated people that are jumping onto boards. It's like WWF white trash. People throwing coins at me when I was 12 years old with my Dolphins jersey on, throwing coins at me. Okay,
Right.
there's just a lot of white trash in Buffalo.
So Jay, I got to tell you, bro, and again, we've known each other well.
Go ahead. I'm a grown man. Go ahead.
This is absolute. It's just meant for comic relief, but I had to tell you because it's hilarious, right?
That's fine.
And
I
you'll
got a sick
understand
sense
why.
of humor, so that's fine.
No, you'll understand why. You know how in the chat the other day you were kind of, I don't know if you were really joking, but I get the sense you were joking that you were an illegal stuck in Florida. Remember all that?
No, I am in Florida. I work for cash construction. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well. So here's the thing, though. Ali and I were tailgating yesterday at the stadium, and there was a guy there that was like, he was all like super, like a weird fan. He wasn't a fan of either team because
So you
the
thought
colors.
that was me. You thought that was me, right?
Yeah. The dude had a sign on his back that said, "A lost bachelor from Quebec."
Well, I don't speak French. I'm not.
Straight up, we're
I
like,
can
"Is
speak a
that
little
Jay?"
Hebrew.
We were
not
like,
French.
"Yo," we were yelling out your name to see if he reacted, bro. I swear to God, man. We were like, "Yo, Jordan," and he like didn't turn around. And we were like, "No, that's not Jay, man."
No, it's not. It's not me. I'm living and working like a Mexican. I don't. I might go to a Dolphins game. I'll probably go to one. Where can you? The seating. Ali G said you can get some higher up seats that are reasonable, and you can see the field
on
really
the game,
good.
but yeah.
Well, where should I go? What's reasonable?
All the upper deck. I've been in the upper deck on the end zone where I was only like 4 or 5 rows from the top before. You can see the whole field wonderfully. There's not a bad seat in the house, to be honest with you.
Right. I mean, personally, I prefer, like, if I'm in the upper deck, I actually prefer the front row of the upper deck because it's kind of the perfect vantage point as far as the size of the players and the field view. Like yesterday, I was in the section just to the right of center from the goalpost, in the front row of the upper deck in the west side of the stadium. And so I had like full like Madden view the whole game. Like even when they were on the far side of the field, I could still fully see what was going on with the play and all that. You know what I mean?
Is there many fights at the games down there?
No, not really.
I'm used to Buffalo. I'm used to Buffalo.
My Lord.
No, because the first thing you hear, Jay, is Travis Wingfield's weenie voice on the PA system telling everybody the rules, and
And
I've only went to one game at that
there's usually
stadium.
not any mishaps there like that.
Eagles just scored a touchdown.
The most thing that'll happen is a stupid Patriot fan will burn his car down and
he took a hit in that pocket.
Well, I mean, it depends what you want. If you want to see the shit show, no pun intended, perhaps in Buffalo, like a lot of white trash, then go Crypto. If you want to see that, it's going to be very cold. I went to probably over 15 real games.
It's going to be in the 60s game time.
Well, this week you're right, but I'm talking about most of the games that I've went there. Okay, November, December. I saw Boomer Esiason, my first game, NFL game.
Yo, that's the other thing. Hold on, guys. That's the other thing. From what it's saying for game time forecast, 63 degrees, partly sunny, and I'm thinking
that's
autumn in Buffalo. This is like absolute football weather. I can't think of a better freaking day to play a football game than those conditions, man. And our boys coming from the freaking this heat and humidity and practicing it all in training camp.
Oh yeah,
we should just roll this team. We should have a complete physical edge, man, up there for this game.
They're going to enjoy that weather so much. They're going to be like kids in a candy shop.
Right, they're going to be skating, bro. You know what I mean? Like using half the energy to do twice the work. You know what I mean? It's going to be great.
Do you remember Terrell Buckley got the interception to win for the Dolphins in like 96 it was, I think, in Buffalo off Kelly? I was at that game.
Yeah.
Last play of the game. I think it was. Anyway, I don't know whether or not we'll win or not. I think it'll be close. But if we don't win, sorry, as far as I'm concerned, it's just like last year. I know people take umbrage to that. Last year we started off 3-0 and we lost. Then we lost again, and we were 3-2. I know 2 had injuries. We got to beat these guys, man. Whether it's by 1 point, whether it's by 20, I don't care. Just get the W against these people. Buffalo. I don't like the organization. They need to get beat.
Yeah. And
their fans, they won't be on here for weeks, Michael K.
Yep.
We won't see them for weeks.
Weeks? Talking about months.
Perhaps, yeah. Well, they'll use a burner account.
They'll come back on in December saying they're going to whip us at home.
I'll give credit to Michael K. He'll be here trashing Josh Allen, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Maybe if he gets all liquored up. But anyway.
He'll be completely throwing Josh Allen under the bus.
Yeah.
I did not know this game was in Tampa.
Yeah.
Wow.
What, the Monday night game?
Take money, you think you slick.
Yeah, and one other thing. With all the free agents, I don't think we can sign Wilkins. We got to pay up so many people. I don't think we're gonna have the money for Wilkins, man. He wants to reset the market. Crypto, he wants to reset the market.
Wait a minute, say that again.
We don't have the money to pay Wilkins. He wants to reset the market.
I mean, we might have the money, but it's not going to be wisely distributed if we pay him.
Let's not split hairs. Yeah, exactly. It'll be like Sue all over again. He's not worth $23 million, $24 million. I'm reading some stuff there. They're just reports, but
I agree.
That's fine. If he's Sue all over again, go ahead and trade him and get
they did sue and get all them, picks.
I need
You're
Cal
not going to get
Trask to
much.
be
You
put
won't
in
get
this
much from
game.
him because teams don't want to pay a defensive. He's really an interior lineman. He's playing outside because he's in the 3-4. That's his defense when he says, "Well, I don't got that much sacks because it's gap control." So he has a good. He deserves about $17 million a year. That's fair, but he wants more. So I wouldn't pay him.
I'm going to head out, guys.
That's
Crypto, Collar, I'll see y'all another time. I appreciate
Yeah,
you guys.
man, we're gonna wrap it up here. It's been a nice show, man.
Yep,
absolutely. We've been holding it down for a good 8 hours. A good work day's worth. We appreciate you guys coming on with me.
You have enough guys on the team to help hold it down and stuff, and I love that.
Appreciate you, Papa.
For sure.
One day, my group will be there. But for now, it's just peace, love, and fins up, and we'll talk to y'all soon.
Yep, Papa. Appreciate it, man. Thanks a lot, man.
Yep.
Yeah, everybody like and share, man. Appreciate
Like and share.
the few
Everybody.
of you that are left with us. And yeah.
For the people who hung out with us for the duration, those who were in and out, we definitely appreciate your time. The highs, the lows of the show, whatever it may be, you guys stuck with us for 8 hours like you did with me last week when I made the drive from Foxborough to Maryland. So you guys hung in there with me again for another marathon. We appreciate it. And Shake Money Color, we appreciate you holding down the controls and getting people in and out and, sticking with me on both of my dinner runs. I ordered Uber Eats on the first go around. The second go around, I went out and picked it up. So, it's all good. So, hey, next time I'm gonna give you guys a heads up. I will be drinking a special apple bourbon in next week's show because I'm anticipating a big victory. Even if we don't, I'm still gonna be drinking because it's gonna be. If we lose, I'm gonna be mad, so I'm gonna need to drink. If we win, I'm gonna need to drink anyways because I'm gonna be celebrating. So one way or another, I'm still gonna be drinking.
By the way, these
Big Money get started.
CDs, they come in 3-packs. So I bought a 3-pack, so I have the next 3 victories covered.
Okay. There we go. We got the next 3 covered. So I'm gonna go get me a bottle at Thirsties or ABC Liquor, and I got to refill my wine cooler.
Yeah. Like I said, they come in 3-packs. So I asked for the 3-pack.
Ask for the 3-pack.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they come
That's
in 3.
cool.
The same brand.
That's kind of an odd number. Why a 3-pack instead of a 6 or a 4-pack?
I don't know. They just come in 3-packs. Some come in 4-packs, but this one in particular just comes in a little 3-pack.
Okay. Oh, that's cool.
The Cooks, they have one that's Cooks is California champagne, which is cheap champagne.
Yeah, I've had Cooks before.
Yeah, they come in 4-packs.
Mm-hmm.
Corbel comes in 4-packs too.
Yeah, Corbel was, of course, everybody's holiday favorite. Corbel.
Yeah.
Andre's back in the day. Andre used to be the go-to, and then it switched. Then it switched to Corbel. Then now it's
freaking Rams are straight running our offense right now, bro. It's freaking amazing.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, no color. They're not the only one. The Cardinals are running it too.
No, I mean as we speak right now, I'm watching.
Okay.
It's literally running our offense.
Rondell Moore literally scored a touchdown on the same kind of play A-Chain ran it. The exact same play, bro.
Look, here comes up. There's the short motion. Up, fake play action. Stafford across the middle. Yep, complete. No problem.
Yeah,
it's
really
stuff
contagious.
we're doing, bro.
It's contagious, man.
On the last play, it was the same exact formation, same exact short motion on the last play, and he gave it off, dude, and the guy gassed him for like 8 yards on a run.
Yeah, it's contagious, man. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. It's a copycat league, especially if you got the speed personnel. They got T2 Atwell.
Their motion guy is Tutu Atwell, the speed guy. That's
right.
The short motion.
Well, so is herpes color of crypto is contagious too. So
Yeah, it is.
Look, there's the fake, and then the end around, and number 5 who's just taking it down the sideline, and it looks like he might have just scored. Wow.
Yeah.
Tutu Atwell.
Yeah, the Rams are perfecting it. Yeah.
Bro, he faked the handoff and flipped the end around to Atwell, and Atwell took it down the sideline. If his foot didn't go out of bounds, he likely scored here.
Right.
Damn, where the hell is? I'm trying to find it. Because one is on
that's
ABC.
Good. That's good.
Yeah, one's on ABC and one's on the sister
ESPN.
network. Yeah.
ESPN.
Hey, that's good. I see green between his foot and the freaking sideline. That's good.
Oh shit.
Mike Ostad is out there throwing beads on the freak into the crowd.
Oh, I don't know. Oh no, that's good, man. He didn't kick up no white grass.
No white grass. Okay. That's cool.
Nope. They showed it. They showed the close
I think
up, and
Devontae Smith.
he wiggled the ball of his foot so that his heel wouldn't come down out of bounds, bro. It's brilliant. That's confirmed. That's going to be a touchdown.
Mm-hmm. Man, he's grabbing. Oh, you want to talk about flag football?
The ball of his foot wiggles,
so he keeps
it in bounds. That's great.
I go that off. That what you call? They're gonna do it again. Watch. They didn't snap the ball, so they're gonna go for it again. The Eagles going for it again. Wow, that formation is crazy, bro. You know who also copycat that formation yesterday? The Cardinals are very good in copying teams. They copy that from us, and then they copy the Eagles' power formation for the quarterback sneak. They did it with freaking Mr. Seal. I call him Seal because he cut off his eyebrows. I mean, the man literally have no eyebrows.
God damn.
The Cardinals are becoming a blend between the Eagles and Dolphins. I guess those are two good teams. If you're going to copy two teams, I guess those are the two teams you need to freaking copy, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that tells us that they're not going for the number 1 pick.
So
they don't need them.
I got my hand on the trigger to end the stream. Let me know when you want to.
Oh man, we can do it. Fins up, everybody.
Bye.
Thanks for coming by. And we love you guys, man. Thanks for stopping by. Fins up, everybody. Good win. We'll continue it next week.
For sure. And hold on. Almost. Fins up, baby. And remember, this is the message for Saturday to the Bills.
Daddy loves you guys.
Absolutely.
Peace.